All right. Big up. Greetings to each and everyone. Yeah, today is Wednesday, June 26, 7:21 p.m. Welcome to another live, Imhotep University TV. Yeah, man. So I just want to say thank you all. Yeah, all the thing go. Let me go through the formalities and big up all the ones and ones, I remember for those who are silent listeners, just drop a comment in the chat so I can, big you up because we greatly appreciate the continued support. TG Media, yeah, big up my general, manners and respect. Simone Campbell, yeah man, bless up Simone Campbell, manners and respect, Carla, Messiah, big up yourself, my sister. Sir, manners and respect every time, Sandra Atkinson Ebert. Yeah, man. Bless up yourself. Manners and respect. Lone Star. Big up my general. Respect for the check-in, Yeah, man, Carla. Make them know, say, do the right thing, people. Just hit that like button on your way in. It does help the platform. And we appreciate the likes, It does, it triggers the algorithm sometimes and allows YouTube to recommend the platform to other viewers. So greatly appreciate people kind of make it a habit to just know, say, once them come over here, so them hit that like button as a sign of appreciation as well for the content that we present to you all. Because how we do it, it's all about informative discussions. Yeah, man, very educational. Sometimes it's going to be a bit combative in its rhetoric, because that's how it goes when it's an iron sharpens iron scenario. So how we do it, people. It's all about respect at the end of the day, and we pride ourselves in having the diversity in thought and in the discussion as well. So big up to the ones and ones who hit that like button on the way in. Prior to starting, I realized I had 12 likes. So I want to say thank you all for the people who hit the like button prior to the commencement of the live. You know the thing, manners and respect. Success over hype. Yeah, man, big up yourself, respect every time. Pauline Bailey. Yeah, bless up, Pauline Bailey. Ever bless. Manners and respect, my general. Gavil, home improvements, best remodeling. Big up Gavil. You know the thing going on. Mood man. Yeah, man. Manners and respect, my general. Every time. You know the thing go. Oshie and Johnson. Yeah, the Gaza general. Big up yourself in the family. We say manners and respect every time for the support. Godfrey Goldburn. Yeah, man. Big up in my general. K Young. Yeah, man. Big up in my general. You know what going on. Big up all chuckers out there, Rowan Noble and Private Figure and Jamon and Tom Ford Tapman. A good look while I say Tom Ford Tapman about the place still. But big up all chuckers out there. You know the thing going on. Text 876. Big up my general. Manners and respect, every time. Michael Williams. Yeah, man. Big up, respect every time, my general. David. Where you going with my general? Yeah, man. Big up, You know the thing going on. We see you out on the waters, I put in the work same way. So manners and respect, my general. Big up every time. Yeah, Godfrey Goldburn. Respect. Godfrey Goldburn just use him two channels them and just drop 2 likes and the thing. So big up Godfrey for that. Jeremy and A. Simon. Big up my general. You know the thing going on. Paulette Morris. Yeah, man. Bless up Paulette. Big up yourself, Eustace Faster. Yeah, man. Big up, Howard Brown. Yeah, man. Respect. Yeah, man. Gavil, man. We have to big you up, man. You know the thing of Gavil, man. A long time you heard about the place, You know the thing going on. Electro. Bless up, my general. Big up yourself. Sweet Pea. Yeah, man. The playback queen. Big up Sweet Pea. You know the thing going on. Sweet Pea. I got always, Yeah, man. Go back in the live them and know, say, yeah, man, she listen the live and them something there, you know the thing. Go big up Sweet Pea, manners and respect. See there, David. All right, that's how it go, my general, man. You know it go, man. Yeah, man, that's time and space permit. So big up yourself, David. You don't know it go. Lady B official, big up yourself in a Lady B. You know the thing going on, man. Kaya David. Yeah, big up yourself. You know it go, Kaya David. Big up to Real Man too, anywhere Real Man there, big up Rick Storm, the thing go. Yeah, man, the other day, the kind of out for a little bit. Yeah, as him make sure said us, a little medical thing, but him good to go, one thing. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So big up to Rick Storm, big up Miss Julia, big up to all the ones and ones, man, who support the platform day in, day out. Everybody now got there at the same time. Big up all the ones and ones, them. Wayne Huggins, big up my general, manners and respect, Leslie, big up yourself, Leslie, the thing go, Oral Donaldson, hold on, Oral Donaldson. I want new account this Oral. Hey, Oral, mind where you going with my general. Yeah, man. Oral Donaldson. Is this the original Oral Donaldson? Because if that's the case, it must be a new account. Big up Oral Donaldson. Anne-Marie, bless up, bless up, bless up. You know what the thing go, Anne-Marie, man. A time and space permit, so you know what the thing go. You can look forward for no say. We will there more time, man. So big up. Jim Brown. Yeah, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Kaya David, I don't know what you mean by pause. You get what me I say. Big up yourself. All right, so people, we have some topics up for discussion. Yeah, man, you know how the thing go, you know how we do it. Let me just go through the formalities as well and big up the members as well, because we have to express your appreciation. Reading Palace Studio, Private Figure, Ever Bless, Jamaica Bad Boy, Exit 9X, Alfred Russell, Dada Stereo, Lynette Thompson, Mark, Chang, Ray Blay, Auntie the Official, Sonic Frequency Sound, Mandela Strength, Canon God, Naquan, Silver One, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Beast, Black Sal Day, Akon, TG Media, Jamon, Fioni All, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, BI Strong, Sweet P, Global Life Records, Rick Livestream, The Free Thinker, Nicky Willie, DJ Congo, Not Your Child Car, Moodman, Rayan Williams, Only Good Karma. Big up on yourself. Greatly appreciate the support through the membership. Right? Yeah, man. Big up to Akina Corina. Manners and respect me, General. Respect for the check-in. Max Romy. Yeah, man. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Let me see who is there. All right. Begono, 1 minute. All right, my apologies for that, people. You know the thing go. Yeah, I had to respond to a call. So thank you for the patience. You know the thing go. Let me see who they are now. Well, text, a whole heap of little things are going on with them, and a whole heap of politics and them something. They get what me I say? Yeah, man. No, Kaya David, I don't know what pause mean, me general. Me just understand The little patois and the English and them something there, and you know how the works go. Yeah, man, Silver One, big up yourself in the manners and respect. You get what me I say? Ray Blaine the building, big up, you know what the thing going on. Max Romy, where Max Romy I say? Me feel like freedom of intelligence sounds better than free speech. Free speech can mean you say anything you want and don't business when it hurts. The problem is, Max Romy, there's no such thing as free speech. You get what me I say? It's one of the biggest misconception there is, because all speech is subjective. Yeah, man, you can't just say what you want to say. You get what me I say? Yeah, so that's the biggest misconception. This free speech thing, are we gonna speak on it as well, people? You know what the thing go. Nikki Willie, bless up my sister. Respect for the check-in. You know what the thing go. Mr. Fabulous, big up yourself, Chakad, big up, All right, so big up to the England massive, North, South, Central American massive, the Caribbean massive, Jamaican massive. Big up on yourself, only good karma, Chanel baby British. Big up to Kai Hype, always support the thing, you know the thing go. Big up to all the ones and ones, them. If you know hear me calling the name, big up on yourself. Big up to all the moderators, them too. And big up to everybody we check in and keep it respectful. And we engage as always, hit that like button. And also, hold on, how much subscribers I want now? I think I want 13 more subscribers to 3,800. So if you have not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing to the platform so we can build it step by step, brick by brick. At the end of the day, it's a platform that is open and receptive to intellectual and intelligent engagement. So all right, so big up on yourself. Uptown TV, yeah man. Manners and respect, me general. Respect for the check-in. All right, so we have some topics up for discussion. Yeah, we see where the DPP, Paula Llewellyn. Should we say, let me see now. Should we say the DPP? No. All right. Yeah, because there's an acting DPP. And right now with Paula Llewellyn, we're not even sure what her status is. But anyway, the courts is deciding what is going on. And we have been observing the hearing. So we're definitely going to be speaking on that. Government misinformation ban, is it a good thing? I want to hear some perspectives on that, because a lot of people disagree, right? A lot of people disagree with, the concerns being raised by the government about the misinformation. But, the thing is going to be tribal in our way too, because some people are going to oppose it and some people are going to say, yes, it is valid. So we definitely want to speak on that as well. Do you agree with the ban? Do you disagree? It's not to say a ban, It's about the concern about misinformation being disseminated deliberately to undermine and discredit. Slander, defamation. Those are the things that the government is speaking about. So it's not to say, well, government wants to suppress free speech. It's about, the problems with misinformation and the implications as well, or the legal implications of such. All right. So we definitely want to speak on that and hear some perspectives. We see where the government through the Ministry of Health, is saying that they have signed a MOU with the Philippines government or something like that to actually bring in more healthcare professionals. So I want to speak on that because, yes, Jamaica is booming right now in terms of economic growth and job creation and all those things, but what we are lacking right now is a lot of skilled professionals, It's a serious brain drain. So we definitely want to speak on that in that context about the brain drain. Teachers, them are left, are resign en masse because there are better options overseas, be it in North America or be it in England. Nurses, the same thing. Man, some doctors even left and gone. You understand me? I say police will resign from them job and gone. I even small island, Bahamas or Cayman, gone join the force or them things. So we definitely want to speak on the brain drain that's affecting Jamaica. Also, Julian Assange, we want to speak on that because it does tie into the free speech and freedom of the press and things like that, because his situation is a very, very interesting one. And we know how that transpired from 2000 and, let's say 2008 or 9. Remember the WikiLeaks, they dumped some cables on Jamaica as well, where them leak the US embassy cables about the communication and things like that. And you know, Bruce Golding did in the mix and other Jamaican politicians. So, you know, a lot of people who are familiar with international politics and things like that, they will be familiar with, you know, Julian Assange and them other ones and ones there, right? YouTube AI music, last but not least. Yeah, we want to touch on that because I see where YouTube is signing some partnership, right? Where they want to start to pretty much use AI to create music, but they sign the deal so they can use the artists, them voices, to clone it, so to speak, so they can create the AI music. So we definitely want to speak on that, time and space permitting. Just remember to hit that like button on your way in. Remember as well, if you want to join the panel and share your perspective, you are always welcome to do so. Providing that, you know, we keep it respectful. Big up to Carnel LV. Yeah, man, manners and respect. Chakadi. Yeah, man, big up yourself, you know. Yeah, man, definitely, man. You know, yeah, man. As people would say, and I agree, you know, with certain rights come certain responsibilities as well. So you might say it is your right to free speech, but that doesn't give you the right to defame anyone and slander anyone and spread misinformation that can undermine and discredit others. You know the thing goes. So at the end of the day, we're gonna speak on it. And we get some perspectives on it. You get what me I say? Um Zionville. Zionville. Yeah, man. Let's keep it respectful, me general. You know, we not have to get too emotional at the thing. You get what me I say? Me general. But big up yourself, you know the thing go. Island Spice, big up yourself, you know. Yeah, man. Respect for the check-in. You know the thing going on, my sister. A manners and respect. Every time. Let me see who's there. Tolati Blake. He make we know say Peter Phillips a CIA. Right, you know, yeah, man, you know, easy not to Blake. But yes, sir, Peter Phillips. But one can argue that still, you know. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, one can argue them things there still because member say over your side to Tolati Blake, man. Member say that's over your side, you know, man. Them have it said that's, you know, the thing go. You know, politics is a nasty something more time, and a whole heap of double agent. We have seen in the history of politics, not to say in Jamaica, but we have seen overseas. You know, yeah, man, people. What, couple of months ago they arrested this diplomat who was spying for Cuba for like 20 odd years. You get what me I say? And he was a, you know, US diplomat. So at the end of the day in politics, you have you know, moles, you have double agents, you have all kind of things. So you know what the thing go. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Let me see now. Big up to Andy Stevenson. Yeah, man. Big up, big up, big up. Well, you know, say Andy Stevenson, some people disagree. Yeah, because some people say, boy, it's a suppression, a free speech and things like that. But you know, yeah, man, I think that you know, when it comes down to slandering and defamation and spreading misinformation with the intent to undermine and discredit, that can be a problem. We actually see, I see in the news today where the Supreme Court did a ruling, you know, yeah, me soon bring that up too. The Supreme Court did a ruling on whereas government can address, the US government can address free speech issues in terms of misinformation with the you know, social media companies. So yeah, we definitely go and touch upon that one there. Big up to Gipodino, manners and respect, you know the thing going on. All right, so yeah, as me I say, people, so pretty much Andrew let's forward out and him say, boy, you know, this misinformation thing is a very serious thing, and we can't go around it because we have seen in the space that, you know, it's a lot of misinformation, a lot of slander. You know, yeah, man, we have all been the victims of it. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, in some way, shape, or form, people are just quick to slander you. You know, we have seen popular social media figures or personalities, people just slander them. You know, we see politicians. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. People might not like the JLP, so you know it go. A man have a YouTube channel, and him is a vlogger, and him just come out with some misinformation against the government. You know, we see politicians like Ian Eales run out and say, boy, prisoner bill. And when Juliet Cuthbert Flynn rebuke him with the facts, he went ahead to chop up one all-time 9-year-old voice recording, you know, and make it look like, say, boy, that was something new. So the misinformation thing runs deep, man. James Bond, yeah, big up me general, you know the thing go. Shim Campbell, yeah, man, bless up yourself, you know the thing go. Yeah, so as me assess still people, when it comes on to misinformation, it is a thin line sometimes, right? Because people will say you're trying to suppress free speech or freedom of expression, but there has to be a line drawn in the sand because trust me, disinformation is a very serious thing, and that's the reason why even in America right now, in an election year, you know, a lot of the media houses, that's why the Supreme Court actually, you know, did a ruling, whereas the government can, you know, pressure these social media platforms to protect against the spread of disinformation, because in a real life, we know the power of propaganda. You understand me? I say, and we realize that even in our little social media space, people are very mendacious. You know, people just love to sling the mud. You know, people say all kind of things. It's just lies, lies, lies. Nobody asks, you know, where's the evidence? What proof you have? No one questions anything. Big up to Maxine Anderson, respect for the check-in. I'm just saying, we are in a space right now and we understand how the social engineering construct works, right? Sometimes you might have your favorite vlogger or your favorite social media personality, and you religiously believe and accept everything that is said. You know, you don't fact check anything, you don't question anything, you just accept things to be so without doing your own little research. So we understand, you know, in the social media space, it can be problematic. It can be problematic in a sense, whereas when it comes on to government, when it comes on to the various aspects of government, the misinformation can be detrimental. And even in Jamaica, right, when it comes on to even elections, misinformation can be critical to national security. And that's the reason why even in the US, they make sure say here go on. Them clamp down on it because the deep fake thing is real. You have a lot of people out there, they will spread lies and propaganda and they will not stop. And they deliberately do it. They know as well, you know, what they're doing, you know. But unfortunately, the people who are with them or the people who are among them might not be aware of what the intentions are. And we see we're going in the US, you know, the whole January 6 settings, right? Whole heap of people gone to jail and prison and one bag of something because what? They really, really fell for some misinformation and they actually went ahead. You get what me I say, people believing things to be so when it was not. So at the end of the day, we cannot dismiss the importance of you know, protecting the integrity of the information, especially when it comes on to critical issues. You know, yeah, man. You know, fear mongering, you know, when a man say, boy, a year ago now, them plan to take over the country and go on with all kind of things. Them plan to lock down the people. Them. When people are speaking those things, it engenders fear. That is one, right? It also creates public distrust. You understand me? I say, and me for one, you know, I just think that when it comes on to government, you hold them accountable. But that no means you must tell lies and make up things. So we kind of realize in the YouTube space, yeah, man, the order of the day is the more lies you tell, is the more views and subscribers you get. Me can guarantee you that, because if I was into the propaganda and the conspiracy theory and things like that, and me talk some nonsense about Missy DPP, I actually enter through back door and exit through back door and all that nonsense. You understand me? I say, yeah, you know, say that's no one asks for any proof. No one say here you go now. Where you get that from? No, Amanda said the DPP was leaving through the back door and entering through the back door, and people just accept that to be so. So at the end of the day, yeah, man, once you deal with conspiracy and mix up and lies and, yeah, man, misinformation, yeah, you will get the numbers. But at the end of the day, yeah, for me, it's not about, attracting everybody. We just want to attract like-minded people who pretty much are based on the information being factual or the information being credible, not because we over here a sling mud or a slander anybody. Yeah, man, respect Anne-Marie, yeah, man, for the confirmation with that, because it is a real issue. You get what I say? And I think the Supreme Court voted 6-3, especially in an election year. Tomorrow, I think it's gonna be Trump and Biden are gonna debate. You know the thing go, we might speak on it about Friday or so. But the misinformation thing is a very, very serious matter. Especially when you have people who are very popular and it creates that cult of personality where whatever they say is accepted as gospel. Jerome Young, yeah, bless up my general, man, as I respect, Yeah, so I'm just saying, people, while we are in an age where this information is prevalent and all over the place and easily accessible or readily accessible, information, right, misinformation can also be detrimental for any democratic society, because one, it can engender fear, it can create public distrust, it can also create mass hysteria. You understand me? I say it can create so many negative implications for a stable democracy. And we see how propaganda works. We know how propaganda works. Even in Germany side, there was this one. When name again now, Joseph Goebbels, right? Yeah, man, he was the propaganda man in the 1930s and early 40s. When Germany did go on with them thing down there, right? And these people were experts at what they did. Yeah, man, I think he said, tell a lie 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. Or you say you repeat a lie over and over, automatically it will be accepted as the truth. So people understand human psychology as well. So you just start repeat something over and over. Once you repeat it over and over, no one questions if it's the truth. Because at the pace in which you're repeating it, them really become insulated and say, yeah, man, them accept it to be so. So information, misinformation, right, being deliberately conveyed to engender fear and public mistrust, yeah, man, at the end of the day, it is a serious problem. And for those who are playing politics with it, yeah, it's just a sad situation. You know the thing go. Maxine Anderson, yeah, man, respect. You know the thing going. That's why, as me say, we just kind of appreciate, the ones and ones who are like-minded people who embrace information being conveyed from a factual point of view. Not because you like what me say, but it should have some degree of facts. Anytime these people start to question their favorite vloggers, that are when story come to bump. And we see the whole of them, the whole of them, misinformation, lies, right? Them just put some talking points together and then put some anecdotals and then put some whataboutism, and the rest is history. You understand me? I say, remember, people, just drop some likes on the stream. I think I want 13 more subscribers to get to 3,800. So if you have not yet subscribed, yeah, please feel free to do so. And big up to all the silent listeners, them as well, again, wherever you are. Yes, so my point is, when it comes on to misinformation, it is a serious thing. We have seen so many cases of it. I remember with the Donnelly matter, right? When Donnelly went missing, and some people, they really made a name on social media for the whole Donnelly thing. And I remember some names were being called left, right, and center. And when you look at the whole matter, them people don't have nothing to do with it. You understand me? I say, remember one time they put up one policeman name and him picture and say he must come from Old Harbor and him involved, right? I remember when them said us, Noel Maitland baby mother And trust me, if people saw her on the road, imagine what they would have done to her at the time, because it was a lot of public anger and rage. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. So me know say, what's her name again? What is Noel Maitland baby mother name again, man? Long story short though, people were pointing to her that she was in there. And people were asking the questions. Were you in the house with Donnelly on the night and things like that? And they really, really slandered that woman, right? It is shocking to me how she don't sue some of them. But me I show you how the fake news operate and the conspiracy theory can dominate the space. I remember that particular incident, whereas, in a real life, they slandered the woman. They said she was responsible, and everybody was always with it. Nobody questioned anything. Big up in a wavy. Fake news is too broad of a term. So the fake news thing, I think I would more credit Trump with that term then. Trump kind of start use that term then about 2016, and it does pick up speed because he was using it a lot. You get what I say? But we do understand what he means though. When somebody say fake news, it does simply mean say it's not accurate, it's not reliable. But I think Trump did kind of bring that forward still. You get what I say? Big up to how can I speak on this, manners and respect me, general. Big up yourself. Respect to the Canadian massive there. You know what the thing go. No, Robert. I'm not gonna agree with it to say that fake news can be applied to anything, because remember, say fake news is only fake news if it's not accurate, right? If it's not accurate, if it's not reliable, yeah, that's how it becomes fake news, right? Just like how me can slander you and say, boy, yeah, man, say the boy Robert him thief $2 million. I'm have it out there peddle it when nothing no go so. You get what I say? That is fake news because it's inaccurate. So I think that term was really pretty much amplified by Trump or coined by him somewhat. You get what I say? Yeah. Jamon, big up yourself in the manners and respect, Imhotep, remember the guy them accidentally dirt when them post in picture. I think I did Upper St. Thomas. I remember when they were looking for the guy there. Remember the guy where they take for the little pitney them and them something there? Where they get to over Portland side and there are St. Thomas and them something there. And they were looking for him, right? And when them a look for him and them see one next person and say, yeah man, is him that? Yeah, for real, and the map them deal with the youth away. And at the end of the day, is the wrong person. So it just goes to show sometimes, especially when people are very angry, what can happen. Gavil, remember when you're up on the screen, me general, you can't go on with no smoking. Just go smoke on one corner. We can't have it on the screen like that. You see it?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, man, no problem. So I make you know because YouTube will kind of flag the thing. You get me? I say, so just be mindful of that. You get me? Yeah, man. You can't cut the camera when you want to just do a little puff on the corner and them
Me
something.
know how to do it. Me know how to do it, bro. No.
All right, cool. So what say you, Gavil, where you going with?
It's just sure to say what I've been saying, that the JLP and the PMP is not of the people them. Because when the people them are come out contact, whether they are wrong or they're right, they're not allowing the people them to talk. It's just parenthood. So politics run off parenthood. So everybody in Jamaica, no matter how intellect you be, no matter how much money you have, politics run off parenthood. Yeah, them parents then tell you what to do and what to say. That's what Andrew Owners want to do. Me not burn them out now, not talk about, bro. There's no parenthood around here, nigga. And Andrew Owners, you better shut up your bumbo hole, nigga, cause PMP have more money than Uno.
Yo, where the audio go? What up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm just saying that I know you were. No, I get that feedback on your end, Robert.
No, I'm sorry. It's me. All right. Just wanted to make sure everything was good. My fault.
All right, cool. So, yeah, I'm just saying, like, what is your take on things? I'm not sure if you're following up, the Jamaican aspect of it. And I know, since you're in America as well, you can allude to instances. And I'm not sure if you saw the news today with the Supreme Court ruling on that. But, what's your perspective on this, Andrew, unless being concerned?
So I watched the Sir P video, if that matters for anything. So I know as much as what Sir P said
No,
in
it
his
doesn't.
most recent video.
Doesn't matter.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Yeah, go through.
Um. So you know, I feel like there's two things. I feel like social. All right. I feel like there's already things on. There are already tools available to deal with people spreading misinformation or slanderous information about you. Right. That's one. Um. Two. I don't think that a person should be jailed for quote unquote fake news because a lot of the times people are just ignorant in the sense that like they might actually believe that to be true. So you like punishing somebody for their truth based on the evidence that they get is I don't know. I just think that it creates a bad precedence and it's like a tool that the government will be able to use to prosecute people who kind of are dissenting against the message that they relay. So I feel like the damage that something like this would cause is worse than the solution that the thing that it's trying to solve. I hear what you say about mob violence and jungle justice, and I don't think that those are unfair points and arguments. But I think that that responsibility doesn't solely. So I'm not saying they have no responsibility, but I don't know if the responsibility solely falls on that person. Because me seeing somebody did something, that's not an excuse for you to go and kill them. Go and call the police. You feel me? And I get it. The culture is different and all that stuff. That's not an excuse. People like to use culture as an excuse for their actions, and it's not an excuse. Slavery was a culture. Racism is a culture. That's not an excuse to continue doing it. You know what I'm saying? So like I get it. People don't want to call police. They want to deal with it themselves. Just because that's a part of the culture doesn't mean that it's right. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have its own consequences, which are already rules on the book. So, in closing, I think that freedom of speech is more important than enforcing so-called fake news laws. That's it.
All right, cool. Big up to Michelle Clark. You know the thing go. Big up to the free thinker. You know the thing go, Yeah, man. Big up to all the ones and ones them in the building. Remember to just drop a like on the stream, please, and thank you. All right. So, case in point, Robert, right? All right. This here, right? That's on the screen.
Yeah, I read about this. The airbag deployed a metal in them.
When this occurred, right? The news report was that this cleaner person was carned up.
Yeah, I saw.
You know what I'm saying?
About this case.
Right.
I know.
There was a nationwide condemnation. We saw the Press Association of Jamaica come out and condemn it. Everybody came out and condemn it. And people were saying it's an attack against journalism and journalists and the media and things like that. Low and behold, them a come tell we now say nothing never goes so. You get what I'm saying, my general? So I'm not using the misinformation conversation to validate this point. I am just showing you sometimes proper investigation takes place, right? These are the things that will occur. Make sense? Entertainment. Big up my general. Respect for the check-in. That avatar.
Let me respond to that, brother. Let me respond to that. So 2 points. Yeah. I'm gonna give you the response to this and then the entertainment angle. So the first point is this. I don't necessarily think that this case with him dying the way he died. Because so what the original story was is that he got shot. He went in his car trying to drive to the hospital, passed out, and crashed into a telephone booth. Right now, they revealed that what happened was is he was driving. He got into an accident, and a piece of metal that was on, like people have like ornaments and stuff like that in their car. When the airbag deployed, it literally put because the airbag deploys at crazy speed. It pushed a piece of metal through the left bottom side of his chest, and that caused him to die. Now, it says that right there. I'm bugging. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that it said it right there in the top right. My bad. Anyway, so my point is this. This is a case for second and third opinions. That's why we don't just rely on one doctor, one opinion. We get a second opinion and we get a third opinion because doctors are humans and they're not infallible. So this, to me, is more of a case of why we need independent opinions. Like, the government medical doctor said that it was a gunshot, but when he went to the funeral home and they did the autopsy is when they found out that it wasn't a gunshot, correct? And the second point I wanted to make is this. When it comes to fake news and entertainment, a lot of that is manufactured by those same artists. They pay money to different blog sites to promote news or knock down news, and that stuff helps, keep them in the spotlight and help them sell records. So it's like, I feel like that fake news is like a slippery slope when you start to use that term because it can be a very big blanket term. So that's why I feel like free speech, at the end of the day, we have to defend free speech at almost every cost, low key. That was
All right. So the thing is now, Robert, right? The Prime Minister, was pointing to some instances and, he gave some case in points, right? And he said that there was one instance where someone made some slanderous and, defamatory comments and whatever. And when they check it out and find out the person was actually doing it on behalf of a political party.
Of another political party. Yeah, right. I saw the clip. I saw it.
Right. So I'm just saying now, right? I agree that the average person out there, I say a little thing or one entertainer, just like how me I watch Rick Stam vlog yesterday, and we here said that's the one when him RT Boss, we claim say my Obia man, him say, oh, he died. And then
I saw that shit.
Good. And then now about 3 hours after him say I am alive again. So you kind of realize say, yeah, them people will do that for the bagger and the mix up. But when it comes down to like politics and what we see with the YouTube vloggers who engage in the political discussions, especially the ones who are anti-government or anti-JLP, and it goes both ways because the vloggers where support the PNP or the risers, them do it a lot. And you have JLP bloggers who say them are JLP, them spread the misinformation too. So my point is, a lot of these platforms, we're talking about political operatives, right? Because it's different when somebody might just want to do it for a little shock value or if you get little views or go viral or trending, right? But when you have political operatives with YouTube platforms spreading misinformation, knowing that it is misinformation, however, it is intended to undermine and discredit the government and things like that.
No. So wait, Imhotep. So
yeah.
Imhotep. So here's the answer to that. So there's a solution for that, and the solution isn't clamping down on free speech. This is the solution. In America, they have this. When you are advocating for certain companies, you have to register as a lobbyist, or you have to register, like even on social media. If you are promoting a message for a certain candidate, you actually technically have to list that and register that. If not, you can get your content taken down from a lot of different providers. So the point is that like maybe the government could require that if you're being paid or financed by any political party, that you have to register or you have to mention that. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, there you go. That's a perfect example. I don't know if you notice on YouTube when people do product videos, right? Unboxings and stuff like that. They say this product is this video is sponsored by XYZ. They have to do that. That's a part of YouTube's terms of agreement. If what you're if what you're unboxing you didn't pay for with your own money, you have to mention that. So things like that are ways for the government to curtail people who have nefarious views in that way without having to clamp down on freedom of speech as a whole. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that part. I get that part. And that's the reason why, as me say, big up to Janet Selby, you know. Yeah, man, respect Janet Selby. I know you asked a question about what is freedom of speech, right? And you know, we know what is defined, man. You know, it's the right of citizens to express themselves. However, it is subjective. You understand me? I say because you can't threaten somebody and then you're gonna say freedom of speech. You understand? You can't endanger somebody's life and say freedom of speech. You can't defame somebody and slander them and say it's freedom of speech or freedom of expression. So freedom of speech is not absolute. It is subjective, right? And it is conditional. Big up Fitzroy Reed, respect for the check-in. Tishima Dunkley, big up, you know, my sister, you know the thing going on. Denise X, big up Denise. Yeah, man, respect Denise. Kid, yeah, man, big up, big up, big up. You know what the thing go. Shim Campbell, yeah, man, big up, big up. Ricky Tan, big up in my general. Manners and respect. Remember to drop a like on the stream. Everyone we check in, we appreciate that. And also remember, we need like about 13 more subscribers to 3,800. So if you have a next phone or nothing like that, and you rate the thing, you can drop a subscription now, we can reach to the 3,800. So respect for that. So what I'm saying now is that, Robert, there are aspects of freedom of speech that is not an issue. You understand me? I say, but in the context of Jamaica, and we're talking about political operatives as well. Yeah, it can destabilize the country. You understand me? I say, I remember, when someone was saying that. Listen to this now. Peter Bunting was at a political rally, right? And him say, you know, the government has a new spark program, must say 40 billion. Them say fix up the road, them and fix up road in a constituencies, whatever, whatever. And Peter Bunting step out brawling and say, boy, he prophesied that you know, it's the contract is gonna go to the Chinese, and he prophesied that the Chinese them are give the government some of the money for line them pockets. And these are just misinformation, because at the end of the day, it is intended to undermine and discredit the government. Because what you say is that, one, the government is corrupt, them are deal with nepotism. You get what me I say? When you are say you prophesied it, you understand me I say you don't have no evidence, nothing like that. And next man forward out and say, here we go on, 3 prisoner bill.
That's freedom of religion. But look, Imhotep, that's freedom of religion. I prophesied.
No, man. No, man. No, man. We're not talking about the religious part, man. I'm gonna say, when on a political platform, yeah, that's not no religious thing, man. You get what me I say? Because the man is saying prophesy.
I agree. Obviously, right. I agree, but
right.
You know.
Right. But I'm just saying, the next man forward out and say, boy, here we go on. You know what say? This JLP politician is giving away free water drums, and the people them go to one business place, go threaten the person and say then get free water drums when nothing no go so. The same person come back and must say that's our next man. We know about Ian Niels come out and say 3 prisoner bill. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. When nothing no go so. You understand me I say? Big up to Dead D in the building, you know. Yeah, man. Jeron, yeah, man. Big up yourself, and you know what thing going on.
I mean, yeah, you know, there are countries already in the world who have like more strict approaches to social media, like Russia, for example. In Russia, it's illegal to speak negatively about the government and like talk negatively about the war and stuff like that. You go to jail for that just for posting it on social media. China and other countries in the Asian Pacific. But is that really where we want to go?
No. And that's why I'm not gonna compare Jamaica with those countries, because
no, I know you're not. I'm just saying the sense that like the idea of being able to censor what we think is false or what they think is fake. Because like that's why I don't know. I just think it's a tricky thing in that once you open up that can, it's gonna be hard to close it. So it's like I'd rather just keep it closed.
All right, but the thing is this now, you know, Robert, right? There are legal frameworks in place, right? there are legal frameworks in place that defines what it is and things like that, right? All right. So let me just read this just for some context. You get what I'm saying? And this is from the the Washington Post people, right? And it says Supreme Court allows White House contacts with social media platforms. And it's a Trump immunity still undecided. I'm reading this now. The Supreme Court still has multiple blockbuster decisions set to drop. The major cases still outstanding include hot button issues such as the abortion and the power of federal agencies and former President Donald Trump's claim that he is immune from prosecution and election interference. On Wednesday, the court rejected an effort to limit White House contacts with social media firms to flag disinformation. A divided court said the challengers did not have legal standing to bring the case. The term usually wraps up by the end of June, and Friday is the last weekday of the month. So I think they are expecting some other rulings come Friday. The justices have already said more decisions are coming Thursday and Friday. With at least 9 major rulings left, it seems likely they will continue their term into July. So what this says is that the government, you get what me I say? Yes, have the legal right to engage with social media platforms to stop the spread of this information. And there were some challengers to that who were saying that it's an infringement on their First Amendment. You get what me I say? So the reality is that they challenge it in the court, and the Supreme Court rules say, yeah, man, the government, yeah, man, they can do what they are doing in terms of engaging with social media platform because
of course they can. Of course they can. Wait 1 second, brother. Of course they can. Listen, Facebook is a private company. Like, we don't have a constitutional right to Facebook. You know, it's a private website. They could ban you tomorrow. You don't pay no money for that. You know, people treat it like it's their right, but it's nothing. You know, so a private business is doing business with the government, like billions of other companies do. So I don't see no issue with it at all.
Right.
Big spliff. Yeah, man, big up in a big spliff. All right, so let me hear where Reading Palace have to say about the reason there. Big up, me general. What you say?
Yeah, man, big up, man, big up. Yeah, I'm kind of siding on the side of free speech. I believe, just like Robert just mentioned, there are other mechanisms by which we can use to balance the playing field when it comes to misinformation and disinformation.
Yes.
When governments start talking about criminalizing that,
we should be worried.
Yeah. That, to me, that's a bad move, and we should never allow the door to be open on that, because rights taken away are never returned. And then yeah, we might have a government right now that is friendly and that will not abuse that power. But
talk true. Yes,
we're
talk
not going to have
true.
a tyrant in the future that is going to take that to an extreme level. Right?
Great point. Great point.
So that's the issue with I was kind of when I saw what Andrew Holness and I don't really know if he said it, but I saw indication that he's that they was planning or he was thinking about doing such things, such as I guess passing laws that would criminalize misinformation, right? And my worry for his government is that that's walking into a minefield, right? Because if your opponent is already criticizing you and trying to make it seem like you are a dictator and trying to make it seem like, there should be concerns about your governance, and also in terms of people's rights, then if you have an opponent that is trying to make you unpopular on those grounds, and then you decide to pass a law that could potentially impact your opponent's ability to make speech without being in prison. And your opponent may actually decide to challenge that law publicly by saying stuff, and then put you in the position of making such arrests. Now you look like you are arresting your political opponents because they're practicing what they believe should be their right to free speech. So I think that's a minefield that he should be concerned about.
Yeah, and could you imagine if America tried something like this? Half the country would be
Yeah,
in prison. Half the country would be in prison. Yeah,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
just a power play. This is just make sure that I get election. Like this is just a power.
Because when you think about it, political campaigns, a lot of misinformation and disinformation gets spread during political campaigns. So it could become very dicey when you start trying to criminalize, those type of things.
Right. Big up Fly Eye. Dr. K. Yeah, man. Big up
Hey,
yourself.
one thing. Well,
One
I'm
second,
sorry, I'm
Robert.
gonna.
Hold on, Robert, man. We soon get the mic. Know yourself. Yeah, big up Dr. K, manners and respect, J. Harper, big up yourself, all the ones and ones, big up yourself. All right, go to Robert.
Yeah, and I feel like your boy, your boy P said made a great point. Like if the government, and honestly, I don't really think it's a great technological flex to say that you could track people who use social media. All you gotta do as a government body is send a subpoena to Facebook. It's not that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like he's making it seem like they got a freaking agency of 30 people at computers tracking people down. Like this is not like some gigantic flex. So I feel like the fact that they even like making a big deal about this or even talking about trying to make laws behind it, I think that's a joke. It's really just a joke.
I remember, there was a case recently, right? In the U.S. Imhotep kind of touched on the subject a little bit, and this case was recently ruled on by the Supreme Court, right? And this is in New York. New York State was sued by the what's that company's name? The Rifle Association. I don't remember but
Right.
they
The
sued New
NRA.
York State
Yes.
because New York State was threatening insurance companies that were doing business with them, and to coerce those insurance companies not to do business with the National Rifle Association, NRA, right? And so the NRA sued them, and it went to the Supreme Court. That case was joined by, I believe, the ACLU on the side of the NRA, because when the government didn't, like, the Constitution does not allow the government to stifle your right to free speech. And the Supreme Court ruled that in that regard, right, the government, whatever the government is not allowed to do publicly, they are also not allowed to do privately. So they cannot coerce private companies into not doing business with you, right? So there's, there are a number of cases between the Supreme Court that I believe once all these cases are decided, what's going to happen is it's going to get the power that the government has to regulate certain things, or to coerce companies like Facebook. Whatever leeway they are being given by the Supreme Court through the ruling of these various cases is going to make that band very narrow. And I believe that's what's going to happen effectively, because that same court earlier this year also ruled against the government in part in some of its actions that it took with social media to stifle free speech, right? So we should wait and see exactly what's going to happen with all these cases. But free speech is very, very sensitive, and so the approach to regulate it or to regulate misinformation and disinformation has to be very narrow. Whatever leeway the government gets, it has to be very narrow. Can't be broad.
Right. So reading Palace, even though more can I take it back a little local. But the ruling by the Supreme Court today, right? Yeah, I mean, people have to just hold that rule in there, no. Them can't go around that rule in there,
Let me
right?
explain it though.
They
So
can't,
very quickly,
Imhotep,
1 second, Robert.
Imhotep,
Yeah.
pay attention to the grounds, like what you mentioned, right? They said the party that brought the case didn't have any standing,
Right.
so that they ruled along that ground, right? They did not rule on the matter that was brought before them. So we got to
Right.
pay attention to that,
On the legality of it.
right?
But
yeah,
but those persons were arguing against their First Amendment rights being infringed on, and they are
Right,
U.S.
but
citizens.
it depends on the particulars of the case. There has to be some reason why the court said they had no standing. It could be that they themselves didn't have their rights, their free speech infringed upon. So they, it could be some technicality that was involved. I don't know the specifics, but there may have been a technicality involved that disqualified them from bringing that case before the court.
But the thing is, big up to all the ones and ones, Denzel and GW876, big up yourself, the thing going on. Remember people, if you want to join the panel, the link is pinned at the top. Yeah, from time to time we'll drop it in the chat as well.
Imhotep,
Yeah,
I saw someone, Maxine Anderson said, so is it okay for a person to scandal another person's reputation? No, it was never legal for anyone to scandal another person's reputation. We have libel laws, right? We have laws already in place to deal with that. People could sue you for spreading false information on them.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, and again, now I spoke on it, a couple nights ago, and they do have the part of the cyber crimes act. It also encompasses using the social media to do certain things, whether to intimidate others.
you got the court transcript link, Imhotep.
I'm sorry.
You got the transcript link for the Supreme Court ruling. You saw it already?
No, I don't have it.
Yeah, it's like 35 pages though.
Yeah,
Go ahead, I can send it to you.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So let me just make foresight say I'll look a quick thing there, the thing go. So go to foresight. Where you go out?
Good night. Well, go on. Bless up the panel,
Yeah, man. Bless up. What is your take on the whole reasoning where Andrew Wallace I say? Because I kind of keep it a little local, a little bit. When we can segue, over American yard from time to time. But what is your take on where Andrew Wallace I say? Because I think some interpretation of it is that him does come off of people when him a say boy people who people out there where I say remember the whole roadcraft thing, and people out there say him did breed her and she must sit dash it way, and man vloggers who did I say Rhoda was seen going into Jamaica house with Andrew Wallace and all kind of things. So those are the things I think whereas people are slandering people. I remember when Philip Palwell, right? Remember with Leoda Bradshaw's situation that is still pending. I remember how people drag Mr. Palwell through the mud. You get what I'm saying? And say he's guilty. Even Robert, them favorite vlogger too, where him just quote earlier Sir P, drag Mr. Palwell through the mud, him present no evidence on Mr. Palwell. Not one iota, not an ounce of evidence. And I am saying these are the people that are influential with platforms as well. And I'm not talking him alone. I'm saying in general, people who have influence on platforms and they use it to say certain things, like even when them drag Mr. Palwell name through the mud and them something there. You understand me? I say with the whole situation, them couldn't even respect the man and in privacy with what go on and make the police deal with it. So those are instances where one can say people are deliberately spreading misinformation to undermine and discredit. So, that is just where, that is just a point where I might agree to say, here we go on. When things are deliberately done, because we're not talking about innocent, naive people, or a man just want to go viral and him fake him death and whatever, or him just spread some gossip and leak a voice note and a mix up. No, we're talking about people deliberately spreading the disinformation, which is intended to undermine and discredit and destabilize and cause mass hysteria and public outcry and distrust and them something there. Those things.
I mean, I hear you.
I would
I hear
say,
you. I get what you.
hold on.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I gonna make foresight say a thing. Me just want show him
No, I wasn't
the
talking. I
angle.
was disagreeing with you.
No,
I
no,
wasn't
yeah, no
talking. I was
problem.
disagreeing. Go ahead, for.
Yeah, I'm just saying, right? And Robert, I don't want you to talk too fast and cut off, man. Anything you ready? Me give you the mic and you just say a little thing, man. You get what me I say? Me don't want you to feel like you have to talk fast, you know? You do a thing on me general. So we'll definitely
I'm about
give
to
you the
actually
mic.
get some food, so I'll be back in like 30 minutes. But go ahead, for.
Yeah, man, no problem. All right, so go to foresight, let me hear what you say, and then Subi can say a thing after.
all right. To me, it's a real concern, right? There's an aspect of it that, as it relates to the timing and it coming across as a bit personal, that may have a problem with. But the overall message or the overall attempt, our idea of making it a real concern and something that needs to be looked at, I don't have an issue with it. But here what happened now. I'm gonna just say this. I think it's been taken out of context. A lot of people are around with, oh, Andrew. When me hear people say, Andrew, I want for he wants to restrain free speech. And I don't see it as that. The man blatantly say persons who are telling lies, right? Meaning say you are say something when I go so. It's not about saying something negative, right? You can say the roads them want fix. You can say the hospitals in poor condition. That I know what the man talk about. Because the man even never come out when them talk about the whole roadcraft thing and all them someday. Right? Even though some of those might be lie, yeah, as well. But I'm talking about the man specifically say, when you know directly say you tell a lie and go out there and say things that might be defamatory and libelous, right? That specifically the man I talk about, I'm gonna say nothing wrong with that. Because this can cost people them life, brother. You can't have a man come up and say, say a Imhotep, go around this so and tell the people them or set up the people them. You understand? Figure do that man there some harm or do that man there, cause me I try to avoid certain words on it. Right? And a man come back now. No say a lie ma tell upon you and set you up, And you are go to him man and go approach him like a brother same way. And when you run up in a danger, brother, because the man tell lie, a man tell lie upon you, say you do them people the things. Now these things are things where we're looking at, but because now people are blinded by who them support and which part of them support. So truth sometimes and reasonable ideas sometimes go through the window because a man disagree with the idea, he might disagree with the messenger. You understand? When it comes on to it suiting him, if he turn the scenario a different way, where Andrew say it, and him become a victim of that same thing, right? Him talk differently. And him support the idea of say, no man, this needs to stop. But because I come from Andrew now and I must say, say me not really, me is not a JLP or me is not a PNP or whatever. Him decide, me not really not give no support to it because Andrew said. That's my take on it.
Right.
All right. Sorry,
One second, Winning Palace.
Go on.
Yeah, because I think we have to draw the line, as where foresight said, between naive, innocent people who have no ill intentions or nothing untoward, right? A man might want a little viral moment in just tell a lie. You get what I say, and whatever, right? That is not considered a big deal. The problem I also see as well is when you have a group of people who their sole purpose is to spread the misinformation and the lies and the character assassinations and the defamations. That is where it can be problematic when you have a group of people who their sole purpose and their sole agenda is the dissemination of the lies and the propaganda. 1 second, Reading Palace. Make Subi say a thing and then it's over to you after. All right, my general?
Yeah, man.
All right, go to Subi.
Heal up, General.
Yeah,
Big
man.
up.
Heal up, panel. People in the audience. But listen to me, I must say we have talked about this from ever since, Imhotep. And then first we have talked about this, because people seem to don't realize that You have misinformation and you have disinformation. I don't know if you spoke on that earlier on. The difference with misinformation and disinformation. So people have to
No, no,
understand.
I haven't spoken on that as yet. But if you want to, elaborate, you can go ahead, man.
So misinformation is when we say something that's not factual. It's when I say, as you said before, a person may have the information wrong. That is misinformation. You're spreading a narrative, or you're spreading you're spreading something that is not true. But when you deliberately know say something a lie, and even when evidence is presented, you still has proliferate that lie there. That is disinformation. Case in point, Mark Golding spreading disinformation. You see? Because when he goes on stage and say the PMP the journalists put gag order on people, so they can't talk about the illicit six or whatever in the commission, the IC commission investigation. We know so that is disinformation because Andrew Holness cannot even speak on it himself. We know so it's disinformation when you're saying Andrew Holness need to come and speak about his statutory declaration. And you keep pushing that and keep pushing that, and everywhere you go, you're saying the same thing. Even when you see him once say he cannot do it. You see him one did a sit down with the gleaner and said it has to go to Parliament and table. And nobody, even the Integrity Commission Act states clearly that they cannot release information on anyone until the investigation is completed and sent to Parliament and table. So that is disinformation. And those are the type of things that we have a problem with. When again Mark Golding, because he seems like he's setting the standard for disinformation. When he goes to a platform and he says 21 billion is already spent on the Cornwall Regional Hospital, that is disinformation. Furthermore, when it was cleared up, he did not come out and clarify his argument. To this day, it's still on his page. That is disinformation, brother. And that is misleading the public. So the people where see some people claim that them have sense are riled up against Andrew Holness. Andrew Holness said nothing wrong. And it should not matter when him say it. The fact still remains that it is happening. And if it is happening, there must be something consequential about it. You must bear the consequence of putting people's lives in danger, getting people fired, getting people to lose their jobs. That is what's happening.
Right. At the end of the day, we have seen a lot. Remember Subi with the whole the Donnelly thing there. You get what me I say?
Crazy. That was crazy.
How them blame our next policeman
the police lady, the policeman
right.
wife.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, him girlfriend and ex police where them put out all him picture and him name and say come
Put the
from
man picture and the man name, and that is how we end up in an argument with them. Because we are saying, we cannot do that. And that's what I was saying. We're saying we can't do that.
And a war go on, and then now we just say, yeah, well, load them over they say, yeah, man. Yeah, man, a real talk, man. Remember that, man? Remember that was on Facebook days, bro. Remember that? So people might feel like, say, I just know we are talking about these things. A long time we are talking about these things, people.
Brother, we are talking about from all know the police lady not even under investigation, brother.
Right. Mm-hmm.
When Robot Man put out, say, Philip Palwell.
Right. Yeah.
Is involved in the whatever happened. That is disinformation, Virgin. You have no evidence to support what you say, bro.
True.
And that's why I'm run out so quick and put out video, because he knows that if they pass a law, a cyber law, whatever law they pass, a clap down on these things, him have to go keep it 100.
No, but the legal framework is already there. It's not nothing new.
It just need to be well. You know what?
No,
maybe it just need to be. It just need to be carried out.
No, that's the thing. What Andrew was saying is that I just the lawsuit them now take place, you know. But the
Exactly.
legal framework is
Exactly,
there
Imhotep.
already.
And this is what I want to say now. A lot of people
Hold
are
on, hold
run
on,
with
hold
this
on.
notion.
1 second, Foresight. Let me make Reading Palace. Just say what Ima say, and then it's over to you, Foresight.
Yeah, may I agree that you know, misinformation and disinformation is a important topic, and that it should not be taken lightly. However, when we talk about you know, someone knowingly, that is very subjective, because how do you determine that someone knowingly do some you know, is knowingly lying? You know, people can spread lies, people can spread disinformation and misinformation unintentionally. And
Come on, Reading Palace. But go
no,
ahead.
no,
No, make him finish. Make
Virgin,
him finish. Make
Virgin,
him
let me
finish.
finish.
So I'm gonna make him finish.
Yeah, yeah, please. You know,
Remember, you are gonna respond
I
no Foresight. So just hold
yeah,
on.
listen,
Yeah,
these are my stutter, you know, my stammer when we talk sometime, all right? So when people interrupt me, it is very difficult for me. So
right, which
please, let
way
me
you have?
just finish.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. Got you.
Yeah. So may agree it's a serious issue. I just believe that when it comes down to um, putting that power in the hands of government, and then we're talking about people knowingly doing things. And as I said, we can trust Andrew Holness. I don't believe he means harm. I believe that he's genuinely trying to address an issue of concern. But when we put certain power in the hands of government, and we don't have control of who is going to take that power in the future and how they're going to use it, that's what we should be concerned about. So sometimes we just have to take the good with the bad. We already have mechanisms within the laws that exist now to deal with people who spread disinformation and misinformation. When it's a matter of your reputation, you can, you know, lawsuits can be filed, right? And
Reading
when a
Palace.
person,
I'm sorry,
yeah,
1 second I got today. Let's try listen. Any music in the background?
you know, somebody I play music, not in my house.
Yeah, man, but that is, yeah, if you can go one quiet spot because it will flag the stream, you know.
All
In a
right,
real
all
life.
right.
You
Yeah,
get
it's
me?
not in my house, you know. I'm from talking from outside.
No, me understand, man. I don't know
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you know you can
Yeah,
see.
I see him. So what may I do? When we do the thing in
yeah,
Washington
yes.
now. I
Right.
feed, I pick up in the Imhotep and the person, and the Bob Marley song with the man I'm playing at the distance, pick up in
Yeah,
the
man.
feed, you know.
Yeah, and they
So
flag
Ah,
it's
it.
a good thing. A
all
good
right.
thing you never even carry it on your thing.
Yeah, in a real
So,
life too. Yeah, because yeah, it may not get flagged. We have to take down the line.
Yeah, bro.
We
Yeah.
have to delete it in a real life. You get me? I say.
And by the time
yeah,
you
man.
realize them already, it's a good thing. They don't flag me, them claim it.
Right. So you just left it right there. You just
Yeah,
delete
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Ring
So
Palace.
yeah,
Sorry for
so
cut you.
go to Reading Palace and land and then Foresight after.
Well,
But
yeah,
yeah, be
yeah. Well,
mindful of that.
we're not gonna know. I mean, I think you guys get the gist of what I was saying. You know, we have to
Right.
be. This is an issue that has to be approached very sensitively, because it's not just Andrew. You know, we're not gonna politicize this. It's an issue that concerns everybody. So we can't just be looking at Andrew Holness or Mark Golden. We have to look at the future. We don't know who's gonna come about in the future and how this can be abused. So we have it's an issue that should be approached very carefully. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And you see, the reality is that when it comes down to legal actions, yeah, it has to be without prejudice too. So at the end of the day, the approach by the government, right? It has to have some degree of merit. And what we can't do is to dismiss the fact that you have some people out there who their only agenda is to target certain people. So at the end of the day, the law will show who is who. Because we can't deny them type of people that were out there too. So I do understand your concern, but at the same time, this conversation where Andrew wants to put forward, it's not geared towards no innocent person, no law-abiding person. And there's some people where say them deliberately spread the misinformation to undermine and discredit the government and destabilize the country and all those things in a real life. So those are the aspects of the free speech thing we really have to take a very good look at. All right, go to Foresight, let me hear what I say, and then Rickitan can say a
Yeah.
thing.
All right. So um I think we'll take Andrew's statement out of context. And a lot of people are add what I want to add to it, because even this idea that there will be new laws coming to silence vloggers, the man didn't say anything to suggest that there will be new laws. It could just mean, as you say, Imhotep, that he's now going to enforce laws that are already in place, right? So when he say they will taking steps, right? Are taking actions. It doesn't necessarily have to mean new laws. You understand? Because he did say earlier, and he gave an example about a youngster, and him say just out of consciousness, where him never really take legal action against the youngster. It could mean that, and everybody knows, so I gonna be so fortunate in the future. Another thing now, Reading Palace, when you say a lot of people can spread information not knowing that they are doing so, right? But Mr. Vegas would have earlier give you some examples, right? Where even after, the matter or the misinformation that was spread has been addressed and there have been adequate answers for sure, say, not no go so. You have people who still have the misinformation on them page, brother, or the disinformation on them page. So it show them true intention, right? And their true determination to mislead people into accepting lies, brother. So sometimes you have clear cases where you can see people intentional just to mislead and tarnish reputations, right? So it's not a case where, and remember, any law, you're going to use your conscience, It's not, once a law is there, you can choose whether or not to enforce it and how to interpret the law, right? But the answer cannot be not having the law any at all. It's better to have the law and to decide when and when to apply the law than to not have the law to apply in the first instance, right? So every law is like that. And that's why you have a court, right? And a court proceeding and hearing and all that. That's why you have that. But it cannot be that we just, because we have to worry about, some people might know and this and that, we don't have the law in it at all. We still have to put the laws in place and something has to be done about it. You understand? How we manage that? Then that is the next conversation that we could have. But the decision has to be that something has to be done about it. That's all I have to say.
Yes. So Imhotep, can I respond to that briefly?
Yeah, man, definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I do not disagree with you. The issue that I have is, we already have laws in place. It's not like we don't. We already have laws in place. We have libel laws in place. As I said, if someone spread misinformation or disinformation on you, you could take them to court and they're going to have to demonstrate that what they were saying about you is true. If not, you're going to win that case, right? So the mechanisms are already there. The part that I have problem with is, as I said before, yes, sometimes some information, a person can be spreading information that is and unknowingly spreading it, not knowing that it's false. And you're right, sometimes the truth comes out, or sometimes information comes out that dispels or seemingly dispels what they have to say or what that person was saying. However, some people will continue to spread it, and you might interpret it as being that they're willfully doing it to tarnish reputation, but there's another potential, is that they do not believe the information that came out to dispel it. And you're gonna have that situation where people just genuinely don't believe the rebuttal is true, especially
Right.
when you're dealing with matters of involving government official. So like this case with the journalists, right? There was an initial story that came out officially in the media, right? Now we're understanding that that information was not correct. So what was accepted and believed to be true at one point is now not true at this point. There are people who are genuinely not believing the new account, and they will continue to share their opinion, right? And they'll continue to
But
spread
reading
that
Palace.
information.
But
Yes.
reading Palace. Can I jump in quickly?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
All right, go too quick because
Yeah,
Ricky and they are wait. You want to
Yeah,
say
because I want to change the subject matter. Where I'm thinking I talk about. So the point that you're missing, you're missing a key aspect of the conversation. So I'm going to use the same example that you just gave. You're saying the information came out that the journalist was killed whatever by his
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
by something in his car, the airbag. So they have an autopsy report to support that.
Yeah.
Now if Imhotep is gonna open up his platform and say a lie them I tell Andrew Holness
I
them
know him know
because
things. Yeah,
the
him know
man
them
I
things,
write
right?
a story about Juliet Holness, the man, and that is disinformation, brother.
I agree. I
So
agree.
so
Can I
so in that
can I
case,
can I add to
in
that
that
too,
case,
Mr. Bridge?
brother,
No.
let me explain, bro. In
Yeah.
that case now, if it's a person like some of them low lives, yeah, on the internet, where you go after them, you hold them liable, or the court find them liable. Them not have dry
Yeah, I
filth
know.
to pay offset your legal fees just to prove your innocence in a virgin. Just to clear your name, it will cost you. You can't, them not gonna arrest them not gonna lock them up because we have a law to
It's a
do
civil.
such.
It's a civil matter.
It's
Yeah.
a
All
civil
right.
matter.
Can I just add to
Some
that?
of these matters, some
You
of
know,
these
land.
matters must be turned into other than civil matters, like criminal matters, brethren. Because none of
Exactly.
these things, as where the general said earlier on, you can set up people to get hurt, be. And this is happening a lot in the social media space now.
True.
People that destroy people's lives, be.
No,
When
it's
a man I go come, when me and him would take 5 of us as grown fathers and 7 women across the street from the anti-diaspora gang protest. And a grown man who used to be in the military is gonna point over at us and say, one of them amongst you over there is a child molester.
right. Yeah. I see your
What
thing
you
there.
call
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
brother?
Let me just add something to that, Mr.
All right.
Vegas.
Yeah, you have to do it quick,
Really,
because you see
yeah,
Ricky
man, I go do it
wait.
quick, man. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. Me know what to
Ricky
break it down and wait.
yeah.
So reading policy, you have to start with the burden of proof. The burden of proof lies on the man who initially made the statement. So we
Yeah,
can't
man.
reach rebuttal yet, and I talk about some people not believe the rebuttal because you have to first hold to account the man who come out and make the statement. The whole idea is that you make a statement, you must be able to you must be able to prove that what you're saying is true. If you can't, you understand what I'm saying? It's not for the
I,
man. It's not for the man who it's not left up to the man or people to not believe the rebuttal.
all right.
It is more the responsible of the man, the responsibility of the man who makes a statement for sure. So look here, if I go come out and make a statement, me know so it's a factual statement. Right? If him
But so,
can prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt, say it is a factual statement, brother, he must be held accountable.
All right. So
all
hold the
right. All
thought,
right.
Reading Palace, hold the thought, please.
All right.
Hold
All
the
right. All
thought,
right.
please. Mega make
Yeah,
Ricky
man.
Tan touch a little piece of the mic. Big up to all of the ones and the ones them where they are, manners and respect. Go to Ricky Tan and then it's over to you after Reading Palace.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Bless up everybody.
Bless up. Bless up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, bless up.
yeah, man. Me like the reasoning, and me like how everybody have forward with them reasoning from all different, all different type of ways and looking at it from different ways, but points. But when me look on it, the thing is, if a person I gotta say a person I gotta spread misinformation, and or a man cannot say something we know is not true on the internet, or you're supposed to be held accountable for it. In at the time we live in now, the social media era where we in now, and how we see things, people go about doing things. Me not have no problem with a law that say, okay, you trying to defame in a person and spreading certain propaganda upon them, knowing say a lie and them family. No, there's nothing wrong with a law like that, right? But when you're coming up with laws, you're gonna make laws and putting stuff in place like that. You have to actually start from the top when you're doing stuff like that. You have to hold the people at top accountable first. Because if you just gonna look at a little small man and say you're gonna start off with him with a law, it obvious say it's like you're picking on one set of people. You have to start off with the top because you cannot have government doing the same thing as the small man and then you're starting with the small man. You have to start with the government, you have to set an example. You understand? With the people at the top first. But there's nothing wrong with the laws, the defamation laws and stuff. I think those laws are already in place too. So I'm wondering where, the prime minister coming from when him mention them thing there, because I think them you can actually sue a person for defamation. A person squander in the media. You can sue people for that. So I don't know where I come from.
Barikitan. So you missed the bus too, right? And you love sit down at the back of the class and chew bubble gum and play with girl breasts. So you're the problem when you're in a class of high girl, and that happened to your virgin. We now say there is not a defamation of character law in place. What we're saying is that law that is in place is a civil law. You understand me, I say, Virgin? Is a civil law. There needs to be a criminal law put in place for people who willfully spread disinformation and cause harm. Case in point, if you and we the in one club and we a party and you jump up, fire or whatever else and cause a stampede, you think you can just say, oh, my freedom of speech, me the exercise?
People trample upon people. So people
that's
and
a
broke
criminal
people
act, brother.
Yeah.
All right,
So what we're saying is when you're putting forward information, so like the crew that you side with, the anti-Jamaican them you side with. So them put forward a piece of information and it started a civil unrest in Jamaica. What should happen? Let me ask you that. What should happen to them?
That's a criminal matter, man.
No, me ask Ricky Tom.
Oh.
What should happen?
All right, but when them actually I said as Miss Rhoda was seen many times going to Jamaica House with Andrew Owens and them something. DPP was seen coming through the back door, entering through the back door, and all
Them,
those things, right?
listen me.
And those are things of a very
That
serious
destroy
nature,
people's lives.
right? Because remember, it questions the credibility of the government and all those things. The prime
Let me
minister.
ask another question, Imhotep. Sorry to cut you.
Sometimes all kids get hurt, them.
Well, sorry to cut you, Imhotep. Sorry to cut you, Imhotep. Quickly.
And then Reading Palace after
No,
that.
just a quick question, me ask Ricky Tan again. If a woman had an AB, right? You know me at about Imhotep. Me don't want the appeal thing there. Right?
Right.
The thing where them criminalize in America. She go to her private doctor or whatever. This medical record is supposed to be confidential, right, bro?
Yes, right.
Somebody there on the internet, we're not supposed to have access to our medical record, brother. You hear me, I say? They are on the internet not saying it is alleged. We hear say, somebody tell we say, Ray. Them there on the internet attack directly and attack as first an experience, first an account. I said the woman go sitting with Andrew Wellness baby.
Right. Yeah, man. In real life. So at the end of the day, too, you see, well, I'm reading I get the mic, but Ricky Tan, we have to look from it from a perpetrator perspective. So no one is saying that they should trample on anyone's right to the freedom of expression or free speech. You get what I say? But the reality is that, my general, you have some people, again, as Mega say, you have some people who are agents, which means their only agenda is to be mendacious. you know, the lies, the
Go on, Charles.
misinformation, the conspiracies, that are just where them out there for and that them are deal with. And that's why case in point where Andrew wants to point out, him say what? Someone who was slinging mendacious lies, and when them check it out, the person who was an operative for a political party. So in just show you how the political aspect of it also creates people out there, because you have people out there where say they might represent a particular party, even with them social media platforms. You get what I
Yeah.
mean? And them will sling the mud,
And they will do anything.
and them not
Anything.
right, them extreme with it too. So we can't deny that part there a bit, brother. And I think
Remember saying Imhotep, it's not a situation where, let's say, sorry, Imhotep, let's say Imhotep tell me something. I'm a company internet, I'm a talk it, right? Imhotep show me a vibe, I'm a come chat it. Yeah, it no go so. But then when evidence is presented, say, yo, no go so, you know. Me keep going from platforms to platforms. I regurgitate the same thing. And I realize it is causing the man psychological, mental, and physical harm. Me no pull back when me I say, me no withdraw when me I say. Even after the man said to me, say, yo, me need an apology, withdraw what I say. Me decide, say, no, me a double down. I saw it go. Even if it's evidence.
All right.
So remember,
All right.
yeah.
So
are you reading Palace and then self-made after?
Yeah, man. So what you know? All right. So going back to something that Forsyth said, and I think it can also be taken as general. So I'm not addressing that particular issue, right? When we say that a person must be able to prove that what they're saying is true before they say it on social media. I just want you to recognize that that's a due process situation. That's a matter for the court. That's when something goes to court. Someone may have to prove something, right? Again, and I get what what Subi was was saying. That yes, of course, people willfully spread misinformation, and definitely maybe some aspect of it, some in some very narrow way can be criminalized. Imhotep, you touched on it when you mention you can't stand up in a movie theater and shout fire. We know that. I mean, if you do that, you're probably gonna get arrested, right? So why would we need? It seems to me that if someone is willfully spreading information that can put the country at risk, put people's lives at risk, not Andrew Holness's or any particular political figure, Mark Golden's political career on the line, because then that's a matter of politics, right? And it's a political situation that is at risk, and that's what politics is about. So, take it out of that realm and focus it on stuff like a matter of safety and security. It's in those laws that such things can be addressed. But I think to make a law that is going to focus on criminalizing disinformation and misinformation, that law can be very subjective, and it's they can be open for interpretation for successive administration. As I said, we might have an administration that's in power now that is operating in good faith, and that will not abuse the power given to them, right? I'm not advocating that we shouldn't have any type of control mechanism for dealing with misinformation, but I believe the type of misinformation and disinformation would have to be surgically defined.
Yeah,
right?
but the thing is there now, reading Palace, not to cut your wisdom though, but the legislation is in place already, so I don't want anyone to feel as if say
All right
it's
then.
not new. That is one.
Right.
No,
right?
but the
Yes,
one that is
because
in place to Imhotep.
One second.
that's what.
All
One
politicians,
just
right?
one line still.
one second.
Imhotep.
Me soon get the mic,
Yeah.
man. Know yourself.
Yeah.
Because self-made wants a thing too, but know yourself. Me, I get the mic right now. I'm just saying it's quick and fast, right? When it comes on to all of the politicians, them, they are also Jamaican citizens, and the law is for all Jamaican citizens. So watch this now. Let's put aside the political colors, right? And put aside the political caps. When someone has slander Andrew Holness, he's a Jamaican citizen, them has slander. When somebody has slander Philip Palwell, he's a Jamaican citizen, them has slander. So not because they are politicians,
Exactly.
they have a right as well to know so here we go on now. Just like how nobody slander you, nobody not slander them like that. If you don't have the facts, you present the facts and deal with it that way there. But certain kind of slander and what is case in point too as well, and we see some serious allegations being made out there even in recent times. You understand me? I said the whole Dayton Campbell, Michelle Charles thing right now. Michelle Charles threatened to go sue him. Right, we see Mark Golding and Heroy, what his name, Heroy Clark and whatever. So at the end of the day, these are things that we really have to look at as well. And what go on now is that where Andrew Holness has said is also applicable to these scenarios. So it's not only from a social perspective, but politically it mitigates against certain other members doing this nonsense too. Let me say this: Nikki Willie, respect for the super chat. Nikki Willie said, "Thumb up the live stream, people. Please share and subscribe, and thank you." So respect for that. Rowan Noble, big up all the ones and big up on yourself. All right, so Subi,
Yeah.
I got
me just do answer one thing before, still just to keep the conversation on track. Because
so
me just hear Reading Palace keep mentioning new laws, and I'm saying, right, no mention was made of new laws, brother. Because remember, we are speaking on the whole Andrew Holness. Just keep it as at that, because there was no suggestion, brother. I don't know why you keep referring to new laws being implemented. I don't know if because of what Mr. Vega said, but that didn't come out of Andrew's mouth. If we are talking about the Andrew Holness situation, it didn't mention implementing any new laws to deal with this issue.
Right, and remember the Cyber Crimes Act is there. So at the end of the day, anybody will go look for the Cyber Crimes Act. Them
He used the word taking action. It could be using the same laws that are there.
All of it is covered. All of it is covered. All of it is covered.
Right.
And I said it a number of times.
Listen to me.
Once again, mechanisms in place. But Subi, let me just make
but you keep mentioning new laws still, but we just have to make you know. Say, don't add that into it. Yeah.
All right, so Subi, let me just make self-made say a thing, and then it's over to you, and then see George there too.
Take your time.
Yeah, so go to self-made.
Yeah, man. Evening blessings ones on.
Yeah, man, bless up.
Man, keep it short. I think it's absolutely necessary for the government to step in, because this is a new media at play, a new age, and we have to find a way how to curtail certain misinformation being disseminated out to the masses. Some people would like the talking points saying that it's because politicians have no control over this and that, but to the point where Subi said, at the end of the day, we're trying to protect all citizens. Stop looking at it through a political lens and look at it from a humanitarian lens, because at the end of the day, nobody would like for their name to be dragged through the mud. And lastly, no one cares about the truth when the lie is more entertaining. Bless up.
Is this a silence?
No, I'm saying I'm going to be short, so I'm going to be away.
Oh, I just wonder if I cut it off.
No, so what I was saying is, first I do want to ask Imhotep, the law that is in place, is it a civil law or is it a criminal law that is in place?
It can have prison implication, because if you are fined a sum and you're unable to pay it, them can say, well, 3 months or a year in a prison.
Well, George, I don't want you make up some numbers and just throw out there to appeal to emotions, doing.
No, man. All civil case, if the penalties in Jamaica, if the penalties are not adhered to, it can be custodial.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I say is that you have put up some numbers now, so 3 months, 2 years, and things like that.
No, that's
So
not.
what
Yeah, may I put out that coming and know the
right?
exact
No,
time
right.
frame, but
Then,
I am
they're
saying
not
that
throw it out there. They're not
they
throw it out there.
carry. No,
That
I'm
I
just
feel
saying
the
that they
emotion.
carry custodial. They can carry custodial implication. That is all.
All right, Judge.
Listening, Subi, listening.
Yeah, may you more than likely um agree maybe 20% of the time. All right, but case in point, a headline will read: Juliet Holness said to be charged for the alleged dirting of Melissa Silveira. Evidence exposed. How would you treat that?
To me, if I was the lady who mentioned
Right,
and not go so,
right.
defamation lawsuit straight away.
But what about when you file a defamation lawsuit? Is that like a low life when I have a penny to even offset your legal bills? Furthermore, that person may be an overseas resident. How would you treat that situation?
Well, some things now have no remedy, but I just, in other words, then something now have no remedy. In other words, then
And
you
that,
chase a straw man. In other words,
I mean,
there's
all
no
right.
sense bringing a case against a straw man.
So
A man
may
of
so
straw.
may depend the same wavelength. Only thing say me have a problem with it when 58,000 people say that, and you cannot be held accountable because me a chase a lame person. Me believe say there's supposed to be some form of action. If you're overseas you come from and you propagate such lie or disinformation, you cannot enter the country. That me I deal with.
No. That's draconian though.
Me not care.
No, you can't. Then there's no, and then the right to say you gonna have feelings. There's a super man.
Because
We're not gonna say we
no,
don't care, man. We don't.
because you're
We're
if
not agree with
you if you are going to spread disinformation we can harm somebody, right? And you want to just come walk through a airport like no. You spread you let
I'm
me
not
tell you
saying
something.
that. I'm not saying that.
Hold on,
I'm
let me tell you
saying that
something. Hold on,
the
hold on.
laws are
Let me
in
tell you
place to
something.
deal
Let me
with
tell
it.
you
No,
something.
no,
Let me tell you
Imhotep,
something.
Imhotep, hold up, because I want to ask him something. I'm
Hold
going
on,
to get him.
hold
Hold
on,
on.
hold on.
Go ahead, Subi. Go ahead.
Let me land. You see the first time I go Israel, them take a computer and them do a scan away social media profile. Because them are ensure say nobody now coming in the country for either one, overthrow the government, plan C to start public outrage, all of them something them try to protect themselves from that. So laws need to be put in place. So you are put things out to hurt people, bring the country in a disrepute, bring the
Subi,
country,
let me ask you a question.
you can't enter the country.
Hold on. Are you talking
Subi,
about? Hold on. Are you talking about Jamaican citizens or visitors? Which one?
Visitors.
Oh, visitors. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that part there. Got you, Robert.
but look, Subi, you as a public figure, like a public figure, you should be a person that's most cautious about it. Because think about it. You have a whole decade plus worth of social media contact making different statements. Some true, some false, some indifferent. You could be prosecuted for that. So come on, you know that again, it's like even if at face value is for a good reason, it can be easily used for something nefarious. So, like we said earlier, it's better to just keep that box closed. There are already other mechanisms available to prosecute people for defamation of character, spreading false information, and etc. So, I think that what the government needs to do is just have a better relationship with these social media companies, just like the American government does, and use that as a way to censor information that they feel is misinformation. But to prosecute someone criminally is a terrible precedent.
All
All
right.
right, first and
That's all.
foremost, you cannot just put a vague statement out say I've been spreading misinformation or disinformation. You have to
Zubi, I did not say that. Zubi, let me repeat it to you again. I
right,
said that you have been in the public space for a long time. You're a public
right,
figure. You have at
right.
least 10 years of social media comments, different statements. all of the statements that you made in your whole life isn't true, and that goes for me, that goes for Imhotep, that goes for everyone. So when you create the precedent,
let me say, but let me show you the dichotomy. Let me show you the dichotomy. Somebody may get a feedback. Let me show you the dichotomy with that then. Yeah, as I explained earlier on, you have misinformation and you have disinformation. We are not saying we are infallible, brother. If me put forward a piece of information and it's incorrect, and Robert said that incorrect, what would do the next? By correct me, or you motive correct me, or me correct him motive, we either stand down, we either stand correct, or we remove the thing. You have never seen.
But Vegas, maybe we all ignorant to it. Maybe we have a point. Imhotep agrees, you agree, but we all wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like it creates a crazy pressure.
The thing is, Donna Robert, is when the information is directed towards a particular party or individual, and it is intended to undermine and discredit them as well. It's intended to slander them and defame them, and it is libelous. So anybody can be wrong on things. You get what I say?
All right. So based on what Robert has said,
it's the
so the girl where did where our boyfriend told her that he wanted to hurt himself, and she was there having a conversation with him and telling people about what him confided with her in her and told her about his orientation. Do you believe she doing that and him actually committing the act of dirtying himself? Do you believe that she should not have gotten any jail time?
If I'm not mistaken, though, I don't know if I heard this part clearly, but if you encourage somebody to commit, to X themselves, and they do it,
Right.
that's a charge. That's a crime.
But not
That
only
in itself is
that.
a crime.
Not only that, she was actually telling others, I think in the same case, about what she then sort of shared with her, told her in confidence. So what I'm saying to you is, let's even remove that. The fact that she was just saying to him, go ahead and do it. What are you waiting for?
That's a crime.
Classed.
That's a crime.
But what I say to you is, but that could be, a lot of people will argue that it's her freedom of speech.
But the thing is in Asubi, and that's why I say, you see, when we talk about it a little bit local, is a different conversation, because we see what go on and we see say here go on. This thing here, it's not about the social commentary, it's politically motivated. Right? The defamations and the slanders are politically motivated.
And it can have serious implications.
Right. So I'm just saying, in America, there was no room for dissent for that. And we see we're going on January 6th in a real life.
Thank you.
Thank
you, bro.
Who innocently just make them touch the land grass. You understand me? I say, you see we're going on with them. When my ball said
but look at people like Alex Jones, who was spreading misinformation about the shooting. Look what they did, but look how they got. He didn't go to jail. He didn't get prosecuted criminally. He got bankrupted instead.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, but it's the consequences of the misinformation and the implications. Because what's this now? Because film conspiracy thing was actually again momentum when the little Sandy Hook settings go on. Him running and just throwing the conspiracy and them something there. And it costs 1.5 billion now. So I'm just saying, you see, when it comes on to even from a political spectrum, the US not tolerate that. And in the context of where Andrew only say, the people who are doing it are politically motivated. So right, so the problem there, it's like it is a serious thing to any democratic country as well, because it is intended to destabilize the country. And that's the reason why you see the US didn't even deal with them so in a real life. So I agree that you have innocent people out there who are just gossip them a deal with. That are social.
Yeah, but we have to remember too, is that
a serious thing.
Yeah, the consequences, have to be commensurate with the kind of damage that is done from the statement. So it's not like if you have like these laws in place, we are suggesting that everybody forget lock up or get the harshest penalty, because a penalty or a remedy can be as simple as an apology. If the harm done is not so great. But in cases where you are going to set up people now for dead, and if the harm is very severe, then that might warrant something a more serious consequence. So if we argue, so we have to be careful, because you don't really want to send a man where should I get a slap on him risk end up go jail, because the law state that so law work really. It's
Right.
still a good subject to a case by case assessment. You understand me? As if you say which penalty to apply for which damage, or to which statement. You understand?
But the thing is and big up to Ocean Johnson for the super sticker in my general. Man has a respect, You know the thing go. James Bond right. Remember say Fox News have to pay Dominion how much money, Rudy, Julian and all of them, because them that peddle some nonsense, right? And Dominion sue and get a bag of money. One bag of money cost a whole heap of them even
Yeah,
them.
that can be a possible penalty. A man can pay money. It can be fines.
Right.
It can be jail time. It can be apology. It can take the form. But it's still
Right.
important
So
to
at
have.
the end of the
Yeah,
day, at the
it
end
will
of the day,
vary.
there are legal implications to it, and rightfully so. So I'm just saying, it's not like say, boy, these things are there for target the innocent, and it's you want to suppress freedom of speech. No, I don't see it that way, because that's not the way it is. But you have to be careful about operatives though. When them start to deal with the misinformation now, that are when you have to look on them and I say, this is not a regular person, an average person where there's a deal with gossip.
Exactly. And there's a penalty for different
They are
categories of the
paid,
offense or the
yeah,
crime.
they paid our endors to behave that way. Yeah. So I saw that go still. Big up to Joey Leisure, for the super chat. Joey Leisure said, remember the guy that had 8 Rivers Plaza in Wateria shut down for a day after his fake, threat. He spread
Thank
a
you, brother.
media
Thank you, bro.
You get what me I
Thank
say?
you.
So yeah, man,
Where
very
people, where
valuable.
people, where people could have get hurt, bro.
Yeah, Yeah, you have to have penalties, man. And as I say, it's not a one penalty for all categories of the offense, or whatever, or the crime, or whatever it might turn out to be, right? But nonetheless, you still have to have some form of action. It can't be, we have to be careful because a man might do something when a warrant such a harsh penalty. No, not so it works. You have different penalties for different levels and different categories of the action, brother.
Yeah, man, I agree with that.
All right, let me chime in.
The laws are already in place, and if the penalties are already there, as I said, then these are matters for the court.
Exactly.
All
So
right, let me chime in here.
enforcement is therefore we should be talking about enforcement.
All
And
right,
that is
you
why I'm
understand?
saying we could very well be talking about enforcement, because
Give me a
nothing
minute.
that is said suggests that he is talking about any new laws.
Right,
All right,
right.
beg your
And
minute here.
that is where it's at. All right, got to judge. There are no new laws like that because I done that already.
All right, all
Exactly.
right, gentlemen, even. All right. One of the things, is that Jamaica have some of the most stringent libel laws on the books, and we have seen them played out many times in Jamaica. The problem I have with this, right? I believe that defamation must come with consequences. People must not have a free will to just say things as they wish, right? And I believe that people who are hurt should make the necessary effort to prosecute these cases. However, as Sugi was alluding to, you know, there's no need to, in other words, then it is almost futile to go after a man of straw if the monetary gain is what you're looking out of it. But there can be other consequences coming out of it. Foresight say a very important thing. And he was alluding to the person who is carrying the message is very important. And right now, to me, I wouldn't see Andrew Holness as a credible messenger to be enforcing this. And why I say this is that we have seen where Andrew Holness himself has been a perpetrator of this kind of thing. Andrew Holness stand in the parliament and said that gangs were selling land at Burner Lodge and nothing no go so. You know, so we have seen, so in other words, then we have to be very mindful of who is bringing this and the purpose, because we have to ensure that the purpose is to benefit society and not individual. Because what you must understand, you know, control of media and control of media houses is something that have been going on from the history of man. The person who control the media, control the news, control what you hear or what you can hear. We see it from the Catholic Church, Christianity, everybody try to control information. And nobody who have tried to do it were up to any good. And that is how we need to look at it in a holistic way to ensure that it's something that is going to benefit all of us and not for individual and subjectiveness to suit or to muzzle people.
All right. So
that is my gift on it.
All right, cool. So I just want to say that there are laws that protects freedom of the press. You get me? I say, even though you know, later I want to touch upon the Julian Assange thing because that's a serious legal precedent to take place now. But there is freedom of the press in any democratic society, and Jamaica is one of them. So you know, yes, there's always been attempts, and there will always be that bias by some media houses towards particular parties. You get what I say? But them do have the freedom of the press there still. So at the end of the day, too, as me I say again, there are people who are weaponizing information, right? And that's the key thing. We're not talking about innocent people. We're talking about people who are deliberately weaponizing the information, spreading the disinformation to undermine and discredit and destabilize. Right there. So it is going to be a problem. So we have to look at it from different perspectives and not just from, you know, like a tunnel vision kind of settings. You get what I say? Yeah, you do have different type of people who have different agendas, and you know, yeah, man, governments have to look out for them people too. So that's just the reality of things.
Imhotep.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Let me just jump in here. So in the United States, right? Just to put this into context with other case study, right? Or case law. Cornell Law School, right? So this is US school, 18, code, section 35, right? So it say imparting or conveying false information, right? It says here, whoever imparts or conveys or causes to be imparted or conveyed false information, knowing the information to be false. You see that key word there? Knowing. So when Georgia said say, the Prime Minister stood up in a parliament and said, Ray, you have to prove say he knew it was false because he could have been advised of such. See? So knowing the information is false, right? Concerning an attempt or alleged attempt being made or to be made to do any act which would be a crime prohibited by this chapter or chapter 97 or title shall be subject to civil penalty of not more than $1,000, which shall be recoverable in a civil action brought in the name of the United States.
Hey, but Subi,
that's a US law, though.
One second, let me get the mic. So remember say over there, so you know, them they lock up and charge one principal.
Hold on. Let me finish. So subsection B now, see, of the Information Act, I guess. Whoever willfully and maliciously or with reckless disregard for the safety of human life imparts or conveys or causes to be imparted or conveyed false information, knowing the information to be false concerning an attempt or alleged attempt being made or to be made to do any act which would be a crime prohibited by this chapter or chapter 97 shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 5 years or both.
Right, and I just want to say that over the Bernard Lodge place there. Bernard Lodge, right? No, is it Bernard Lodge? That's that the land that
I
sell.
think so. Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
was
then
Bernard.
them a charge one principal woman from a Cockburn Pen side there around the side there.
Yeah,
Right?
but
So
the Prime Minister said that it was
no, hold on, no,
selling
hold on,
land.
general. People did a sell land, and sometimes you get the intel, but you can't hold on the criminals them. You can't
Exactly.
like that. You get the intel, and you know, so she a sell it, and then
People were selling land.
man did a hustler fight too. And not
Yes,
she alone.
yes,
So
She
why the
responsible
Prime
yes.
for
Minister
some.
never?
Just
Hold
like
Why
what
on,
I'm
the
man.
saying,
Prime
Pier 1.
Minister?
Hold on,
You
a job.
understand?
So why?
Hold on. Me
All right.
understand your side job, but let's look at the context of things as well. Because irrespective of how we put it, someone was selling land illegal if it's true. And them arrest and charge at least one
Right.
person.
So it boils down to that information, George, would be false if we were here say. However, when we try to get to, if a person willfully and maliciously or with reckless disregard for safety of human life conveys or imparted false information, whether by him do it or he makes somebody do it, or she makes somebody do it, or whatever. In the US code, right, they can be held
All right.
criminal
So,
and
You might
liable.
probably be that now,
so
Subi.
Mr. Subi. So,
If
hold
I
on,
was the
hold on,
Prime Minister, hold on
Charge,
the
hold
line.
on, no,
Let me
Charge.
hold on, man.
Make
May I
William
wait to
Wallace
talk long time
go
enough?
through. Yeah, and then you after.
Yeah. So enforcement, as we said before, is the main topic, right? Because when we talk about somebody willfully doing something, that is something that has to be proven in court. It requires the government to it requires a reasonable suspicion, right? And then for an investigation to ensue against that person that the government suspect is involved in spreading misinformation or disinformation, right? And then after they gather their evidence, if they need to, if the evidence lead them to making an arrest, yeah, then that's where it goes and it ends up before the court, and that person has to be proven guilty. So it's a matter of the government taking the steps that it needs to take in order to enforce the law that's already on the book. So that should be the main topic, because
Yeah, but
I don't think any of,
I
I
don't
don't
think
think
we have a
I don't think any of us is really disagreeing that this is a serious issue. I think we all agree that it's a serious issue. So it is the government at this point in time that needs to act, rather than and maybe that's what Andrew Holness is hinting at, that the government is getting ready to act. But as I said, that requires a reasonable suspicion on individuals to say that this person is suspected of committing this crime against this law, breaking this law, and then to ensue, to have to initiate an investigation on that person, gather the evidence, and then bring that person before the court of law. So that is what we should be talking about, or that's where the government should be going at this point. That's where they should be going at this point.
Yeah, but
Maybe that's
it's also a good
where it's
thing.
going.
No, it's also a good thing when governments can also warn citizens to desist from
Yeah, man.
doing things,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, when the government run ahead and just start drop the lawsuit them on people and whatever, people are gonna say a dictatorship. When the government I tell them say, yo, no, desist from doing it, people are say a dictatorship. So you can't
Exactly.
Sugar
Yeah, man.
Notch, respect for the super sticker in general, manners and respect. Big up to everybody where there. You know the thing go. All right. I want a George to say a thing,
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
then
say this
James
real
man
quick.
after.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. If I were the Prime Minister, I say, and after such information turned out not to be true, I would come and say, look, I told the Parliament XYZ, it turned out not to be so, and XYZ. One thing
What
I
you
love
use?
is the
What are you using?
let
What
me
are you
finish.
using to gauge that is
Please,
false?
please,
No,
now.
no, just to frame
No,
the
No,
job.
don't
Just
interrupt.
ask
no,
us to
Let
clear
me
it up.
finish. Let me land now.
Yeah, make him land now.
Let me land now.
And then I respond after James Bond. There.
Colonel Powell, let's say, got faulty information about the Iraq thing, and he apology is never easy, but he came out and said, look, the worst thing I did was run with that information. So then nothing for the Prime Minister said, look, I get faulty information, I was wrong, forgive me. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but the thing is this, watch this now. You can't compare the apples and oranges here, because watch this now. Those people knew that it was false information. They had all the intelligence, it was false information. The IAEA went over there and they knew they didn't have any because Iraq had given up their stockpiles. They deliberately knew it. And him will confess to that about 20 or 30 odd years after.
Exactly. After how much loss of lives?
Right. What I'm saying is in general.
A prison should I go?
Right? Him going to the UN and deliberately go out with them go out with and them strong arm the whole world and for them do. But what's this now? They deliberately knew that it was wrong and faulty. The whole of them know. That's why the whole of them admit that.
And where boil out to Imhotep? Where boil out to?
Yes.
Cost of human lives.
Right. Over 1 million and the country destroyed and them sin.
Good. So
Right?
we don't know how judge a mix up.
Exactly. So the penalty for that should be more than just saying sorry.
Of course, I'm exactly. With Andrew Owen's situation, at least what Andrew Owen said might not have been 100% accurate, but he was saying criminals are selling land over there, and they all on one criminal who are selling land and charge her. So
No,
at the end of the day,
it was a school teacher.
Well, she's a criminal.
She was a criminal.
Land. Yeah,
it have not been proven. It have not been proven that she's a criminal.
Well, she has been charged. So in the eyes of the law,
that doesn't make her a criminal.
No, but man, she's been charged in the eyes of the law. When all right, make we say unscrupulous then. Make we acquiesce and say unscrupulous persons. But remember, Andrew was saying that criminal gangs were over there and know what are going to, so are involved. So at the end of the day, sometimes it is not where you know, is where you can prove. So if the criminal gangs there, at least they hold on somebody who did that sell it with them sure say them could prosecute. All right, so
so she was charged for allegedly committing a criminal act. Let us just get it right.
Right, yeah. Right? Since everyone said us.
Right. So let us get it right.
Right.
Yes. For allegedly committing a criminal act. But Judge, if you're gonna say the Prime Minister, if you're gonna say the Prime Minister was lying, what are you using to
yeah, man, we're there, man.
Where are you? What kind of evidence you present to support what you say? Same was lying.
Because you have not come to us. We now know that no gangs were selling land.
How you know that? How you know that?
Because one woman have been charged. Because one woman have been charged.
Brother.
And the woman is not a part of any gang.
Oh, you know that, brother. You know, so no gang wasn't involved in selling land.
Because the school teacher is a prominent teacher of a school.
Sir, that's one person. That's one person.
Yeah, man.
How you know nobody?
She was an upstanding lady until she was charged.
Jesus Christ, Judge, stop reasoning like you're tuna, man. How you know so nobody that sell land?
Judge don't know him. Just
you have the intel. George. Just
all right. What
oh,
is
you know say gang that sell land.
Judge, hold on. All right, Subi, make your point. James Bond is here. Make James Bond say.
Make James Bond go on because
go through James Bond. You know, I'm big up to Tom Ford and all the ones. You know. Big up to Syrup Music too. Tishima, big up. Go to James Bond.
Blessings. Judge, the Prime Minister was not wrong. There was gang selling land over in Bernard Lodge. And the school teacher, you can't say because she's a school teacher, she's not a gang. You have all pastor in a Klansman gang. So you have to prove that. I know for a fact that the Prime Minister was not wrong. Because there are several.
Even on the news.
We use the word alleged.
Even I don't think you use
No,
news alert.
make
Even
him
on
finish
the
his
news,
point.
even on the
Use
news.
alleged, because you don't come here with
Hold
no
on,
evidence. You
George,
just
quick,
talk.
guys, George, hold on, man. You know, long James Band there. Hold on, just mute the mic, please, and make him finish him point. We now have to raise the reasoning respectfully. So go to James Band.
The land is owned by the government. On the news, the people who were occupying the land came on the news and said they purchased the land from other people. On the news, they came and say that the land is owned by the government, and if it's not the government sell you, it's criminal seller. Because if you're selling something that is not yours, you are a criminal. The school teacher, you can't say is an upstanding lady. Klansman was selling land over there. That's not even alleged, and the school teacher is linked to them. Anyway, misinformation is something that I think should be punished. And whether or not by a fine, and you have to be punished in a way where, because they have some laws that people break and pay the fine, me'll pay the fine, because the fine is not substantial enough, or you benefit more from breaking the law than paying the fine. And when you say the government has to prove have reasonable whatever suspicion, all they have to do is warn you one time and show you the facts. Exactly what happened in the Fox News case. They informed Fox News that their reporting on the US election was false. They showed them the proof that it was false, and they continue. Hence, them have to pay 900 million to one. They had a news station have to pay up almost what $600 million. So it's not a hard case. Once you bring the information as a big man, those information that you're bringing is false. So once I bring it to your attention that it's false with facts, anyhow you continue to do it, that's where the lawsuit comes in.
All right, I'm gonna tell. Can I say something?
Yeah, man, got you.
All right. Yeah. So when we're talking about these things, we have to try to make sure we separate government action from private action by individuals or corporations, right? Maybe someone can let me know if I'm wrong, but was it the government that sued Fox, or was it private corporations?
No, it was Dominion.
All right, yes, it was a private corporation.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Remember them did the
So
country
yeah. So yeah, you know, we have to know that, and I'm talking locally in Jamaica, and it could also deal with the US. Before you can arrest a person, you must have collected evidence, and before you collect the evidence, there has to be a reasonable suspicion for you to even begin to investigate that person. You're gonna have to justify that in court, that this person did X, Y, and Z. I suspected that this was happening. I further investigated. I confirmed my suspicion. Here is the evidence of such and such and such, and that's why this person was arrested and brought before the court. That's the process. You call it due process. So yes, government has to have a reasonable suspicion before they investigate a private citizen, and they have to prove that reasonable suspicion in court along with the evidence that they present. Otherwise, the evidence can be considered as being collected illegally or without reason. So due process is a part of the law, right? So we have to know that. No, before let me finish. Before a private corporation can bring another corporation or individual to court, they must also present evidence in civil court, which means they would have investigated and collected their evidence to present in court to prove their case. So yeah, man, you have to, that process is there. People might not talk about it, you might not see the full details of it, but it is there.
But I think you
Before
are
you
speaking
arrest
about
before you arrest, hold on, go ahead.
the legal side in the sense the person have to show evidence, but there are certain aspects of the defamation thing, them give you
Yeah, man.
a chance to
Yeah.
apologize and them something that retract it, this and them something that we saw that with Darrell Vaz. We see the young man make some slanderous statement and him apologize and retract it, and Mr. Vaz said now go proceed, and if Mr. Vaz did proceed, he would not in a trouble. You understand
Right,
me?
because
So
Mr.
at
Vaz,
the end of the day, right, so the law does afford in certain aspects as well the opportunity to retract and apologize and them see
yeah,
this.
man. Yes.
So before you arrest a person within police, you have to have evidence. You sure about that?
Yeah, man. You have to have a reasonable suspicion. You have to have evidence.
A different argument.
Okay. Reasonable suspicion is not evidence.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, when you go to court, you're gonna have to prove that reasonable suspicion. It's
No,
not
And
that's
that's
a government.
understand. Yeah, we
Yeah,
understand. But you
understand
said
that.
before you arrest the person, you have to have evidence, and that is part of that
No, and
question.
even America probably cause them even arrest people and that too. So I don't
Yeah.
saw that one more time still. All right,
yeah,
me met
but
James Bond.
yeah, yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry, them Palace. Met James
Yeah,
Bond
man.
finish making point there, and then you know a thing go. We if you're there too, we can make a touch piece of the mic too. You get me?
No, it's the same thing. I was saying that once they because that's easy to prove. Okay, if you come on a meet on any platform and say something false, and I bring it to your attention, exactly what happened in the Fox News case. They were talking about the machines were tampered and this and that and where machine operate from. And the man then bring it to them attention and said, this is where our thing did, this is where it operate from, whatever, whatever. So your narrative is false. And so the count they would do it by hand and we do it by machine. So what you're saying is false. And they continue to report on it. So once you bring it to their attention at first, and they go and then give them a chance to apologize, they don't. And them continue to spread the false information. There's no reasonable after that. That's all the evidence you need. You don't need to investigate or do nothing else after that.
Right. All right. So
Let me say this.
go to Jazz. I don't know if we want
Yeah,
something. Big up the jar, you know. You know anything
yeah,
going on. Big up life record, the ones and ones them. Big up on yourself. Go to Judge.
yeah. James Bond, you cannot validate the Prime Minister action by saying that you know that gangs were selling land at Bernal Lodge because you have not provided any evidence. And if you know that as a fact of a certainty, why haven't the police acted on that information? You're supposed to provide that information, seeing that you know that as a fact.
George, look how much thousands and thousands and thousands of gang activity take place in the island. You see them arson again? Look how much. Look every day them no start man downtown and all boat and you see them arson again.
Yeah, man. But the thing is, you know,
Look
one
how
second,
much
man.
gang activities take place in
Different
worldwide.
conversation. This I open up now.
Yeah, but 1 second there, because we're not going to mention the mind and a judge. Watch this now. There is evidence that illegal activities were taking place over there where people are selling land when it belong to them. And that is proven so far. You get what me I say? So we're not going to really major in the minor.
And Imhotep is not one
Yeah,
person, so it's a gang. And one person do it, it's multiple
Right, but as
people.
me
So
I
it's
said,
a
just
gang.
all right, make we play it safe, James Bond. Let us
Yeah,
play it safe and say there is evidence where they hold on somebody and charge them for selling
exactly.
land when it belong to them. We can't
Right.
stand right there so safely and say that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
we're not really major the
Yeah,
minor. What you can
you
listen.
know,
Yeah, man, manners and respect me general. All right, go to reading politics and me where I say.
yeah. I'm glad you just did that because I wanted to address that earlier. Is we're having a right now on your platform discussing misinformation and disinformation, and the last thing we want to be guilty of is spreading misinformation and disinformation. That's why I keep saying use the term alleged. If you're gonna refer to someone as a criminal who was charged, you use the term alleged because that person has not been proven guilty. If you want to say that something was gang related, that's also an allegation because again, in court it has not been proven yet. So we have to be very careful that we are not guilty
But
of the things that we are trying to address.
I think what is
You're
happening here now,
exactly right. You're
there's
right.
a disconnect here. There's a disconnect here. You see, two different things. That's why I just read out the US code, Tony, There's a difference with misinformation and disinformation. And that's the thing. So if a man his opinion, which his opinion can be, he can be held liable for his opinion as well. But if a man have an opinion, say, them people there are criminal, them that sell the government land. That is not disinformation. That is his opinion. Can his opinion cost him? Can it be defamatory? It can. But we have to understand when we are talking about disinformation, and that's what we are talking about. When you willfully, purposely proliferate wrong information that can cause harm. What kind of harm we are talking about? Loss of lives, civil unrest, all of them things that we are talking about, where
Yes,
your disinformation can cause. That type of disinformation or that type of information, excuse me, you should be held on the basis of criminality.
Agree.
All
But
right,
Mr.
we
V,
just want to just say something
Mr.
though, and I
Hold
think
on.
we have missed a very important point. We just inject. We're not gonna be long.
Yeah,
Within
yeah,
policy.
come on.
Right. So what is important to understand that misinformation is not saying something that you, George, or reading policy don't believe. Right? Misinformation is saying something that me, who I say it, cannot prove. So the fact that George might not believe it, or the fact that reading policy might not believe it, that doesn't make it misinformation, you know. The fact that the prime minister, you say, oh, the prime minister lie, or you believe the prime minister lie about saying that gangs, right, are selling land to people at Bernard's Lodge, right? That in and of itself, because you don't believe it, not make it misinformation, you know. If the prime minister says it and is unable to prove it, right, that is when you can say it is misinformation. And at this point, you are not in a position to say whether or not
To
the prime
say
minister
if,
know for
thank
sure.
you, thank you.
Right,
Because
but to be
member
honest,
saying cannot work out, but member saying no, the prime minister cannot get intelligence by certain means when can't share with the public based on how the information was collected. You understand what I
Exactly.
say? There are so
right, but
many instances where a person in government or a person who are a person who is privy to certain information, they can make a broad statement, but then cannot come forward and give a like them could have said, Imhotep,
Exactly.
Ray. Them
You
just
have no
say,
obligation to prove it
them
to you
can just
and
say,
John Public.
case in
Subi,
point. Well on the judge, well
Subi,
on the judge, well on the judge, well on the judge. Case in point. Vloggers a thief. See? No, me have direct account are privy to information where the public not privy to. But me never come forward and say, Rick Stam a thief. You see?
Exactly.
So you can't tell me, say, a misinformation me has spread. Because you don't know what is the source where me I get the information from. And if
Because
the
you not prove it to him.
information,
You know for sure you
exactly,
not prove it. So because him not
exactly,
believe it is misinformation because who you say it to not believe you. That not make it misinformation. A lot of times we can't
exactly.
think that man, we can't prove it to you and we can't tell you how me know, but me know,
All
me
right,
know. And it means when me spread
me get
Foresight,
another key
misinformation.
one. It's like when the
Foresight,
commissioner did say,
Subi,
well, on,
Foresight.
just you know when the first job of it. When the commissioner they come forward and say, the artist responsible for X amount of their things. We have to just take it with a grain of salt. Him not
Exactly.
provide no evidence, but at the same time
Exactly.
we can't just write it off as not factual
Exactly.
because we're not privy to the information where him would have privy to.
1 second. What the commissioner said, we believe. He never said, we don't believe. And the police said, we believe. So them,
right.
whatever, what make them believe. And he said, we believe.
You notice
Exactly.
that he shared his opinion
Gentlemen,
based on
gentlemen,
evidence that he had. He shared his opinion until a
gentlemen,
person is proven in court to be as the allegation says, that person is still innocent. We have to always remember that.
all right, gentlemen, listen to this. The Prime Minister, you see, and the people who are members of Parliament in the House, when they stand in that House and give the nation information, we as citizens must be able to take that information with a certain level of credibility. We're not supposed to be out here and say the man a jester in a parliament, a foolish talk. Laws are what are passed in parliament. Decisions are made in parliament. So a man don't get the leeway to go run him out because him drink 2 rum and boom in the parliament. That is not how it works.
But what you're saying,
Let me
what
finish.
you're saying not make no sense though.
People,
What you're saying not make
let
no
me
sense
finish.
though.
Let me finish.
You know make no sense,
No,
man.
let
You
him
go
finish.
what?
Finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
Let him
Let
finish,
me
man. Let him
finish,
finish.
please.
Go to Judge.
People, we must hold our parliamentarian to very high standard. I don't expect the Prime Minister or the leader of the opposition to just go into parliament and fly them out as them wish.
All right, you finished, Judge? Let me know, so that no one's
Yes,
a
sir, I've
container. All
landed.
right, cool. So,
What did the Prime Minister flying mouth pan
Subi,
that was
one second,
false?
Subi. May I give you the mic, Subi? Yeah, give back the man the mic after we just fighting feet, brother. Just hold on, man. May I give you the mic and you make a statement, man. Judge, remember, say, the essence of the argument is the Prime Minister raised the alarm about illegal activities taking place over there, right? And it was proven, say, then lock up Smaddy for the same illegal activity where the Prime Minister that talk about. So at the end of the day, my general, yeah, me understand say you are gonna nitpick and say, boy, to you, it was misinformation because then lock up the gangs. You understand what I say? But that does not negate the fact that illegal activities were taken over background. Is that so? Your background? No? All right, yes. So I'm just saying it doesn't take away the fact that yes, there was illegal activity taking place over there where land are sell. People are sell land when it belong to them. So, George, that's where the essence of the argument are gonna be. So if you want to nitpick it, they have to fight you. But the essence of the argument is that was proven to be so.
All right, I'm
Subi,
done.
yes, Subi, yeah,
But I'm not even sure if that case is closed. I
no,
think
it's
that
not
case is still
closed.
being investigated.
It's still open.
Because if the woman still before the court, we don't know what she gonna say. We don't know if she'll take a
Right,
plea deal.
right.
We don't know if she'll gonna expose nobody else.
Hmm?
So the fact that you
Speculation.
already can I
Speculation.
finish, please? Can I
Hypothetical.
finish, please?
No, George,
No,
hold on.
there cannot be speculation. She's
Right,
still in front of the court, so it must be an ongoing investigation.
right,
Yeah, but we
right,
don't
true.
know what will be
But
revealed. So
that's
let
right.
us just
But
edit now.
George, but hold
But
on.
sir, we never say we know we're gonna reveal.
Oh, yeah,
We
dismiss
never
me
say that.
Andrew unless said then when you don't know if this lady might divulge information to make them prosecute some gangs too. Send them over there
because she,
sell land.
because she was proven to be an upstanding lady until this
Just like
incident.
the pastor
Judge,
woman in
stop
the
the
Klansman.
upstanding stuff, my brother, please.
This one of George.
She's
Just
a
like
principal
Paul.
at
Hold on now.
one of the very big school in the prime
George,
minister
hold on,
reason.
Judge,
George,
How
man.
must
George,
say
hold
that?
on,
So,
George.
Don't discredit the lady
George,
now.
hold
Judge,
on.
Please
stop it,
don't do
Judge.
that.
Stop it, Judge.
Judge, no,
We
hold on,
fall
man,
on that, Judge.
please.
You're
Guys,
way
hold
too
on,
much
man.
on that.
Judge, just hold on, man, please, man. Because no matter where you go with this, you know, I'm going away. Because the pastor woman, the Klansman thing, she was upstanding too until caught. So nobody got there. So, all right, let me make Teeth say a thing and then Jamaica YouTube. Yeah, Teeth unmute your mic. I'm here. I said it.
Yeah, John, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, go through.
God know me they just start and feel a way, understand what I say? Feel a way start and I listen to the program and I feel a little way, understand what I say? Because, brother, you hear me? I can't believe how the Prime Minister, them, you understand, the years me are going in my life. Me never vote, brother. Me never vote. The hate from a barn. Them man I tell you, be a lie, brother. Be a lie. And everything them tell you, we have to sup it up, brother. You see me? Brother, them man, anything them man come and talk on TV, true film people and film people tell it to we, brother. We have to believe he hears, brother. You see me? No, me does I say no, brother. You hear me? Just like, me I'll show you something, you see me? Come they are balling, like real balling, brethren. Me I'll show you something. The man them like the vlogger them, you see me? The vlogger them is like, you know, the new it's just like in the days when you know in the era, you know, like two buying fire and two look come and lay down, you know, say one man lay down. You see, and the crowd run and come and say, yo, what happened? And the man say, you hear me? 3 man lay down up there, so you know. 2 more man pass again. They say, oh, what one? And they say, yo, a 5 man lay down, you know. And 2 more people pass and say, yo, you say, what one? And the man say, yo, yeah, you mean it's a lady lay down too, you know. But when a 1 man come down, you wait until the second and 1 man till they say, yeah, you hear me? You know, say, I want somebody get behind and lay down up there. You get me and get that way. You see me? At least, you see me? We don't really get the full story until last somebody come tell we. But at least the first somebody them they tell we what really did I go on to somebody they lay down for real. The vloggers them come out, brother, and open up your eye right now. And the politician them, and every little thing what go on. You understand me? I say, and if you see the Prime Minister come out and I try to make it look like say, listen to me now. Yeah, you hear me? Uno can't come say anything, you know. In America, where we the brother, we see them put up a bag of thing about the president of America.
Bloggers are blog about him say him this and put a child in a lap and all sort of thing. And brother, I know me not hear Biden say nothing at all. Who is our prime minister to come out, which part we put him where him there, and we give him vote. Him with the clerks a trick way, and we give him vote and put him where him there. Say, we running water. All on the water now, run, brother. You say we go sleep with the house. You say we can sleep with the door open. Brother, we have to lock up that shit. Every day people still are lay down, brother. The number one thing is the crime, brother. You still not fix the crime. You still a tell you like say you go fix it, and it's still not fix. I know you tell you say you go target YouTuber. You understand me? I say YouTuber and the YouTuber start no crime. You understand me? I say brother. And who know they behind the whole of the thing them will go down. Who know the prime minister them, the government them. Who know responsible everything will go down. Because if you want to say you have things that go chat down YouTuber, you see me, brother go chat down the man them will take with the pitney them. Go chat down the man them will rape the woman them. Go chat down the man them will go on with
general. Well on the door, man.
no
Well
much
on.
you know, brother.
Well on the and just try and sort out that smoke the detector the two here. Just change the battery, man. That's the battery one change them in general.
No, look here now. You hear me, general?
Yeah.
Everybody else, me I on the panel and hear it go off in a footer hype house. Anybody
No,
else. You understand? That no nothing.
No, man,
But
no,
Brother,
me show
about
you say if you know.
one week the smoke detector go off.
Well, I know if you don't know how to do it, me I show you how to do it, me general. It's as simple as that.
yeah,
That's me make you know so that's a battery.
me never care about it. That
Well, I'm a general man. Remember, you just give me a whole epistle, you know, or a sermon on the mount, you know. So nothing wrong. Are your perspective. So what I'm saying is now, you see, all the way as a brother in a real life, you can't look on it from one angle. You have to look on it from many different angles
brother,
and
you
perspectives.
hear me, Imhotep?
Well, I'm a general.
Well, on Imhotep.
Well, man, you can't just
I'm
give me a
really
sermon
serious.
from the
Brother,
mount.
are you brother? You hear me? And who know bloggers make me I listen to you, know, come I love you, brother.
No,
You understand
well,
me? I say, because
well,
who know?
well on a teeth, man. Well on there.
Yeah,
What
me
me I
hear
say
what
is
you
that,
say, brother. God knows
yeah,
that.
what I go on now? Me no want nobody listen to me because me say what them want hearing them. Want people listen to me because the reasoning solid and it's the facts and stuff like that. You get what me I say?
But even if we say something that not solid, we still not go choke you.
No,
Because at least you put out
well on a teeth, man. Well on a general, man. What me I say is this now, right? When it comes down to even in America, we see we're going with the whole January 6 settings in general. Last week, a female was charged and locked up because she was on social media encouraged looters in a Philadelphia. You understand me? I said, figure loot the place them and whatever. And them charge her for that. Right? We see we're going on social media. And enough of the people them where they even charge with the January 6th thing. What do you think them do? Are them social media accounts they use and charge them in a real life too?
yeah, but America, America government has said they must shut down.
No,
Nothing.
man. The point I'm making is that even in America, yeah, man, people who spread disinformation, there are penalties. So the government
Imhotep,
speaking on it. Well, on, man, brother.
the point
Well, on,
broke.
the
The
brother can't
pencil
hold.
point broke. May I hear you?
Well, on, my general man. Come on, we can't do this, bro, man. You check in and you say a whole heap of things that we listen to you. So me I say just make others finish them point now, please. What I'm saying is my general, right? There are consequences even in America. That's just the reality of things. We can't go around it. You understand me? I say so. We can't play this. Don't make it look like say boy Andrew Onless is a dictator because he is highlighting the seriousness of what is going on and the implications it can have. You know that's the
Imhotep,
responsibility.
so why you mute me?
Hold on now. Brother, because you need to hold on like everybody else, man. You're over talk family, man. Hold on, man. Me tell yourself to hold on and you still a over talk. You have to have decorum in the family when you check in. And I
Dog, me
want
have
to
the
know you
crew around. You understand me? I say, me have it,
hold
brother.
on.
But you hear
No,
me?
you don't have it. Hold on,
Yo,
man.
you have to tell me, say, if you listen to Andrew Willis, brother, tell me, say, be
No,
quiet,
hold on.
brother.
I'm not tell you if you
No,
listen.
bro. Just
You
hold
make
on,
your
make him
point.
finish your point, and
You
then
made your point, and me I say a thing, other ones and ones there. You made your point, and we hear you. And reason we are reason. So me I say, you make your point, just hear me I say, and you not hear me I say, because me not talk to convince you. I'm just saying in a real life, there are certain implications to what is going on. And we have to look upon it from a broader spectrum. And there are people out there who deliberately are spreading the disinformation to undermine and discredit. So at the end of the day, this conversation would be more applicable to them people. But let me just make Jamaica YouTube say a quick thing there. Go to Jamaica YouTube. I remember the chirping at the background to me general. That will make me kind of mute as well to teeth.
No,
And
we're
teeth.
gonna come off, man. You hear me, Imhotep?
Yeah.
Me go lag out, man. You understand me? Because me
Nobody
don't
come
make
off
you
with
know what me
that.
there.
No,
You
No,
man,
get
no,
just
me?
not a problem, brother. But why you think that is a problem? You say what you say and a reasoning, brother. So if somebody get the mic and them say, boy, I don't agree with it, them are gonna express themselves a reasoning. So I don't see why you need to come off. But you have to understand, say, if you say a
Me
thing
nah
and
come up with just a burn the fire as a real youth, as a
nothing wrong with that.
musician, they run musician, it's a musician, burn fire upon them because we
Yeah,
don't
but
know so
nothing
listen.
wrong with that,
We
no
don't know
general.
mean we no good brother and you try
Yeah.
shut down the
Well on
YouTube of
man.
them.
Teeth, well on man, know yourself.
Yo,
As
my
we say,
beg
man.
sister brother, treat
Well
out
on
the blood,
man, yeah,
please.
man. But
You know
hold
much
on.
I'm sitting and I listen to our missing attack.
All right,
And more
teeth,
time
just
him
hold
talk,
on
hold
now.
on now. Missing
Teeth,
attack
teeth,
some
you know
positive
all the
things to
meds.
you know.
Teeth, you know all the meds, they're not teeth in a real life, you know. Jamaica YouTube, go through and let me hear where I said it. Because if the mind sharp, teeth just take with the mic from me all night. But go through Jamaica YouTube, quick and fast there.
Yeah, man. Evening, everybody.
Yeah, man, bless up.
big up,
Big up to everybody, viewers, subscribers, everybody out there. Just a matter of clarification. The Clifton situation. Miss Sullivan Brown is not the only person that has been charged. There's also Natalie Walker, and there's a Clifton Brown that's under and that they have been looking for. So it's an ongoing investigation. So it's just that issue of clarity that I'm putting out there. Natalie Walker was charged February last year, and they're still looking to find this Clifton Brown brother because, according to what's on the receipts that the person's got for the money that they had spent, um, there was a Mr. Brown, because that's what Sullivan Brown's lawyer is arguing, that the receipt says Mr. Brown, it doesn't say her name. Because that's what she's charged for. And she I think there's 12 charges of her basically collecting the funds. Also to note, you know that she lived in the area also. The same area that she was one of them that our property was demolished also. So just putting those facts out there.
All right. Well, I think that kind of solidifies the argument that I think George does a try for school and do unless when certain things are coming into place and we have to just watch and see what I want to play out still. You understand me? I say, but all right. So even
And
go
this
on.
is information anybody can get with just a quick Google search. You don't have to take my word for it. Just go and search for the information. It's there.
Right. All right. So watch this now. I don't know if anyone wants to say anything in closing out a little argument here, because the DPP thing here, me really want to say a thing or two on it. I don't know if you guys have been following it up as well. So anybody want to say anything in closing? In closing this out?
I'm a good man. I say, I so want to say already.
Right, George? All right, look
Good,
like
good, Emma.
all
Good,
right.
Emma.
All right. Teeth there, same way. Look like teeth gone. Like teeth does when teeth check in, teeth for just give you a sermon on the mount and give you a next one and a next one and a next one. And yeah, man, if you just overstand, so once him say a thing, him just a touch and go settings, man. Just pass the mic and it will circle forward to your 360 degrees. So I just write this right there. But big up same way, a reasoning. Joe Grind, big up yourself and all the ones and ones and we darling, big up on yourself, everybody. Big up on yourself. All right, so make a segue into this DPP thing, it's very interesting because this letter that was sent to the Service Commission, based on what we were told initially was that it was a request for the extension, right? And the Service Commission approved it. That are based on where we were told, right? So no, her attorney is arguing because she's a respondent in this matter. And it is very interesting now because she's a respondent in the matter as the DPP, but we have an acting DPP, right?
Sorry, the Imhotep. You have a copy of the letter?
I'm sorry.
Do you have a copy of the letter?
No, I don't have it. I
Okay.
don't have that. But I'm just speaking about what they're arguing in the court right
Yeah,
now.
because it make a very valid point in a levy. But I want to know if that letter is only subject to his interpretation,
Yeah, it's his interpretation. If you listen the attorney so far, it is their interpretation. But you see, the thing about this appeal, the panel of judges is three of them there, right? And
Right.
they can just use one issue. So even though the government attorneys can have a plethora of things to point out, if there is one issue that is a loophole, you get me? I said them are gonna lose. The government attorneys them are gonna lose, right? And then now that part to say that the extension where she could in fact determine when to go, right? And that was not in the constitution before. So even right there, so them a go back up on a little brick wall still. But anyways, let me hear your perspective, George. Got you. I reason about it
All
same.
right. Yeah, my thing, that letter, I'm based on the Mr. Levy interpretation of the letter. I am saying that if Mr. Levy interpretation of the letter or whatever he's saying is the word used in the letter to show that this was not a request for extension, but just an acknowledgement that hey, I am still here, then that would be a very, very stringent point. However, what I'm saying is that three other persons looking at the same letter came to a different conclusion. So I'm saying that if he is wrong, I think that alone can end his case.
All right. So all right, that's some context to the audience as well. Yeah, man, I can just read this from the Jamaica Gleaner. It says DPP's letter to the Service Commission was not about seeking job extension, argues her attorney. The lawyer representing Director of Public Prosecution, Paula Llewellyn, is here the Gleaner, call her Director of Public Prosecution. So we have a DPP and an acting one. All right, interesting. But anyways, let me continue. Right? Says her letter to the Public Service Commission was never about seeking an extension of her time in office and that it would have been unbelievable for her to do so. Right? I wish to clarify that there is a misconception surrounding the letter of the DPP. This was the trigger for what I called an unfortunate stream of events. And what I want to say is that the DPP's letter, I'm getting a feedback from somebody background. Can you mute your mic, please? I'm not sure if it's a Jamaica YouTube or so somebody might open up. Yeah, like in the dip on the road. Yeah, thank you. All right. I want to say is that the DPP's letter was sadly misconstrued. So the attorney are saying, the court, the court itself, the Supreme Court misconstrued the DPP letter. Very interesting.
Very
Right. All right. Anyway,
interesting.
let me continue. The DPP has over 40 years in public service and 16 years as DPP. So against that backdrop, the letter was not written lightly, King's Counsel Douglas Lees said in the Court of Appeal this morning. It did not seek an extension. What the letter did was to confine itself within the confines of the statutes, which was elect to continue, he added. But elect to continue. No, right, that's the problem, them in general. You understand me? I say? Anyways, according to him, the letter was specifically for administrative purposes and to establish a paper trail. But if that's the case, she was doing that when her term did up. So how could it be for administrative purposes? You understand me? I say? To keep a paper trail. When the law was passed to accommodate her and the Auditor General. In a real life, we can't go around that. And that's why I say, me not understand how them people are fight this thing. Yeah. It just becomes so government mixing up. All right, what's this now? We have three aspects of government, right? What they call it? The executive, the
Legislator,
legislative, and
Judiciary.
the
judiciary.
judiciary, right? And it's like the executive and the legislative are one thing, one mix up of one right as now with this DPP thing. You understand me? I say because them are trying to fight something now and try to argue to say this letter was specifically for administrative purposes and to establish a paper trail. You get what me I say? Anyways, Lees made the admission while arguing that the full court, in striking down section 2, subsection 2 of the amendment to the Constitution, which has displaced the DPP from office, displaced. So the DPP is a refugee or something like that now, where she's still DPP, but she don't have an office. And that him I try to say displace. Me not understand that. Him couldn't say remove. Because that's what the court did. But anyways, conflated the two provisions of the amendment by incorporating extensions into retirement. He said the first provision, section 2, subsection 1, was to increase the retirement age of the DPP and the Auditor General from 60 to 65. And the second one was to preserve her right to an early retirement. Oh, that go. I mean, I understand that. Why we say that it was conflated, I suppose the court took into account the letter and says she is really asking for an extension and a power to determine that she would continue in office, and that was never the intention, certainly of the DPP. Oh, so what he's saying is that yes, there are provisions
break
that
up, break up.
Hold on, is it me breaking up?
No, man, me hear you clearly, man. So
Right, George, just double check your thing there, all right?
You hearing clearly?
Yeah, I am hearing you.
Hearing him, man.
I am hearing you, George, clearly. All right, cool. So let me just finish this. Quick and fast.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying certainly the DPP, an officer of over 40 years of service and who has benefited previously from one extension and knows that the final extension, we would have to say it would be incredulous, unbelievable for her to be asking for another extension. So pretty much them argue said the extension thing they wrong, Cool. He said before he was interrupted by lead judge, Justice Jennifer Straw, who reminded him that he cannot speak on the inner thought of his client. So he might try to speak for Paula Llewellyn's personal how she think. So the judge just correct him right there. So all right. Lee's in the meantime asked the 3-judge panel to accept that the 2017 amended to the Pension Act had specifically deprived the DPP of her right to an early retirement. I mean, I understand that. You understand me? I says, so hold on. So because the 2017 amendment to the Pensions Act, right, made it what? It made it what? 60? It was 60 or
65. 65. It took it to 65.
Right. So good. So they went there with that 2017. So how would that deprive the DPP of her right to early retirement when she could have retired at 60? I mean, I understand the argument there. She actually the first extension when she could have retired. So nobody never would have asked it. So that's a weird argument here. But let me just finish read it and then we can reason about it. All right. So Lee's in the meantime asked the 3-judge panel to accept that the 2017 amendment to the Pension Act had specifically deprived the DPP of the right to early retirement, which resulted in Parliament amending the Constitution to reinstate that right, as the DPP and the Auditor General are creatures of the law. He maintained that there were no other provisions in law which gave her that right, and that Parliament had to ensure that the right was preserved to avoid breaching Section 95 of the Constitution, which stipulates that there should be no alterations of the terms and conditions of the DPP while she is in office. At the same time, he agreed with the Attorney General that the DPP, by virtue of the amendment, was not required to do anything, including sending the letter. So what they are saying is that by virtue of the law being amended, the DPP no need to send no letter at all. You get what me I said? That law would automatically renew the extension because she can choose when to leave office. You get what me I said? But get again now, her time never did up on them sitting there and she go up and leave and them sitting there and retroactively them want to try to deal with this thing. But anyways, the DPP reached the retirement age of 60 in 2020, but got a 3-year extension which ended September 2023. So you're right. So if her right to early retirement was infringed on, why she never just take that one in 2020? You understand me? I say why she applied for the 3-year? She was on a second extension when opposition member of Parliament Philip Palwell and Senator Peter Bunting challenged the amendment to the Constitution. Right. So that is pretty much a synopsis for those who might not be familiar with what's going on with them. I know say all the little things are going all over the place and all the gossip about the place. Now we know people attention span limited still, but all right, that is it pretty much.
What we can't really understand though with this case is that the DPP requested an extension, or she was granted an extension at the age of 60, right? That would see her working for 3 more years, right? That there was an amendment before that 3-year period ended. Amendment to have like her being able to work up until 65. The retirement age was amended to 65 instead of 60. What I cannot understand is that why the decision to have her work up until 65, right? Why was it seen as a second extension and not just merely a right to work up until she's 65? Why was it seen and perceived as a second amendment? If she can now work up until 65, why was it seen as a second extension, I should say?
Because based on where them I said the letter that was sent, that's why the lawyer argue say the letter where them a misconstrue or a conflate says an application for a second extension is more like a paper trail, keeping a paper trail to maintain the pension and then sitting there. And that them I say. But
All right.
that to me still. Oh, go to reading palace.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm trying to understand, exactly what the whole thing is about. So they made an amendment to the law while she was DPP, and that amendment changed the retirement age to 65.
Yes.
Right. So when they changed the retirement age to 65, because what I'm understanding is that infringe upon her right to retire at 60.
No, not really. People can still take early retirement.
Arguing though, but how is that valid when she can, retire? No, nobody no stop her. She applied.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. But it depends, right? Because if the pension law says you have to be 65 before you begin collecting your pension, then would that have affected her retiring at 60?
No, it would not.
No, it would not have. It would not have at all. No, she could have.
Because at the time.
But the problem is
right.
The problem with this new law that accommodated her was that she could determine when. So if she want until she had 90, she could continue up to 90 and a shake on them something there. You understand?
No, Imhotep, it can't be. 65 is the retirement age.
No. Well, on man, there's a provision in there that allowed her to continue beyond that, bro.
Indefinitely, like a dictator.
Yes, she could determine when to step out.
Yeah, me hear the part there, but me not interpret it that way there.
No, but
because that came to mind too. That came to mind and I quickly dismiss it because me I say that couldn't be.
Yeah, it is.
Foresight. You know what that creates? And Jamaica don't need another one of it, a loophole in the law. And we don't need that.
So why would you have a retirement age if the DPP can choose to go beyond that?
It doesn't matter.
But that's the reason why the DPP and the Auditor General, them two alone get that special treatment there.
Yeah, man.
Determine when to step away.
No, but you can't have a person on a post where them decide when to leave the post.
That's right. That's why. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem, Foresight.
That's the problem with the thing too.
They have to get rid of that loophole.
So that's the reason why it's a problematic law, and that's the reason why it's difficult for the DPP to win this one. Yeah, because that amendment, that is not constitutional. It's not.
No, I don't think that makes it difficult for her to win to stay until 65. I think that makes it difficult for her to stay beyond 65. So you can't have problem with part of the new law, but not have problem.
But the thing is this now.
But key part of it.
Yeah, but the thing is this now, right? Because I remember them argue a second extension, right?
But I don't know why they consider it a second extension. If you say the law now allows her to work up until the new retirement age of 65, that's a part of it. I can understand. Why is it being?
No, but the thing is this,
because she had reached retirement age at 60.
Exactly.
That is why.
Yeah, at which point a extension was granted.
Yes,
but no, you don't need no extension for work up to the new retirement.
What's this now? That extension was not indefinite. The first one wasn't indefinite, so we can't say it's applicable to this scenario. It was specifically for 3 years.
Well, Imhotep, the part of it on it. Yes, and I may understand that. So I have a problem too, Imhotep. I disagree with the part that says work beyond 65. What I'm arguing is that she's not yet 65. So she can work at least up until 65, not 65 and not beyond.
No, the thing is, with the
term ended under the previous law.
With the office of the DPP, right? 1 second with the palace. With the office of the DPP, that 3-year extension that she got, right? What they're saying is, when that ended, it has to be something new. The lawyer try argue to say there should be a continuity. It can't be a continuity because she specifically got 3 years by the Governor General and the Prime Minister and all.
Yeah, but during that 3 years, before that 3 years ended, was when the new law was passed.
Yeah, but guess what now? She went on leave when her term up. That's the problem too, She went on leave when her time up,
Yeah, but leave is not leaving. It's not retirement.
No, may I say when our time up, when
yeah, but no, but Imhotep, what me I try to say, once the new law passes, right, which allows her to work up until 65, even if she takes a leave, she should have the right to work until 65.
No, but the thing is this now too, right?
But
it cannot be retroactively done because what's this now? She was still DPP when that law was being passed. So it wasn't it could not be applicable to her retroactively. That is for future DPPs and future auditor generals.
And
because you can reverse the law.
Yeah, but she was still DPP, meaning that she was on her she was on the 3-year period, that extended 3 years.
Right.
She said it right. Said it right in your foresight.
Hold on, let me. If I can just weigh in here, let me correct something. No, the DPP cannot stay in office indefinitely. That's not in the Constitution. If you read the ruling of the Constitutional Court, the issue is that when the DPP gets to the age of 60, remember, in order for you to go up to 65, you have to have the discussion between the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition. What was unconstitutional is that the DPP can choose to stay up until 65. That was the issue.
Okay.
That was the issue. Why I thought that it went beyond. I need to double check that, because I thought that
remember,
you mean you're talking the new law Jamaica YouTube?
Yeah,
the new law allows her to choose to stay until 65.
Would have just given her the port as our lawyer Lee said. She could have just sat down there and it wouldn't have been any problem.
Right. So
according to what was that was what was unconstitutional. The fact to give the DPP the power.
YouTube. I'm sorry to cut your wisdom. I give you back the mic. Wasn't there a provision in the new amendment that allowed her to go beyond 65, meaning that she could choose to go beyond that 65 too?
No.
Yes.
There is no provision. There was no provision.
Yeah, man. Based on what it said, no. Yeah.
Because based on
there is no where is that provision, George? Where you find that provision?
Yeah, man. If you read it, man.
Where do you find it?
If you can pull it up. Because they're saying that she can elect to go even up to 70.
No, I think the real issue was the fact that there was no consultation with the opposition.
Well, there are numbers.
That was one of the issues. That was also one of the issues.
Yeah, that is the real issue.
Where is it that
I think
that amendment was made to the Constitution? Where was that amendment made to the Constitution that the DPP can go up to 70?
All right, no problem. Jamaica YouTube. Maybe I go look and see what's going on with that.
George said it, so I'm asking him where in the Constitution was that amendment made?
In the same passage that said that she could elect to continue.
Right, after 65.
Don't give a cutoff period of where she should end.
Where you get that from?
In
what section of the Constitution?
All right, no problem, man.
That's not so realistic still. It's sound unreasonable.
What's this now? I stand corrected too, because I thought that there was a provision that allows her after 65 to elect to continue. Based on what me did I read at the initial
but the retirement age don't make no sense then.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, these are special provisions to only 2 people.
It no matter. They don't give them people the retirement. There's no retirement age for them.
Hold on. 1 second, Jamaica YouTube. Foresight. You're saying that make no sense, brother. I'm tell you say it's only applicable to 2 people. It does make sense, brother. It's not for everybody. So that me.
No, I mean I say for them 2 people, then nobody give them the retirement age. And if that is the case, if them are going to decide when them all leave.
I understand.
When I say it no make no sense, you have a retirement age for 2 people we can decide so them can stay indefinitely beyond the retirement age. What the purpose of retirement age for them 2 people there? Don't
right.
use the word retirement age with them if that is the case.
All right, let me make Jamaica YouTube go to and finishing point. Yeah, man.
I am telling you that in the constitution, it cannot, the DPP cannot, that year was never amended, can go beyond the age of 65. The amendment was that it would have given the DPP the power. Not the power would not have laid in the hands of the Prime Minister in consultation with the leader of the opposition for an extension. That is where the unconstitutionality comes about.
We need some clarity
Right,
there, sir, because I guess we are speculate
right.
because me not see how realistic
everybody
that is.
understood what I just said a while
You
ago?
said right. Yeah, man, James, man, you said right there, sir.
Yes, it's correct. She cannot go beyond 65.
My problem is I don't know why.
Basically, listen to this. Basically, as a DPP, when you reach the age of 60, you're not sure of a job again,
Based
according to our constitution,
Yeah, what was there before they amended? Because remember, they amended, they amend also the Auditor General, The problem is that the Auditor General have not reached the age of 60. Meanwhile, the DPP had reached the age of 60. So that is where the complication comes in.
The unconstitutionality comes about that you give this power to the DPP. That is the issue. That is the issue, the power given to the DPP.
To do what?
To choose to stay there until 65.
No, but well, no. Oh, you mean she choose to stay there? Isn't there amendment that allows her that changes the retirement age to 65? It's not true. She chooses to stay.
But that's the reason. That's what I said. That's what I said.
The new amendment. Go and read the constitution.
No, we are talking about the new amendment. Jamaica YouTube. There's a new amendment
I say it allows her to choose to stay. That are the thing, You get what I say, and this is the Jamaica Gleaner.
That's the part of the constitution that was that was considered unconstitutional. The part that she can choose.
Let me read this there, because Jamaica YouTube. Yeah, I'm happy you made that point. Last Friday, and this was the Jamaica Gleaner. I'm speaking about it on the Sunday when DPP step aside. It says last Friday, the court said the change in the constitution in July last year to raise the age of retirement for the DPP and the Auditor General from 60 to 65 was valid. However, the amendment allowing Llewellyn to choose to remain was wrong. You get what I say? The court ruled that the incumbent DPP has already reached the extended retirement age, which means that the application of Section 2 cannot lead to another extension.
So, in other words, Imhotep,
incumbent.
The future DPPs will not have this problem, but Paula Llewellyn has the issue. That's how the problem is. Everybody understand where the issue is now?
Yeah, yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, me no say that they must say, but me I say if you grant an extension to a DPP, right, and before that extension period ends, you say you amend the law which allows her more time, which raises the retirement age to 65, right? She's 63 when
you can't do it retroactively. That is the problem.
Right. You're missing it foresight.
But why is it seen as retroactive if she's still DPP at the time?
Because she already reached retirement age.
Yeah.
So you don't count the extension as she still being DPP. That's what you're saying?
No, because the extension came after she reached age.
Yes.
They should have just given her 5 years instead of 3.
Instead of 3, right.
And this wouldn't have been a problem. What the lies are arguing on, sorry to cut you. What the lies really arguing on? It's just our full pension them are defending. It's not even the office and money. It's all about money.
Right. But it really should not have affected her pension, because that would make it unfair. It should not have affected her pension.
Yes, but what I'm saying, the remuneration in the next 2 years, our remuneration is going to go up.
Ah, okay.
You don't understand how this thing works.
I get it.
Okay, all right, simple as that.
Yeah, man, the DPP money I got all, but they are in court now. They are in court arguing, right? They are in court arguing to say that it wasn't an application for a second extension. But it begs the question though, on what basis did the Governor General appoint her? You get what me I say? That the appointment letter there and whatever.
Based on the
And,
recommendation of the
but
Service
and
Commission.
the Public Service
You know
Commission.
what?
You understand me? I say we
That's-
want to know and where them recommend, because remember say the Public Service Commission send it to the Governor General and them, and the Prime Minister them recommend and whatever the whole them You get what me I say?
That argument sounds irrelevant, right? That the letter wasn't a request, wasn't an application for an extension,
Right.
when it's already known that she retired. Her retirement age was 60, and she was given an extension of 3 years.
3 years,
so at
right.
the end of those 3 years, her term is up. So no,
Right.
that would, whether that letter was an application or not, she had already passed her retirement age.
But the thing is, for those who are, I don't know, say she argue about pension, right? Me understand the part there, but in a real life, from she reach 60, she should step aside. Then give her 3 more years. What more pension she a fight for now after
Yeah, man.
40 years you in it and 16 years as DPP?
I don't think it's only about pension though.
No, but it's a part of the argument.
I am telling you, it's about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what you talking about, man?
Right.
At
No,
this age,
money
you-
must
No,
be
but
there.
that's a
It's more
pension is
than
not a
pension.
factor.
It's more than pension.
It's not more than
I
that,
think it's
George.
more than
money.
pension.
It's about money. That's all it's about.
Yeah,
money.
money night, but it's more
Money, that's all it's all about.
Yeah, money is a part of it,
Yeah,
but me not think it's not just about pension. Remember, say I know she alone are fighting. The government want her to be there,
Yeah, man.
So-
she have cases to rule upon. She have cases that she want to close out.
It's not all about just her money.
Boss man, it doesn't matter if she's there, because if she drops down, if she should fall, if she should basically disappear tomorrow, those cases still have to go on.
Yeah, but she not
The
dead.
process is
Yeah,
a
but-
system.
Sorry.
Yeah, but as long as she have
Remember
life,
that.
she want to put.
The
She want to be the
system-
one to process those cases.
Well, guess what? This is where me and Uno are going to disagree. This is all about protecting your money and ensuring that you're basically your
No, but I
lifestyle.
know like Paul
is at a certain
alone
level.
want it alone, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, the government.
Make him finish
Yeah.
though. Yeah, make him
Yeah,
finish.
right. Yeah.
What you
I
say
think
the
him
government
finished
want? What I can tell you is that what happened is that somebody has had as what they call, is it mud on their face or whatever the term is, because somebody misread the thing and made a mistake when they were doing what they were doing. Okay. That's all. Somebody they misread the situation, did the wrong thing, and just like a lot of people, our egos are what of us. The ego is the ego business. We have to prove that we're right somewhere somehow.
So
This is an ego thing.
So all right, so Jamaica YouTube. So yeah, so you think say the Supreme Court erred there?
The Supreme Court? This is not the
Yes.
Supreme Court. You mean the Constitutional Court?
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Constitutional Court. Right. You're right.
You have not known my opinion on this thing from day one. Look how long me tell us the man them blunder and make a big mistake.
So you think that they made a mistake in
Of course, I've already read the Constitution and how they made the change.
But the provision to do the extension, how would that be legal when that wasn't there before?
But that's what I'm telling you, that they made a mistake.
Who made the mistake?
The government.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
You're not here listening to me. I'm not
Yeah,
saying the court did,
oh.
the government did. What I've told you my opinion on this long time.
Yeah, man.
I was
just a bit curious, man. Yeah, I wonder if
it is unfortunate that she's the one that get caught up, but there are things that we all have to learn from. These kind of errors happen all the time in business, It's just unfortunate that somebody gets caught up in it. It's just stupid.
So what should have been the approach then?
It is simple.
Well, hold on.
When you give
some music in it or something like that.
you hearing it still? You hearing anything?
Well, it is stand still. It is stand.
It is simple. When you gave the extension, give her the full extension and done. If you give her, remember, you know, the Prime Minister did even the second time when they went to the Prime Minister, you know, he never want her to continue either, you know, so we don't even know what the big deal. I don't know who got to him and say, yo, you have to change your mind. Remember that he never wanted her to continue either. So we don't even know overreach here, so to be honest. So this is just a mess. We need to move along now.
Right.
We need to move as a country. We need to move along and deal with them kind of thing. Annoy me when we get. And that's the thing I don't like about politics. We get so caught up on issues that don't move the country forward, and we have these issues for months and years of discussing, and the other things that need to legislatively and so on that need to go on don't get up because of all this clown show. The big old clown show.
Yeah, because what's this now? The Constitution de pampas. No Veil Royal meeting and go on. We not see what go on. Right? Look how long that. About 2 months now it ago. And you tell me say that's government and opposition can't agree with that Veil Royal meeting. It's crazy to me. You understand me? I say, oh, it just the pampas. I understand say the government now has to do some public sensitization. We get the part there. You get what me I say, but right now you need the opposition at the table. You understand me I say? That's the reality of it. So on no Veil Royal talks no arrange yet. We don't see nothing confirm. So we don't know what go on because it's just pure mudslinging I go on too. Mud and lawsuits and threats and all kind of sitting, you know, Tufton versus Dawes and all kind of bangarang. Peter Bunting I say I use fishermen as spies and okay, boy, me I tell you, I pay madness I go on the streets here for real. So we really have to pay attention to these things. But this DPP thing is a very interesting thing where we have to pay attention to as well. Because what it does, it shows for the optics, it just don't look good to show how the government would try to amend the law to facilitate two people. You understand me? I say it just look away. The optics don't look right. Especially
no, hold on, Imhotep. One part of that change had to be made, you know. Because I think right across, and George can assist me on this because he knows a lot about in terms of how the public sector operates. I think right across the public sector, the different bodies and different positions, the age also was moved. So I think there's something that they had to in terms of move the age.
2017.
That is correct, yeah.
Yes. So these were the only two offices left that didn't happen to.
Right,
but the thing is that what happened, it's plain and straight, Imhotep. The auditor general is a young woman. She have whole more years. Somebody, when the decisions were being made, they should have taken into consideration Paula Llewellyn's age when they were doing what they were doing from before. They should that should have been a consideration before, because the original changes that were made with the ages were made some years ago. So what it tells you that a lot of them are not necessarily thinking about the finer details. And I'm not going to blame any one particular individual, but it's just a blunder, and that we have to just learn from our mistakes. That's the problem I have. We don't seem to want to learn from our mistakes and move on. We just want to double down and double down and double down and double down. I think it's an ego issue. That's how I view it. That's just my opinion on it. You understand? It's a bundling of the situation.
Right. Foresight. Oh, Foresight gone. All right. I don't know if Reading Palace wants that thing, you know.
Imhotep, 1 second there. What happened to Julie? Long time. What's going on?
Well, George, you know that I find it weird when people ask these questions, bro. Respectfully, it's just a weird question for people to ask. People have lives and it's time and space permitting. If you don't see somebody
no,
here,
just check on her for say,
yeah, man. But I'm just saying, man, we have to approach the streets. Is that when you don't see people, you don't see them, and when you see them, you see them. I just write this right there to me, general. You get what I say? I just saw the YouTube streets go more time. People have busy lives. People have whole heap of things to deal with. If you feel like saying, just say, oh, but that's reason out there become more time. I just like for reason pan these topics with the people. So a time and space permit, a time I come when I might not see me for 3-4 days. I just say it go more time too. You get what I say? So yeah, man. I mean, everybody good, man. You know the thing go more time. I just time and space permit, man. You see? Yeah, man. So you know it go, man. You have certain time a busy time in the brother. Because yeah, man, you see me there so and all the morning, I push up by all 7 o'clock and I know say it's gonna be a long day for me because the amount of things I have to do. You get what me I say? So you know, yeah, so I just saw it go. I know say Rick Storm no go live tomorrow, you're not gonna see me either. So I just saw it go more times still. A time and space, man. But you know I think go, man, we just reason and yeah, man. Anybody with there just there and we know say big up to who not there. Not because they're not there, that means there's something wrong. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Yeah, you know the thing, go, man. Your man has not respect. So all right, that's it. All right. So all right. So what's this now? No one touch upon the whole. Let me see if no one touch upon the Julian Assange or the nurse thing where tough dance boy. You know them sign agreement, you know, with the Philippines, BNG and settings. Which one no one touch upon? Let me know, you know. No one touch upon the Julian Assange or what? Are they are no about that one?
Touch on the Assange.
Eh?
Touch on Julian Assange.
Touch upon the Julian Assange thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like pretty much, you know, the thing go with Julian Assange still. I get what I say. You know how the history of theme thing go. Theme thing never normal. I get what I say. I remember said that's all Bruce Golding them and one bag of people did in a WikiLeaks cables. Remember when them dump a portion? Anybody remember that?
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yeah,
a lot was revealed about the communication from the US Embassy about our government and how Bruce Golding react when he get the request, and where them even saying, remember in the cable, you know, they are saying that Bruce Golding lied to Parliament, you know. You remember that? Meaning say at the time, meaning say when he tell the country the time he got it, where them are saying he get it before that. But it's put him in a little spot and he might try wiggle out tight and them something.
Position, right?
Yeah, all the little things that WikiLeaks thing that did reveal, and but it's a very interesting conversation because freedom of the press, it's a conversation like that. Remember say him plead guilty. You get what I say? He has pled guilty and is a suspended thing, meaning say that's time served kind of thing. You know, yeah, him serve the time 5 year and them say, all right, cool, you're good to go. But yeah, you're guilty for passing on classified documents. He was arguing that you know, about the First Amendment. Remember, say it was Chelsea Manning that actually, you know, yeah, gave him what over 90,000, thousands upon thousands of classified documents. But them did argue First Amendment rights and them something there. You get what me I say? I remember say Chelsea did go serve time and them sitting there. I think it was, who was it? What was it? Obama? Who the partner? No, Obama did partner. Yeah. Obama did partner. But long story short, with Assange now, you know how the whole history go. In a Sweden, lo and behold, two smarty say him great them, right? And then now Sweden have arrest warrant out for him. Then in the England said they want him. He have to run go in at the Ecuador embassy, and that's the key thing about governments too. When he went to the Ecuador embassy, it was a leftist government in power. And you know, them time that they were linking with you know, with Evo Morales from Bolivia and them non-aligned and them things there. So they were all about human rights and whatever. So here we go now. He got sanctuary in the Ecuadorian embassy. And guess what now? He was given what? Asylum in Ecuador. So as long as he was in there, nobody couldn't go for him. Britain spend almost millions of police out there every day to guard the place so he no come out, which was weird. But anyway, long story short, a new right-wing Ecuador government come in a power. And you know we're going there so now. Because some of the WikiLeaks did expose corruption in Ecuador too. So the right-wing government in say, some of them people named it call up. So them say, all right, here we go now. We are going to rescind that you know, yeah, the asylum thing there, you know. And I saw Britain could arrest him and have him in the prison down there one place and called Belmarish. So it's a whole heap of little banger and go on with him. You understand me? I said them a fight it until them reach disagreement now. So I think it's a win-win for everybody. You get what me I say? Me feel say the US they know so here we go on. Where them put him through, yeah, him just know say here we go on. Don't play with classified info. But it did reveal a whole heap of things still all over the place, whole heap of things. I remember that kind of revealed certain things that go on in Afghanistan and Iraq and them place there. So it was not a good look for the, you know, the US. It was like an eyesore for them. You get what me I say? Yeah. But in a Jamaica, anybody go back, go check out them cables there. Yeah, man. Some people name did I call up to in terms of the communications between, world boss embassy down a yard. So all who feel like say them man know everything what go on, them man know everything what go on. There's nothing where them don't know. So all who have feel like say, oh, we need to cut off funding because the government is corrupt. If Andrew Warren's government corrupt, the US would have known a long time and cut that off. Trust me. Just like when Kral and Brayton 7 go on them say, them human rights thing I can't look good enough. So here we go on now. Yeah, man. Certain man not get no visa and whatever. Certain people can't travel and them sitting there. So I just saw that go still. But with the Julian Assange thing, it's a very interesting thing. Freedom of the press. A precedent set now. You get what me I say? Yeah, you can't plead enough freedom of the press because national security trumps that. And I write this, so then did I argue from Subi. Yeah, you check back in. I don't know if you want to say a thing about that.
No, me don't know if you talk about my DPP yet, so me check back in.
Oh, damn, so we just don't talk about her. I don't know what you want to say.
So my DPP just get a look at 2 minutes.
No, 2 minutes, man. No, over 1 hour we talk about DPP, man.
Jaja.
About an hour, so 40 minutes.
All right, so we just listen back to the conversation.
No, man, go to let me hear what you say about DPP, man, because with a readout where the lawyer argue too. And them things, you get what me I say?
No, I want to clarify something with you. When you were pointing out that she wrote a letter asking for an extension.
Right. I know me said that though, where them did say. So right now him our lawyer argue say it wasn't a request for a second extension.
Right. It was to solidify her position or to secure her salary or something like that.
Yeah, but oh, within that now, she has that provision to elect to remain. Yeah, if a salary deed and pension and paper trail, yeah, you would stick to all of that. But when you throw in that in the mix now, her to elect to remain, it is more than that. So yeah, me see the argument the way I put forward, but me not think that the argument the solid.
No, but the letter, she didn't write the letter because she wanted an extension. So we were arguing that.
Right.
Understand the mess? And I was saying she never need to write no letter because the new age limit would have covered her. But she would have done reason about her.
No, man, but I think, so when I really make Jamaica YouTube talk to you about it though, because at the end of the day, Subi, same way how it stay right now, I same way this stay from at the beginning. Me no see nothing no change because what's this now? Even though if your attorney argue some good points, the appeal court the panel only need to hear one little hole when they can punch on the argument and the DPP in a trouble. And them
no, but so far the court is asking.
Wait, look like I lose Subi. Like he might get a call or something. All right, but until him check back in still. All right, I don't know. Yeah, George, you want to say a thing about the Julian Assange? Hold on, is Robert here? Him still there? Wavy, you still there? Look like Wavy gonna sleep, man.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I'm consuming some food. I'm here.
Oh, word.
No, yeah. I was saying, the court is asking a very good question. Why she cannot benefit from the increased age limit. And I think that's going to be a difficult question to answer. Because as you said earlier on, when we were talking about government officials and stuff like that, Prime Minister, we say, yo, they're a citizen too. So it's going to be hard to prove why she should not be a beneficiary of the increased age. Understand? And that they put on the retirement age. So I think it's very, very looking good for the DPP. It's looking very, very good for the DPP. Excuse me. And I will be here. I will be here to collect. I'll be here to collect money.
Well,
remember, say we have bets,
Yeah, man. Don't keep your hopes up, man.
No. But when I remember, say me have bets, So I go back and listen to the video them.
Yeah, man. But remember, saying the part where she can elect to remain. Right, there's a brick wall she can run up,
I don't care what you want to say. I just remind you, so we're gonna have money for me when we go back go listen to it. Because I know all one would it bet me.
That's fine. That's fine. As a matter of fact, Jamaica YouTube, you want to respond to Subi regarding that? And just bursting bubble.
No, man. Well, I remember, you know, I gave an opinion based on what's in the Constitution, and I'm saying that the fact is that it's just that I just think it's a uphill task because of the way that the untidiness of how this was done. Basically, the amendment was made basically at almost at the end of our extension, so it's the retroactiveness is the problem. I'm not sure how she's going to benefit.
No, but
I don't know. I don't know if it's panel.
But the age limit for government workers was increased prior to that amendment, though. So
Yes,
that is what the court is
but it
arguing.
wasn't. The problem was that they didn't do the changes for the office for the DPP and the Auditor General. That is the problem.
No, that is what the court asked. No, the court asked if the age limit was raised for government workers, why should she not be a beneficiary of such?
Well, I understand the argument. I understand the argument you're making.
They have to prove why she cannot benefit from the increased age thing.
Is she a government worker?
Yes.
Because when I think about government worker, I think about public servants who are hired, you know, who are selected by the government to work. The DPP does the DPP fit in that category?
All right, yeah, man. She's a government worker, you know. But remember, you know, their age limit is set in the Constitution itself, you know.
Yes,
so that make it different from the regular government worker.
Yes. So that answers Subi question then, because the Constitution is where the change need to be made for the DPP, and they did not make that change. That would be the argument that the government come back with.
Yeah, but the thing is, too, you know, a couple of arguments, me see the PNP argue, you know. You understand me? And those are valid arguments where, you know, said as you know, the court will listen in a real life, because member said the PNP was not consulted. But what's this now? There are certain laws that allows for the majority to rule. You get what I say? Which is the parliamentary majority. So therefore, if the JLP have the majority in the House and the Senate, them can use that. You understand me? I say? So
the PNP was consulted. The opposition was consulted. The opposition was consulted, I think. No, but I don't think.
No, they weren't. What they did was use that parliamentary majority to
No, that was to amend. That was to amend the provision.
Yeah, but then that we are talking about. But it was the DPP thing too. But not for the DPP too. It was applicable to the DPP, and therefore they
never need to consult the PNP for amend the thing.
No, but the problem is, you know, is that's up for interpretation, because watch this now. If they think that it is that entrenched, you get what I say? Just like states are emergency, them can't use a parliamentary majority like that. You understand what I say?
Let me tell you.
Let
me tell you where the argument are gonna fall down. You see the fact that the Prime Minister was asked about the second extension, because I think that is documented in the court documents from my memory. And the Prime Minister said no, says that she sought a second extension.
Right.
What what the lawyer want to argue now from that? And I have to go back and look.
No, that's before the amendment. That's before the amendment, though.
Right. Yeah. That was before the amendment. That's the reason.
So the amendment and the raise in the
yeah, but that's the reason why, you know, the 2017 Pensions Act then did not afford her that too.
Right. There was no intent by the government for her to benefit from it. That's
why. Never afford her that as a DP. That's the reason why
you're going to
create a lot of PR.
That them forgot say why.
What? Why? Why? What?
Why she should not benefit from the pension act?
The reason is because her
Here this
extension was
Subi.
given a 3 years extension.
Yeah, here the Subi.
Hmm?
The post that passed the law and said that the general civil servant must retire at say 59. They're dropping the age limit to them and said they must retire 59. That could not apply to her, you know.
Right.
You understand me? That could not, because her date is in the Constitution. So what generalized to the civil servant couldn't apply to her.
Yeah.
You understand?
Totally understand what you said. Totally understand.
Yeah.
The reason why me will still want to take the L until the outcome of the case, because I don't know how the court have a rule when it comes down to, one, the provision was changed to accommodate her, that's one. And two, they're asking why she should not benefit from the increase in the government workers' age of retirement. So if the court is, those are two strong points that I think the PMP will have to overcome.
Yes,
but it's straight. But remember saying, right? The DPP, even though the Pensions Act raised the age to 65, it wasn't applicable to the DPP. That's a one, right? When she applied for the first extension, she got it for 3 years. And after that, now them are trying to change it to also the right to remain or to elect to remain.
I think the second extension when them say she apply for, I think that second extension are the problem where the court would have to go interpret it or would have to go clarify that.
That's where all the issue is. That
the second extension.
The alleged second because now they're saying something different.
Right.
But the bigger part of this is that in this case it can go anyway. They can rule that it's that she should benefit, because the thing is that in this scenario, she's the only one that's going to be affected by this. Now going forward, all EPPs are fine.
Exactly. So it have the prejudice. Yeah, it has the prejudice to say she should not benefit from it, but because it's not retro. But then you're gonna say, going forward, everybody can retire at the age of 70.
But I'm sure you can agree.
That's reasonable.
That's law. That's unreasonable. That happens all the time. So hold on.
But they will still ask a question because she's active.
Yeah,
so
but
they still ask a question.
So next year when they raise the minimum wage to $20,000, the people who used to get 5,000, they must ball and say, boy, at the time they were disadvantaged. You have sometimes when laws are implemented and certain people will be left behind. With the DPP and the Auditor General at the time, right? 60 of them age. So not even.
No, Max that question in a different way, though.
That.
In your workplace, in your job, where you do them. So you have a company around, and you say, you have a document. Yeah, the people sign an agreement say, when them are 50, them for resign. But you amend the document to say when them are 65, them for resign. So the people them know, right? Where they for resign at 50 say, you raise to 60 now or whatever age higher. So we supposed to be under the act. Would you disagree with them?
Yes, let me tell you why I disagree with them. Because you see, the DPP, the office of the DPP is not a regular civil servant kind of settings. It's very unique.
Yeah, but it was amended. It was amended.
That's the reason why that special amendment go on for them two people.
Right, but it doesn't matter still, but it was amended. So may I ask you?
But that provision for her to elect to remain, that's a problem too.
Listen me.
Right, that's a problem too, even the provision, where them have, for that part there, even the law itself.
Them have to prove, brother. The fact is, unlike the argument that you asked about 5, somebody get 20 or somebody that get 5, right? That don't pass. But what I say to you is, she was actively serving. Yeah, she was actively serving.
Right.
And when the thing amended, she was not like, she was not, she did not go on, they did not put her on leave, you see, to amend it. So they amended it with her in office. So remember me telling you, say, tonight, this day, the court is gonna rule
Right.
for her. It's like when me tell you, say, the
Subi,
court are gonna rule.
so Subi, so the second seal where she get from the Governor General, the second appointment letter, that she have to go burn that up to and see that's where they
No,
see.
because the lawyers arguing that it's a misrepresentation of what she was writing about. But regardless, them have to go prove why them stop somebody who was actively benefiting from a provision that was amended. Yeah, them have to go prove that. So the court,
That's easy to prove, you know. That's easy to prove.
why them stop her? Why? Why?
Because she was already retired at 60 and they gave her a 3-year extension.
Right.
I mean, when that extension
Did she retire? Did she retire? Did she retire at 60?
It doesn't matter. The extension had a
No. Answer me now. Did she retire?
So Subi, her extension had an expiration
No.
date.
Give me that, man. No, give me that. May I ask you a question? You said she was retired. Was she retired at 60?
She was given an extension for 3 years.
Extension, right?
So remove retired then. Remove retired from the argument.
When the 3 years is over, that means her term
She has not retired
over.
as yet. She has not retired as yet. She was forced out.
Subi, she's retired by the Constitution. Hold on, Subi. The Constitution retires her at 60, and she was given an extension that had an expiration
based on the
years.
Constitution. No, the Constitution did not retire her at 60. The Constitution, if she did not ask for an extension, she would have retired, or the Constitution would have retired her. However,
right, and Subi, she did request an extension.
You can't say it retired her. You can't say it retired her. If she did not ask for an extension, it would have retired her. But she asked for an extension.
All right.
So she was still active.
She had to do it.
She was still actively serving. However,
it doesn't matter that she was actively serving.
While serving, they amended the Constitution to keep her in office. That is what I'm not saying you're wrong, you know. And I'm not saying I am wrong either.
That is all right. So watch now.
What I know.
Subi, hold on.
Me not say you're wrong, you know. Me not say you wrong, you know. I mean not say me wrong neither. But my opinion is them have to prove why them kick her out of office while she was actively serving under an amended constitution. That's the argument.
But Subi,
all right.
you know,
so Subi,
with all of this.
Hold on, let me say something. Yeah, Subi. When the government amended the constitution, did they amend it with the intent to extend for her to extend?
She and the Auditor General, I think.
No. All right. So hold on then.
But that is speculative still, because the government, I don't think the government, James Bond maybe can, or YouTube TV can, Jamaica YouTube TV can maybe correct me. I don't think the government came out and said distinctly that, we amended the provision just for her and the Auditor General. So
all right. So what you know? You see the extension of 3 years with the government that she was given.
Yeah.
That extension of 3 years reflected the intention of the government. If they intended for her to benefit from that amended constitution, then why did they only give her a 3-year extension?
All right, so you're one. Based on the constitution as it was, prior to the amendment, she could have asked for that extension. So when she asked for that extension, right, and she was serving that extension, based on her, what do you call it now, ability to continue serving, Well, they amended the constitution to keep her in office longer, or tenure, give her a longer tenure. So that is what I'm saying. If the Jamaica Labour Party or the government had the power to amend the constitution with majority of the votes in parliament to keep her on, nothing cannot go around that. And I
Yeah, but
think the court erred the first time around by not honoring it. Because what they're saying is, brother, if them rule against this now, on the appeal, yeah? If them rule against this on the appeal, you know what them a say? Them are gonna say, oh, no amendment can make ever again to benefit anybody with actively serving. Case in point, if police was to retire at 60 and them amend the constitution when someone asks for an extension after 60. So in a police force, them say, yo, you have to retire at 60, but you can ask for an extension of 2 years. When you ask the extension of 2 years, then go and them amend the thing and say, yo, we can actually serve until now 70. That 2 years over the amendment, what do we know, you see police them know what they want extension. Them can continue to serve until 70, in my opinion. And it's the same argument here, because it is amended. So once it's amended, it's supposed to benefit me as a police. It's supposed to benefit me as a DPP. It's supposed to benefit me as a general, because the law says I can serve until 70 or thereabout.
Wait, just let me weigh in here. You see all of this? This was a simple, easy 1-2 matter to deal with. The part of the amendment, which was considered lawful, of the age moving to 65 was fine. Remember, 2 things they amended. They amended that part, that was fine. The part about her choosing to stay was the issue. All the Prime Minister had to do, make the one amendment with the age, draft up a letter when him go to him office, send the letter to Mark Golding's office. They say, listen me I give her another 2-year extension, argument done. Because Mark Golding don't have to agree, him just have to notify him.
No, but I'm correct the same. Couldn't do that. Because you can't ask a second extension. All them have to do amend the constitution. That's why I remember asking. That's why I remember consulting.
No, you are wrong. I am telling you are wrong. Go and read the thing. What is unconstitutional is her choosing to stay.
No,
the thing is that this is the process that has to be used. But if you read the ruling, it says the only process is that the Prime Minister must consult. Matter of fact, they don't even use the word consult, they use the word agreement.
But look what I'm saying. You see the first amendment, you see the first request to the extension. I think they consulted the opposition. That's why she got the 3 years, right?
But I'm telling you, there's nothing in the Constitution that says that you can't have a second extension. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that.
It doesn't say you can't have a second extension.
That.
Oh, no, me understand what you say.
It says the maximum is 5 years.
Oh, so me understand what you say. So what you say basically is them should have just write a letter to Ray and say the 2 more years.
Send the letter to the leader of the opposition.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yes, and that are the basis why the PNP carry to court,
But regardless, based on the facts that amend the constitution, it has to benefit her as a Jamaican. Because the constitution says 70 at the age of retirement now for the VPP and the Auditor General.
65.
65, let's say she can go till 70, I think.
There's nothing in the constitution that says 70. Again, if looking at the constitution, 65.
Double check, because I think they can go till 70, I think. I remember. Because me just wait for collect my money for everybody will bet me. So me just wait until that day comes still. But it looking so good so far. It look like this is Royal that on the wide outside. I come eat all on the food. So anybody still want bet?
No man, no. You listen, man. Let me tell you something. Let me show you where this are going now. This are going to embarrass Jamaica because them want to get a privy council. I remember Justice Sykes. Them
Imhotep. Nobody throw that out there, please.
That's where they're going to go with it because they want to try to save
it's a waste of time.
I know, but that's where they're gonna go with it. And
so you think if they allow her to stay on, they're gonna go to the Privy Council?
Of course.
Come on,
listen,
man.
Let me ask a question. Maybe a foolish question. Why the PMP is so keen? Yeah. Why they're so bent on getting rid of the DPP?
And why is the government so bent on keeping the DPP?
The DPP is the DPP is
Look.
the DPP is qualified. The DPP believes she has more in the tank to offer. She believes that she came and she clean up the director of public prosecution office.
Remember, you know.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. You ask a question. Let me finish.
Wasubi, those are not qualifying arguments for her to stay on.
But can I finish? Can I finish? You ask me why the government want her to stay on. So may I give my summation, right? My assumption. So I'm saying, based on my knowledge of our studies of the DPP, she came in and she cleaned up the office. And what a backlog did there. She brought a lot of cases forward. She put in a lot of work. Her pension and all of them things may be affected by what's happening here and so forth and so on. The Prime Minister didn't even want to give her an extension. We have that documented or gazetted, right? So we have that as evidence says that the government went out there and said, oh, we want to keep the DPP believes that she has a lot left to offer to Jamaica. And I am with the DPP. She should be allowed to resign gracefully. And what the PNP is doing is disgraceful.
But the thing is,
yeah?
Hold on. Before you start appeal to emotions now, right? Let's look at the reality of things, right? Based on our constitution, right? The three branches of government are supposed to separate. Now, it appears, based on the optics, one government is fighting to keep someone in there when there are others who can take the place and move on. So at the end of the day, you go so as far as to amend the law just for two people alone. Where in the world, you see, governments amend certain laws just to accommodate two people.
It's not to accommodate just two people.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because going forward to benefit everybody.
No. Only them alone can elect to remain. Right? That's not the problem. Only
them. But going forward, anybody where is not a position they can elect to remain.
Yeah, but two people alone same way. That's the point.
Only but we could ask the same question why the Constitution.
No, they cannot elect to remain. The age is now 65.
Right, so there you go. There you go. So there you go.
Right. True. But I'm just saying, like.
So she not so back at square one.
Yeah, the amendment was for only these two people.
Yeah, but it's not only these two people because anybody can be DPP and our Auditor General from this point forward.
Not the individuals.
Because remember, brother, the Constitution. You know why? Because the Constitution has a provision that basically benefit just these two people in a different way from how it benefited other government workers or how it what do you call it now?
That look away. This is the government.
No, look away. Them just go with the Constitution
to accommodate an extension.
No. It's constitutional, brother.
As me say again, that
because we could have said look away. We could have said look away while the Constitution is written for us. Accommodate.
That's the reason why all people, as we wicked and I say, you know, yeah man, Royal Reed and Fitzpinack, them and them sitting there. All them thing that we say.
Royal Reed is before the court.
Yeah man, but when me I say, you know, you know how them are going to reason.
Ricketon don't want to start whataboutism tonight, you know. Listen to me, Imhotep. Ricketon has no grounds to start no whataboutism tonight, you know.
Yeah? You know Ricketon style.
You see how the reasoning. Remember, so me already admit so me we take the L for this, you know. So that means I'm not talking an absolute, you know. See? Me attack alpha because it can be a little bit biased too, because me really appreciate the work where the DPP, you know, has done. Me really thinks that she worked very hard, and she's being blasted and unfairly treated in a demeaning manner by the public, right? That I want to believe. But Ricketon cannot come about here with no whataboutism, because we have two clauses in the Constitution, two sections in the Constitution we say Mark Golden who him support, not even supposed to be in a parliament. Much more, we have no questioning whether he's even a Jamaican. So, no matter what about is him who are protect constitution, because this is not about protecting no constitution. This is about the PMP does not want Parliament ruling around, and the Jamaica Labour Party wants her around.
What?
So
Why?
make we argue
Why
from
them want her around? So why is
I
it so important?
and I have no problem not being able to answer the question on that.
Right.
But if you keep it there, say Mate, me have to fold my hand. Yeah?
No, but
Because
you know, Subi, remember, you know, as she a try to hold on to power, you know, remember good, you know.
me no, listen me.
Hold on, no.
Listen
Hold
me.
on, no. Remember, you know, she could have stepped away at 60.
No stepping away.
General, hold on, no. She could have retired at 60. Yes. She could have.
Why Adams still want to be commissioner of police?
And oranges. We're talking about what she could have done.
The reason why I said it, because some people like me, why don't step away from music after me done the 20, nearly 30 years? Because I just love music. I don't make no money out of a new song now, I do. I spend more money I promote music than when that money I make back.
Right.
And I'm supposed to stop doing music, new music. But that's something I love. So Paul and Llewellyn loves to serve her country.
Oh no.
Subi, the one difference though, you do not have a guaranteed pension.
Right.
You don't have that. You have to figure out your way.
Sweater your bro, you eat bread. That's true that. I read that here Jamaica YouTube. So
well, I was just going to the point where why she's selecting to stay. She love her country. She patriotic. She want to serve. She want to put some criminals behind bars. And listen me, by the hook or the crook, we're gonna clean up this place. Make judge can come home.
We understand
and skeptic.
Me agree with you, Ruan. Yeah, man, music and law are two different things, because at the end of the day, yeah, you have one with a passion and you love it, and you have some people it's all about the money. Are two different things that you get what me I say. So you can naturally, passionately have the affection there for music, and the next person will deal with a profession there, where I serve them just do it because of the perks and the money or whatever. They not do it because they love it. You think say Paula will want subject herself to them people out there, and then they mix up.
Paula and Llewellyn love serve, man. She love our country.
Right? No, what I'm saying is that Paula at 63 now, at 63 still Paula couldn't really step aside still. You know,
at 63, you know, so them could have just get the next 2 years and just call it.
No. Then that's why we're there so now. When
see problem, you know, when I look at her say she can just take aside now. But for a woman to serve the country so patriotic and so
for
you know
40 years.
Right, they could have just get the 2 years, brother.
No, well, I know,
them disrespect the woman, man.
No,
kick her to the curb like a ball.
No, at the law, them do one law and they put her at this position. And as she get where the duck get. Because she's
not gonna get to the duck get because you will go on now.
But she don't get it already, irrespective of the outcome. Her name has been dragged through the mud and pay a contract.
No, she's gonna get her 2 years. And she's gonna come and she's gonna put some more.
No, man, Subi. Listen me, anytime anybody hear about Paula Llewellyn, this is what people will remember.
Yeah, man, the PMP muddy up her name star. She's hurt.
Well, I saw it's a nasty thing them going with, but me I show you say when
the PMP deal are wicked. But you see, God not sleep, you know. I'm glad some is a man start go back to church, you know. Because God not sleep. You see Marky Golden and him and Bunting and all of them with dirty upon her name, in my opinion. All of them, you know, see judgment to reach them down, you know, see Marky Golden, Marky British right now, you know. He can't renounce his citizenship, you know, because right now we do him sure from a Jamaican. See, Rickerton and them, man, they are fretting, you know, because them know, say, he can't contest the next election because people are carrying a court.
Rickerton say Marky G will be the next prime minister. You never see that one day.
Nine dream.
Yeah, man. See Rickerton say he might be the next prime minister, but if Andrew want let's call the election tomorrow, man, Mark Gold in trouble. Because you can't renounce nothing. You must be mad. You're not sure say you renounce just because you want to win.
Mark Golden told according to the Observer, Mark Golden told a blatant lie in 2022 that he no longer has a British passport. Yeah? And he has not put out any information that the Observer should retract that statement. So we have to basically say, you know, that is accurate. So all I can tell you guys, you can stay over there, so no Ricketon and don't worry and fret. God not sleep. The drag when them drag the DPP through the mud and dirty her up. Yeah? Dirty up her name. Nice lady will serve the country
It's a
diligently and
our
true.
constitution. Yeah, I write the side there. It's not the politics thing either. The constitution.
Me understand. I mean, I want to go for a lame reasoning in our night, yeah? But if I may, constitution,
You know that the court rule. You mean that the
brother,
court rule? The court
right now we
rule.
have one of the biggest constitutional crisis right now in our lifetime.
Yeah, me understand the part there, but watch this now. They are not separate. So Mark go only need to renounce or do what him do. But this
Let me not tie them together. I Ricketon a drama. Let me not tie them.
right.
My bad.
Right. So
Ricketon, nobody know what about his brother because you're gonna make me start go off the rail.
no man, I mean you follow Ricketon.
And we have all the time in the world to address this. So me no want to go off the rail with you.
All right. But Subi, since you don't want to go off the rail, Scara, big up, you know. Yeah, man, big up all the ones and ones. We run noble, everybody with there, you know. Tom Ford in the building, big up on yourself. All right. So what about what Tufton say him deal with now, Subi? So him sign the deal, cause since you don't want to go over Assange yet. Tufton say him sign a deal with who? The Philippines them? Bring in some nurses and them sitting like that.
Yeah, because we're short of workers. Because the whole of the nurse and the doctor, them will say, them are go agree in a pastor. So we're short of teachers, we're short of doctors, and we're short of nurses. So we are importing nurses and doctors. And we already have, you know, Cuban doctors here. As a matter of fact, it's a Cuban doctor took care of me the other day. Did very well. My you know, symptoms that I have, you know, are all gone. You know, I'm fully healthy now, fully active. Yeah, best shape I'm in my whole life. Yeah, Jamaica, them take care of me. Pay a little bit of money to compare to America. Yeah, man, beautiful country. We're fixing about 5 hospitals working on right now down here. Yeah, so Tufton is doing the right thing. Bringing in foreign workers to take care of the ill and to take care of the sick people. Them and doctors and nurses who are you know well matriculated in their field, where them can actually work these new machines that we have. Because we want some people who work the new machines and we have to and them things. So we welcome them. We welcome the Philippine nurses and doctors. Then. Yeah, man. Big move. Tufton is doing a great job. In all the deflection with Dr. Daza put out there. He need to come tell you about the restaurant to poisoning.
Wait, all right, so
A moment of silent.
that go
No
on.
man, them argument, nobody can go in them argument, them in general.
All right, so since James Bond touching, just say yesterday.
No, James Bond, I agree. You know, if you tell James that's be touching, him knows that true me attack.
Of course, that's why I'm calling for agree. Come here, listen.
James Bond, I argue with that. We know the people them when they want to see we be successful. We know them.
And so
yes?
you see the 50 garbage truck today. Nobody no say nothing no.
Big granny chicken, so we chuck them pretty like a money.
Me say nobody up. Me say nobody a ball.
Listen me, it's the best job. All who run way and gonna find all who are spread disinformation upon the country. We are gonna find you and we are gonna expose you and we are gonna make sure and say, who know we are foreigner, we want to come and visit. We are gonna make sure and say we put laws in place to block you from even entering the country because we don't sure if we're coming into the country.
What do you mean by we are gonna find and expose why you need to go look for the people them?
So be them
no.
From what they are, so be them Naga, Jamaica. Then
no, but we are gonna find we are gonna expose you kind of
no. Meaning no, we have blog channels as well. So let me clarify. We have channels. We've been doing a very good job at it as far. Hold on, George. You have to talk about the garbage up first. Hold on, George.
1 second.
Hold on, George. Hold on. So we are going to find them and we're going to expose them because we are not sitting back anymore and allow you guys to dominate the social media space with disinformation. Notice how George came over here the other night and talk about all the things and that all the ambulances them that used to be in Jamaica and that. We're still waiting on them to give us a lot of evidence and all them things there. So, we're challenging the disinformation. So we will find one page on our hide pan or hide behind, and we're gonna make the people know so not liar. No matter if we're small like a hands, or if we're not important, we are exposing them. And we're gonna inform people and say, yo, see one of them there spread misinformation.
What you have to say about it up them jobs?
Sube, it's like how you get the 50 garbage truck.
Yes, sir.
Although I don't believe those are the preferred equipment to clean the gullies. Just post a picture to me when the Mullines gully have been cleaned from top to bottom. I'd appreciate that.
Everything's gonna take time because the other day when you show a picture. When you show a picture the other day. No, but what's in the James, man? Them show a picture the other day with some garbage where they say they're Jamaican. So what you want to clean up garbage?
No, but just want clean up garbage. Clean from top to bottom. Just send
no, you go now. Here we go now. Let me give a better argument. You see the Mullines gully where the whole I want to talk about. I me see all Rattigan them have promo around the garbage. The money we don't have a take a rent get bus and a bike flight.
It's Cash Park. Don't follow George with the Mullines gully. Cash Park.
Yeah, the thing we want to have.
Cash Park gully.
Yes, sir.
He might take me to tell us the man not got Jamaican just attack.
There is no such thing as a Mullines gully.
Yeah, it's no such thing, but at the Cash Park.
Hold on, the
Mullines gully they put on
it drive. You know about a gully run near Weymouth drive.
That start from we up something them now. We up that start, man. Remember about Barbican that we up a Barbie. No, up a
right.
It go Barbican legally go straight to.
Right.
Yeah, more the gully they clean. Anytime the gully they clean, send a picture.
Do me a favor now. When you go back on Rattigan and platform and they bring it on panel, or you go on any one of them where you support platform and they bring it on the panel, I want you send a message to the nasty Jamaican people them. We are dashing plastic buckle them and the garbage in a places where they're not supposed to throw them. Because here we go now, Andrew Willis alone can't do this, We're going to need Jamaicans to clean up them dirty ways. You understand me I say? No, if people continue to contaminate the environment, brethren, we're going to always have problems. Pollution and them things don't start with just government alone, brethren, and contamination. We, the people, we have to do better. So when I take on a picture and something and I point out the gully with the garbage and them something there, just know, say, people are dump them garbage in these areas. So,
about 50 odd years, about 40 odd years, people have been doing that. Always I dump them.
Subi, why them do it?
In the gully.
They're doing it. They're doing.
No. Well, all right. Hold on. Let me hear something. Let us show you something to do.
Because the garbage is not collected. That is why they do it.
That's a valid point, George. That's a valid point because watch this now. You have certain areas where garbage will collect because of main road. All right, watch this case in point. Waterhouse, down pan gully bank there. No garbage truck no come down on them places like that, brother. We collect the garbage up. A man just dash it in the gully. And that was always the culture. Straight up a Red Hills Road all the way, that's straight in the gully same way. Yeah?
Listen to me.
So it's wrong. It's wrong, and it's a very bad culture where it kind of evil programming the people in head.
At the end of the day, we have to understand.
So if it was collecting, they would do that. If it was collecting, would they do that?
Well, you have to understand, say, understand a thing too, right? Understand, say, we still have a society where I try to move out where I call it now. From the bottom of the totem, seeing to which part we're there right now. So we still have some garbage heap and some river and dump and anything there we want to clean up, But it now go move overnight, now go take 8 years where Andrew will snap overnight,
But Andrew tell you today, Subi saying for the country, garbage to pick up on an efficient level as where it's supposed to be. Them need the same amount of truck what them have right now.
Yes.
Them at 50%, they need the same amount of truck what them have
yes.
right
So in a 8 years, them just order 50 trucks?
George, I know you got to that, you know. Andrew administration has had ordered 160 truck within the 8 years, and that's more than the whole NHA had in their whole history combined.
So all of those trucks have been delivered? All of those trucks have been delivered?
Every single one. The last 50 come to them just deliver. Every single one. I know go and come with that. PNP want to
George, you can't beat James Bond. You can't beat James Bond with them argument.
So James Bond, so what is the problem that they can't have a scheduled garbage collection?
You hear what I just said?
Hold on a second. I just have a question. Scheduled garbage collection where?
In the corporate area, why they can't have a schedule?
But I live in the corporate area every Thursday. The garbage. I live in the corporate area every Thursday. The garbage will come pick up my garbage.
Here, this is no James Bond. If I was
it's not James Bond. This is Jamaican YouTube.
Oh, Jamaica YouTube. Here, this.
I'm saying but I'm saying that. Hold on. Did you hear me a while ago, right?
Yeah, man. I hear you. I responded.
No, I'm saying every Thursday I can go put out my garbage and it's collected.
George, don't go in the
good
deep.
For you.
George, don't go in the deep because remember, the conversation was
that is good for you.
Well, on the George, man, don't go in the deep because he might go all right there, so and you can't come out because he lives in the corporate area, but the specific area where we are talking about upon the gully bank areas, them right, them areas there, the garbage trucks not really come down at them place there. So where him living at the corporate area, yes, it pick up. That's why I said there are certain places where pick up go on a regular basis, regular schedule. Even a certain garrison area.
And I live on Larbrook Road and truck pass there every Wednesday, I think.
Right. So I'm just saying, there is a man. What we are saying is that in the garrison part, right on the gully bank there, so yeah, man, you don't really have no garbage truck that come a certain place and a water house and them place there. No garbage truck.
So
come pick up the garbage.
So my question to you is, why shouldn't those people garbage be collected too?
No, I'm not saying that it should not be, but remember I said these are one informal settlements which are crime ridden as well. So the risk to evil.
That is the reason why the Prime Minister bought 160 truck, more than the whole National Work Agency fleet have ever had. And it's saying more to be cut, more to go buy more because we need the same amount of truck we have right now.
But separate and apart from
garbage
that, though, James Bond,
island wide.
Some of these areas garbage is uncollectible. If you understand, so like Imhotep, you're from the Waterhouse here.
Right.
You know from Red Bridge.
Red Bridge, Welcome Drive, come straight back.
Red Bridge, go right back.
Go Spanish Town Road too.
No truck. There's no road for the trucks to drive on.
Right, true. That's
a little lane where you can just walk through. You can barely walk. The car can't even drive through some of these areas.
No, true that. I'm capturing them place there.
So a lot of it have to do with the whole informal living that we have and so on. And that's a very large task for governments to
That's what I said earlier on. We have to remember, say we're not a first world country. You understand me? I say we have to still understand that.
And what is the explanation when the garbage is at the Coronation Market back and front? What is the explanation for that?
The municipal corporation.
No, Imhotep, let me answer that. This is rubbish. The garbage is collected all the time. Somebody go and take what happens at we can't take the what down there.
And Central Police Station and right at the front the gate at Central Police Station.
That's what happened to those.
One by one.
True. I'm not asking. The garbage is collected. If somebody goes, well, remember, what happens in the market, Remember, the market has to be cleaned almost every single day. So what happens is that the garbage will be piled up, but I'm going to tell you that by a morning, the trucks come and clean it up.
All right. Well, one second.
That's also reality how the market the market here is operated.
It always operates.
You know that we have street sweepers in
when they were having problems, with the collection.
Do you know that we have people that go on the road, Marcus Garvey Drive, Mandela Highway, the road Norman Manley Highway? You know, we have people that actually go and sweep the roads.
You didn't know that, George?
Yeah, man, I know that. But what I'm asking, the question I'm asking, why was it a problem 3-4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, a year ago? Why was it a problem? Why was garbage collection a problem?
See the problem and see the garbage not picking up efficiently.
George, why was it a problem? Why was it a problem in PG time? Why was that problem in Porsche time? Why was it a problem in?
Has always been.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't occur
No,
any.
but why was it? Why was it? Why was
Hold
it?
on.
Brother?
We can wait for something though.
No, but hold on. I beg on 10 seconds. Joey Leisure, respect for the super chat. Him said tell George to do like popcorn with his own cash to use the diaspora cash. Ratty, they collecting on Cash App and other apps and fund the cleanup. So him says that like how popcorn did use him own money.
Big talk, big talk, big talk.
But dig up the place and them something there, yeah, man.
And that's what I was saying earlier. The money we charge him up,
Right.
we charge him up a rent bus and all kind of sitting and transport people all over the world to go protest against the government.
But me not hear say Subi give money to walk and talk. That could have do a nice clean up, you know.
No, honestly, my money when we get to them for the promotion will not affect giving money if your group decide that we're gonna do a cleanup.
Business that judgment.
If your group decide that we're gonna do a cleanup,
yeah.
I wanna tap taking money where people are going about our rent bus. We go protest around the world against the government. My money is not is not affected by what them either.
Yeah, what I will suggest to them hold on, yes, man. 1 second, let me soon get the mic, general. And big up the CKP that me, you know, because I know the British massive, you know, a late morning, you know, about 4 o'clock or them something after 3. What I am saying is, right? These people are just funding some little people who are run down power for just travel all over the place. Them traveling expenses. Them just buy them plane ticket and rent them hotel and just say, yeah, man, we are protesting against Jamaica. We want to destabilize. And that is all. So they're not really adding a meaningful change in a Jamaica. Right? First thing first, you don't see none of them on the ground. I do nothing, no social intervention programs. Nothing at all them not deal with. Them just want to be separate, yet important.
They have no solution. All they matter about Andrew must go. This government must go. They have no solution.
Let's say the man them can't even formulate a plan, right? Or say a bill or a proposal to the government or to Mark Golding and say this is how the diaspora MPs are gonna work. Nothing. Neither.
Yeah, but that is quite clear that they are just.
I have a suggestion for them. But all I'm saying is, you know, one Shotman costs 13.8 million. Come with a Cummins engine, a 12-wheeler. We can get it a little cheaper for them, and then can buy a tractor. And the same goal what George talk about, them can dedicate it to it. If you dedicate one Shotman to the goal and one tractor, and the goal they clean for the rest of their life.
You know what's strange about these people, James man. What's strange about what George and Ricky and them are support. No one of George them really just love chat about the problems them in Jamaica.
Like George feel like in the pan trial, you know, because George good enough.
No, I put him pan trial for this.
Yeah, reasoning.
I put him pan trial for this. But what I'm saying is, when them people are talking, you know, it's like them a point out all of the flaws them, you know. It's like George of a girl, him pick up a girl and she not have no good shoes and her ear not do one them thing. And him just get up every day and I say, yo, you know, see your ear no look good. You know, see your shoes no look good. You know, see your clothes no look. I never buy her a suit of clothes. Brother, the amount of thing when I see when you take money I do, you know. When you take money I fight against Kamika Johnson in what we're take to court.
Yeah.
Amina Johnson Smith.
Kamina Johnson Smith. Them money I take how much, you know how much it is. Figure dinner sitting in a court. Them missing them a money. I go around the world, them a keep conferences at this, them a did that. Yo, you can just imagine if the diaspora, you know, so when they have more inroad with the people, them. When they have more connect with the people,
No, but they are not,
PNP,
hold on. They are anti-JLP, anti-Andrew. It's quite clear. They are not pro-Jamaica, brother.
Them no want no clean up on them thing they're doing
No,
Andrew and this administration because they don't want to get the credit.
Yeah, and let me show you something too. Just to respond to something what George said earlier about why it never do last week and all of that, right? These are the same people sometimes that don't play. All right, let me ask a question first. Is it borrowed money that is buying these garbage trucks?
Him cheap out him head?
No, is it borrowed money that is buying these garbage trucks? James Bond can answer. Is it borrowed money, James Bond, that is buying these trucks? Did they borrow the money to buy these trucks?
I'm not sure of the financials on it. I have to check back in it.
Anybody can answer? Is it borrowed money?
I know what the
I
Prime
think,
Minister said, that he's
I,
not blaming any one government for not buying more truck, because at the time the economy was not in the position for them to be using money to buy
I
truck.
think the bosses, they don't borrow money. I'm not sure
No,
about the truck.
100% sure the buses are not alone. They actually bought the buses. It's not alone.
All right, good.
Well,
All right,
yeah, I'm not aware of any borrowed money with
all
that
right,
because
all
more
right.
time when you have high
All right.
vehicles, they normally spend their
So,
money.
so to answer that question about now why it wasn't last week, these are the same people sometimes, you know. These are the same people that don't play the importance of economic growth, right? And speak, oh, economy will grow, but people now feel it. And Andrew tried to say to them, so look here, there's no other way. Because if you are a man in your household, you know, you got other in a room, you know, so your father work and him have a job and him at a certain level in the job where, you know, him income not so strong. He'll be able to do less, brother. Right? And in order for him to do more for other in a room, to accommodate probably you have three
Mafia
brother
earn
and
more.
so and more. He has to earn more. It is as simple
Facts.
as that. For him to provide more for him family, him have to find a way to earn more. The same thing with the government. So when we don't play the important points or the important achievements of the government, like growing the economy, one don't play it and say that
True,
can't
true.
one for it are gonna take time. So it cannot be a question where you're gonna say why it wasn't last week, right?
Mm.
After you don't play economic growth and say I know nothing that, right? And when the economic grow now to a point where you earn enough money to do it, you have to say, oh, why it never happened earlier? It takes time. We're not where we want to be, you know. We're not saying Jamaica is a better rose now, you know. But the direction is what we need to watch. Not
Yeah.
necessarily where we are now. We need to watch the positive direction.
And
And
I
it
was be
doesn't help
careful
if
how
we
we
are
are spend wildly too.
right. If we are talking about the debt right now, right? The reduction in the debt. Those things are important. But the layman, the problem with Jamaica, you know, the people who have the loudest voice, the layman are not able to make a proper assessment of where the country is going, you know. Right? They are
Mm.
not able to see the vision and a direction. They are looking at where we are now. And they're not comparing it also with where we are coming from. Because if you talk about poor
Brother,
conditions in the
we have to
hospital,
understand. We have to understand
All
something.
right.
if you talk about poor conditions in the hospital conditions is poor long time. If you talk about bad roads
Bad road a long time.
they did a long time. And in 2016 it start. If we really are talking about Jamaica, it's obvious that we just are talking about this because we are take partisan positions.
All right.
All the
Facts.
faults what you are
Let me say
talking about now
something.
where Andrew have to address are things where inherit.
Let me say something. Um, you say all of what you say, I agree with, but we should not overlook that the lay person will see based on what information is disseminated in the media. So
True.
so when we can't blame the layperson for seeing it the way they see it, right? Because so it's the government that is currently in power is supposed to disseminate that information. It's
No,
supposed
man,
to
but general,
provide that.
it
No, no,
becomes
hold on, man.
difficult. It
Hold
becomes
on, man. Hold
difficult to
on, man.
disseminate the information when we are when the PMP
But the
basically.
people that will know better mislead.
Hold on, no. Hold on. Look, I get everything what you're saying, but you're not supposed to. We're not supposed to overlook that politics is politics. So you can't blame the opposition for being the opposition, right? I
True.
mean, they're gonna do
Mhm.
what they're gonna do to make themselves seem legitimate. But the government that is in power is supposed to inform the people so that when that disinformation comes before them, they have factual information in front of them that they can use to weigh against that disinformation.
But let me show you how let me
What
show you
are
how
I
that's
agree.
difficult.
What are the Mr. Vegas do? I agree with you 100% with him, Paris, because I blame the government for the poor communication, right? That we have been seeing I blame them for that because I think the government has so much going for them and they allow the negatives to drown out
No,
the
no,
positives.
no, no, no,
But
no, no.
bro,
I cannot.
but you don't take
No,
it.
me blame the government, Mr. Vegas.
Hold on,
Poor
now.
communication on the part of the
Hold on.
JLP.
Hold on.
No, no,
But it
no,
don't take
no.
it don't need any education to look in the country and see what's going on. If me sit down in my yard and me say the country now not garbage truck and me say 50 new truck. That is progress. If me used to drive by watching it take me 3 hours to go. Not it take me
James,
45
I'm
minutes to
take your
go.
time,
All
but
right,
people
That is
don't see
James
things for
progress.
Bond.
themselves.
That
James
is
Bond.
most of these things are self-explanatory.
James Bond.
If
James
you sit
Bond.
down
All
there,
right.
if you sit down and say unemployment was at 8%, now it's at 3. What the government
James
need to
Bond.
explain to you? They
Hold
say,
James
hold on,
Bond.
hold on, hold
James
on,
Bond.
hold on, hold on,
Hold on,
hold
hold
on,
on,
hold on,
hold on.
hold on.
No, so
No,
give
hold
me,
on, because just no,
give me a
but because
chance, man. Let me just.
allow us to clarify what you said. Allow us to clarify what you said. What we are saying, I general, I agree with you 100%, man. It's wrong. Because a year ago now, we have to understand two things. People seems to love negativity more than positivity. That's first thing. And when people are gonna the other side, unprecedented, right? We have never seen this, where somebody will actually worse we have social media now, so we're in a different era than when we had just 2 or 3 stations in Jamaica. So if one politician says something, it's corrected on the next news, right? Or the next station. Now we have a more broader, scope of media outlet of sources to get news from. So when you have to be constantly pushing back at misinformation and disinformation, it takes away from what you're trying to convey. So,
Yeah, all
but
right.
what we have to look at is,
They do a
hold
poor
on, no, no,
job,
no,
though, not leading the
no, 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 no,
conversation,
no,
Mr. Vegas.
no,
They
no, no,
should have
no.
been
They're
leading the
doing the best,
conversation.
sir. They're doing the best that they can do. Let me tell you something.
and let the work
What
speak for
we
itself.
what we have to pay attention to, and we have to really, really hold people accountable for this. We have to hold people accountable. People will just get bored of a government and decide they just want the government out. They don't care
No,
this.
I agree with that.
I agree with that 100%. But watch this.
All right, let me
And
show
I
you
can
something.
prove to you 100%. Watch this.
All right,
Watch this, man.
this one.
Watch this,
All right.
brother. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. When you get a paycheck, or you get a pay in a 2006, 2015, and your pay used to be what 560 or 760 around there for your salary. Now when you get a pay, you get 15,000 a week, right? That is, you have to pay attention to that and say, yo, at least we are get an increase for minimum wage. At least we have a program now where we can go sign up to learn a skill. Them actually I give you incentives. Them actually I give you stipend. All of them things here. You have to know these things and can't just make this negative news and the lies where somebody else are proliferate.
All right, Subi.
Let you no benefit
Me
from
like
the
the points that we are
opportunities
raised
them.
because,
Foresight, hold on, man. Let
yeah,
me
yeah,
just say
go
something,
ahead.
man. Subi,
Yeah.
you see what you just said a while ago? There is
Mhm.
no way that I could ever disagree with that, because that is exactly what is going to combat disinformation and misinformation. It is the reality on the ground. And so
Right.
it is very easy for people to believe the
A lie.
negative
True,
information
true.
when they're not seeing, like, look, we talk about the 50 garbage trucks, right? Now, every community where those garbage trucks turn up in, they are going to see the progress and they're going to experience the progress. But the communities that do not see them, that's just like a rumor to them, because they're not going to see that progress. You talk about programs that people can get involved in that can help to improve their lives. Yes, that is going to be real for those people who were able to experience that. But for the people who that does not reach, it is very easy to convince them that the government is not
No,
making
that
any
program is
progress.
that program is everybody.
One second, there, guys. Let me just share a little thing quick and fast, please, not to cut no wisdom. Right. All right. So this is from
True. issues related to misinformation and disinformation. There's a lot of talk about this area, and I think it's important that we clarify. The administration has always been and will always be deeply committed to protecting democracy in Jamaica. And we are deeply committed to protecting democracy from any threats that there are. And governments around the world are dealing with this issue of misinformation and disinformation, especially on social media. And we've seen it. We know what happens. Anyone can say anything, and it is amplified around the country and around the world. And it is important that as we protect the rights of our people and protect the right to freedom of expression and speech, that at the same time it is grounded in truth. And so we love the robust debate. And I say it all the time. It is important in a democracy that we can have dissent and that we can say, you're not doing good as a government. We don't like what you're doing, or you need to do this better. That's what a democracy is. And that's fine. And that's what we want to encourage, but not encouraging persons to post blatant lies online that then fuel a lot of this issue of disinformation and misinformation. And so it's very important that we understand that what the government is saying is that what is posted on social media needs to be based in truth. And in that vein, what we have said is that where there are issues or instances where we know individuals have posted things that are not true, that we will have to go after those individuals in terms of prosecuting them. And there are laws that are available. And I think the goal of everything that we are doing is ensuring that we are in an environment that is based on truth. That is what it is about. And so there is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people saying anything that is negative. That is absolutely not the case. It's just that we have to protect truth. And so this notion that we shouldn't go after those who perpetuate fake news is really strange, because around the world we see it happening in every country. Fake news is a problem, and it's fake, which means it's not truthful. And we are a country that is built on truth, and we will protect that in this administration. In terms of the way forward, what we will be doing is primarily focusing on social media literacy, and that's important. How do you know what's true? Because sometimes you see these videos and you think, oh my gosh, that sounds right, but you're not really sure. And so we will be using our broadcasting commission, and they've already independently started to work on a public education campaign that helps our Jamaican people to understand what's true, what's not, how to figure out if something is true, in fact. And we will, obviously, as a part of that, point to some of you in this room, the traditional media in this room. We will say to them, go to traditional media. That's where you can actually find out if something is real or is not. And so the primary thing we'll be doing at this time is enhancing public education to help individuals to understand what's real and what's not real. And I know I get a lot of questions sometimes on AI. AI is an area that we have to really be looking at, because with AI, fake news, disinformation can be even more potent. And so it is very important that we teach Jamaicans how to understand what's real, what's a real video, what's not a real video, so that we can have conversations that are based in truth and not based in untruths. And so I had to say that at the start, because it's a very important issue that we are grappling with, and it's a conversation we have to have as a people. And so I know the administration is happy that we're having the conversation. There are no new legislations at this time. We have some that are already on the that are already there. We have the Cyber Crimes Act. We have laws around libel. There are already laws that exist and that can be used in terms of prosecuting individuals who do not speak truth online. But before we even get there, the key thing is, let us have public education. Let us have a discourse about what's the right approach going forward. As we
All right.
I
So
hear that. No. So
all right. So me not have a problem if the government I go say misinformation has been a problem, you know. Yeah, me agree with them with that. But me honestly have a problem when government tell me say them want to do a campaign to tell me the truth. And it's all about truth.
Mm-hmm.
Understand me? I say me have a problem with that because we all know say when it comes on to government wanting to tell people the truth, it becomes a propaganda campaign. It has always been, there's always been a thin line when you hear government say they want to tell people the truth and they'll be campaign to tell us the truth. So now, Roland, so Andrew wants them in order to tell we the truth, them have to counter these people out there. No, this does sound like some Trojan awesome to me right now.
no,
Yeah.
but me understand you, Imhotep. What you mean by
Imhotep.
what government supposed to tell people the truth?
Well, which
Yeah, government's supposed to tell people the truth.
So what problem you have with
What the
it?
government is doing?
Man, what I'm saying is my general.
And when we say government, we not talk about just ruling party.
General. Anytime
Yeah.
throughout the history where government have used their means of communication, right, to say communicate anything, it's either one, propaganda, two, to superimpose their agenda on the people or their ideology. So what I'm saying is the truth, we know so the truth are going to be subjective. What I'm saying is they are saying that they are going to be sensitizing people about what is truth from what is false.
No, I think you're misinterpreting. I think you're thinking too deep in it.
No,
I think you're wrong, bro.
Let me
I
just
think you're wrong,
respond.
bro.
Let me just respond shortly still and reading for this. Just allow me just respond. I mean, hand over the mic. Yeah, all right. So I think you're kind of thinking too deep. I think it simply means, Imhotep, is that if the government find that something like a vlogger put out a piece of information that is false, they're just going to make steps to clarify it, brother, and say that's lie, and
No,
this is the truth.
That's not what you said alone. No, you well, man. She said that the government will be doing what? Truth sensitization campaign to tell you what false from what
She
is
didn't
true.
say that. She didn't say that.
She didn't say that. Me not get that. Me not hear that.
She didn't say that.
She said that.
She didn't say that, bro.
She said they might educate the people.
They're going to educate people.
No.
Okay, so what is that? What is that? What is that?
No. She said, Imhotep. She said,
yes,
they're actually gonna educate people how to identify what is true and what is lie.
Why depends with me as a
No, it's a literacy. It's just, brother, she used the word literacy. She just want people to be able to be independent thinkers where they can identify truth from lie.
So
she never said.
And one thing we're doing that is to.
We're talking about it at the same time.
If the government is gonna go on a campaign like that, how can
you never hear the word campaign?
The government did not say it was going on a campaign.
Listen,
yes, it's going on
Play
a
it
campaign.
again. Play it again, Imhotep. Play it, let them listen. Play it.
No, hold on. Let me finish, but let me just
Yeah, make it finish and let me play it after.
All right, look. When you're gonna set out to educate the public, it's called a campaign. All right, we can call it a campaign. So if the government is gonna go on that mission or whatever you want to call it, how can that result in you becoming an independent thinker? It sounds like
it's confirmation bias that within
it
government will tell you we think what is true and what is lies.
No.
Wrong. It sounds like indoctrination. The government can't
no, it depends on which form it takes. It depends on the form it takes.
Hold on, I'm gonna play back the video.
Foresight. You know what the problem with it in a foresight is that it is open for interpretation.
Yes.
And depending on what government comes in place, if that becomes our norm, we might be in for some big trouble in the future.
All right, well, let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something. Think of the worst case.
You know what? No government tell me no truth. None. Not a single one. You understand me? I say, yeah, man, because at the end of the day, me want to see the thing as it is, not how you project it to me.
Right.
But anyway, let me just play this back again there. Give some context.
issue of disinformation and misinformation. And so it's very important that we understand that what the government is saying is that what is posted on social media needs to be based in truth. And in that vein, what we have said is that where there are issues or instances where we know individuals have posted things that are not true, that we will have to go after those individuals in terms of prosecuting them. And there are laws that are available. And I think the goal of everything that we are doing is ensuring that we are in an environment that is based on truth. That is what it is about. And so there is no tracking of people. There is no curtailing of people saying anything that is negative. That is absolutely not the case. It's just that we have to protect truth. And so this notion that we shouldn't go after those who perpetuate fake news is really strange, because around the world we see it happening in every country. Fake news is a problem, and it's fake, which means it's not truthful. And we are a country that is built on truth, and we will protect that in this administration. In terms of the way forward, what we will be doing is primarily focusing on social media literacy, and that's important. How do you know what's true? Because sometimes you see these videos and you think, oh my gosh, that sounds right, but you're not really sure. And so we will be using our broadcasting commission, and they've already independently started to work on a public education campaign that helps our Jamaican people to understand what's true, what's not, how to figure out if something is true, in fact. And we will, obviously, as a part of that, point to some of you in this room, the traditional media in this room. We will say to them, go to traditional media. That's where you can actually find out if something is real or is not. And so the primary thing we'll be doing at this time is enhancing public education to help individuals to understand what's real and what's not real. And I know I get a lot of questions sometimes on AI. AI is an area that we have to really be looking at, because with AI, fake news.
All right, so Imhotep,
Yes.
look, what's also troubling to me is the government directing me to what source I can get the truth from, right? The traditional media, which, I mean, I don't know how many of us on here who can say we have 100% trust in the traditional media. And I'm not, I don't mean to,
them like to me, I have a problem with that too. Traditional media not really start truth.
Right. So I don't know if that would be the correct approach. But look, Foresight, it sounds like a campaign. But
Yes,
we can
no, the campaign was referred. No, hold on.
She said it's a public campaign. She said it's a public campaign. She said
but
it's a
public education campaign. She said.
Yeah, but she was referring to Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation that already have been doing that over the years, brother.
Hold on. That's not what you said, because remember the JBC now exists again. The Broadcasting Commission.
No, yeah, sorry.
Right.
Come on, man.
So the Broadcasting Commission, don't them govern everything? Don't them govern the whole thing, brother? So we
man, that is why we don't make it out to be a political public campaign or government public campaign.
No. Take the politics out of it.
Where we are a government.
Take the politics out of it.
All right, but what I know, I'm saying
no. Take the politics out of it, because we're not the political lenses. Because what is now? I agree that there is cause for concern about the misinformation and the mendacious lies and things like that. I agree with that, and I stand with the government with that part there. But yes, when the government has said they're going to do a campaign of public education to identify what is truth and what is false and them things there, and
So
these things are going to be, I'm just saying, we don't have to agree. These things are going to raise eyebrows in the public domain.
I don't think it's going to take the form the way.
No,
I think about it.
Hold on.
Yeah, you might not see it that way there, but here we go now. When a government
government go directly say you can't have a mind of your own to decipher or to interpret what is truth.
Foresight.
Yeah, but you talk if I say I make it sound like
Foresight. You are misinterpreting what I said.
Well, I know. Them say them are going to public education campaigns. So as me I say, these statements will raise eyebrows in a real life. and it raised my eyebrow. That's all I'm saying. I stand
But
correct.
public education no means so they more tell you what to believe in
Hold on.
like oh yeah talk.
They said they're protecting truth. No, that them said they're protecting.
Yes.
Yeah, but it just means that them go guy people say things are little,
Foresight.
like you just say clues to look for and
Foresight.
things where you're gonna use to verify information. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Foresight. Listen, the issue here, the issue for me, right? I don't know about for anybody else. The issue for me is, how do you tell me or anybody else what is true? You understand? Like,
I don't think it. I don't. I'm not thinking about it like that. They won't tell you what is true.
Look, we're all independent thinkers, right? We should be able to discern. Any one of us can look into what another individual is telling us. We can seek information to determine if the information we just received is true.
But
we can,
but
you know, we can research.
And they will assist you with things to look at and look
You don't
for.
want them assistance.
Hold on.
You don't want it with him, Paul. Some people need it.
I think the way the minister went, where the minister went wrong, the choice of word as true, no, facts. You allow the people to decipher whatever is true. You give them the facts of the fact of the matter, and they then decide. You have to be careful when you use that term truth.
Right.
Because everything can depend, information depending on how you interpret the information, you can interpret it as true depending on the angle that you're looking at. So don't say that you're giving the facts and then people determine
we are interpret what she mean by that.
No, she said truth. That's the word she used.
Yeah, foresight. Foresight, man.
That's I'm saying that she should have used the word.
All right, go ahead, Motep.
Yeah, well on, man. May I ask you the question? A quick question. Are you comfortable with a government telling you how to think?
And I'm saying to you, I don't interpret it as them saying that they are telling me what to think. I don't interpret it that way. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't interpret it that way.
Give me a moment. All right.
From my perspective, my observation, what them said a while ago, anytime, well, probably you might not understand the history of propaganda and how it works and how some things can be perceived. You see, whenever governments and them are going to say public sensitization or public education campaign in order to protect truth and to tell you what is truth, it will raise eyebrows, because at the end of the day, government should not be telling the people how to think when it comes down to these things. You understand me? I say so. The way that was worded, it will raise some eyebrows. And we're not talking about.
Can I say something? All right. There's a difference between being ignorant to the truth and ignoring the truth, right?
Yes, there's cognitive dissonance. That's cognitive dissonance.
All right.
When you ignore the truth, right? And
exactly.
You're just ignorant to the truth. Yeah.
If you are being misled, right, by information that was put out there in the media, and you are genuinely misled by it, and you really believe that it was true, but when the evidence surfaces that it is not so, you are willing to accept the clarity.
Do you know that in Germany with Joseph Goebbels and them man, right, was the propaganda minister. You know what they did to those people in Germany in terms of the news, telling them the truth.
Yeah,
you know what happened in Japan, where you had the emperor who was worshipped as a god because the news give them the truth. And I can speak about many other places.
But
governing the truth.
I understand what you're saying, you know. I understand, and I'm not in agreement with like a government. If that is the case where a government is telling the truth, I'm not in agreement with that. All I'm saying, I don't believe that that's what she's talking about. But anyway, let me just go back on the part of the pan. You have two set of people. You have some people where them will hear something and them they genuinely believe, say, so it go. But when them get the clarification or correction, say, so it go, them willingly accept. Right? You have a next man now where him no one no say I even lie. Him no one accept the truth. Him more willing to accept the lie if it suit the narrative where I try to run with. And even when him get him vex, if it turn out to be lie and him can't run with him vex, him not even interested in accepting the truth, right? You and you have persons like that who choose to be biased and choose to run with anything where I go be negative and even when a lie is brought up, right?
But
So they
foresight.
will accept a negative lie, right? If the truth turns out to be more positive,
All right.
they
So
will not
foresight.
accept it.
So foresight.
And that's the problem what we are feeling. Yeah,
So
go ahead.
foresight. So just think about what you just said a while ago, right? You have individual who will get the bad information, they're running with it, then they're given the correct information, and they adjust the correct information, and they have other individual that will reject it. No, how will a public education campaign help the person who refuse to even acknowledge the truth? How do
Exactly.
you
All right, let me answer that.
right?
You
No, no, no,
cannot.
no. You cannot.
There is no approach that is going to solve all the problems. Are going to help everybody.
Right.
And that's an unrealistic
So
thinking
at
to
the
think
end,
that you're going to have an approach or take steps to help. That is going to be effective in helping everybody, brother. But who you can
essentially,
help, you help. So
at the end of the
for the,
day,
for the
hold on,
man with
man.
genuine, well, no, let me finish now. You ask me a
Let,
You
question.
ask
Let me
me a
finish
question,
first
you
now.
answer it already,
Reading
man.
Palestine, force that attack the whole net.
yeah,
I
man,
can't
that's
get a
true, man.
talk, man.
That's true. Right,
Reading
that's
All right,
true.
Palestine,
go
reading
ahead. All
Palestine.
right,
All right, go
next
on, go
man,
on, go
talk.
on, go on,
The
go on.
next man, talk.
My understanding of the statement the minister made was false information is going to be out there, and all we're going to simply try to do is tell you to think for yourself or point to avenues where you can check, you can do fact checking.
Exactly.
As Jamaica YouTube said, it was poorly worded, which I agreed, because the truth is very different from facts. Because the truth is what you make to be the truth. So saying the government is going to tell you what is true, that means the government is going to tell you what they deem to be true. So if the minister had used the word facts, that would have been very perfectly worded. So
Right, I agree.
I think the minister was poorly worded. But what I think the effort that they're trying to make is people saying all kind of something, just think for yourself, read for yourself, go check the Gleaner, go check here, go check there,
Exactly.
check credible source of information before you jump and take whatever you see out there, because there's a lot of false narrative going on. So that is the message I think you're trying to send. Again, as what Jamaica
Yeah,
YouTube
it's
said,
a
it
worded.
is worded
And if
very
you
poorly.
notice, too, she was alluding to the fact that yeah, man, people must trust the mainstream print media. But now then they tell you said us when the Gleaner man they crash, them say a canins go on.
That's why that part I
But
didn't
that's
like.
And
that's
the
But
why
press
that's why.
mainstream.
But she
association came
also
out and
said
condemned
she
it and they
also said
said,
some of you in this room. She never make it to everybody, because that
yeah,
means
man, but you know
she has doubt. She has also have doubt with them.
but me I say, but the
She
same
never,
people
she
who
never,
see attack,
Imhotep, she never put a definite um, pan the media, the more,
no, but remember I said that's the press there, right? So I'm just saying the PAJ,
yeah, but
right?
she says someone, but watch this now,
Yeah.
I think when I make a mountain out of nothing, in my opinion, because whether she said truth or facts, people are going to still running it the same way. Because people are going to say, me no want she come tell me where facts.
Yeah, man.
Zane, me have to know where facts to myself. She did not say the government is going to tell you what is true. She did not say that. She said
Exactly.
we are going to um there's a campaign or whatever which the commissioner already started, right? The broadcasting commission already started to
Public education.
identify public education, whatever it is, on ways how you can identify what is false and what is true. Nothing is wrong with that.
No, but she said
No,
no.
man.
Well, on, man. No, man. Well, on, man. But she said that they are there to protect the truth, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
therefore, she
problematic.
said they are going to be having campaigns in terms of public education as to what is true and what is false. So at the end of the
No,
day, what
no, I didn't hear that public candidate say what is true, what is false.
yeah,
When she
but
said,
she said
Can
she
I say
said,
something?
she
The
said
Broadcasting Commission already
what she said.
doing a
She said,
sensitization.
we are going to make people more literate when it comes down to identifying what is true and what is false. That is all she's saying.
Yeah,
Can I
Nothing
say
a big
nothing wrong
mountain.
with
something?
that.
Public education campaign.
Can I
Yeah,
But
say
what
something?
Imhotep, there's
yeah.
a public education campaign to tell you say, if X is that, then Y is that. The public it's with logics and everything there. A public education campaign for us to think
It's
logical.
about truth. No, but it's about the truth. And as we are
Can I
saying,
say
No, but
something?
if she's saying
the
if
truth is
there are
not
ways for you to
absolute.
identify something is true because she stands on truth, well, she'll give you the tools to identify what is true and what is not true.
Oh, 1 second
You
now.
Can I
will know
say
what to use
something?
Well, on a jar. We'll soon get the mic.
when you use these tools, right? That they give you. You don't know what the tools are.
All right.
What
So,
if she say? Well, I know. What if she say? If you want to know if it's true, it has to be supported by evidence. If you want to know if it's true,
Yeah, it
it
could
has
be
to be
general
supported by.
principles of truth. It could be just some
hold
general
on.
principles of
It's
yeah.
just like if we do a paper and they say we can't cite or we can't source. We can't use certain source, right? Why we can't use certain source? Because the matter we said them source that are not fact check.
Credible.
Those
Creditable.
sources are not credible. Those sources are not cogent. Those authors are not cogent, stuff like that. So them give way a guideline to say, if you want to get the truth in writing a proper paper, this is the guideline.
Yeah, but the problem I have with that is, you see, it's a social media conversation. You get what me I say? So
But it
here,
doesn't matter what she's saying. If you say to you, say, if you say to me, say, Vigi, I go teach you, I go give you the formula. Or if you identify if I lie, Rick Star might help on the platform. And you give
What
me the
wrong with that?
tools, then. What wrong with
Yeah.
that?
there's no formula for that because guess I go on now. 7 bread and 7 different mind. So at the
No,
No,
end,
but me, James Bond says something like a people
hold on now.
determine what is truth. I understand what
I
you
am
mean by
just
that.
giving you the tools
Yeah,
to
but
say,
hold on now. The problem is, as James Bond said, the way it's worded. You see, if she did say that we will be tackling all misinformation and wherever legal action should be taken, it will be taken. Me understand that part there. Because at least you're saying whenever it presents itself, you're tackling it. But this public education campaign to tell the
Shall
people,
refer
nothing's
to a
wrong with that,
public
brother.
education that has
Nothing's
been
wrong with that.
taking place for years, brother.
Nothing's wrong with
Brother.
that, Timothy.
Imhotep, the public,
Let me finish, bro.
you emphasize the public education and you realize the Broadcasting Commission, brother, right, does that.
No, well, man, the Broadcasting Commission govern the entire media settings, man. Me get
Yeah, and
that part.
censor and truth and
No,
fake
well,
news, everything
good,
come
good.
censorship and them something come under that, brother.
Right. Well, right. Me
It's
understand that
already
part.
their rule.
No, you're mixing it up. The campaign to sensitize the public, me not talk about when them are protect against misinformation.
No, she said Broadcasting Commission already embarked on a campaign
But
for that.
why
That's
you using that word sensitizing the public, boy, Imhotep?
Yes. It's same as educating. That is educating. The same thing.
No, but it sounds, because how it use, it sounds like a form of superimposing my truth on you.
No, but they're saying that they are all right.
a major and the minor still.
Well, I know, man. You might see that way there. What me I say is this now. We have seen when governments tell the people and the truth what happen. So when me I
No,
say,
but Imhotep, did she
That's
say
different from where you talk about
you have to listen to our truth? Did she say
yes,
that?
well, I know. They says the government are gonna do the public education so them can show the people.
So you can know. No, did she say the government had did the public education so you can know when we are telling the truth? Did she say that?
No.
Well, I know, man. Well, I know. It's a matter of protecting the truth, she said. Protecting the truth. So what I'm saying is that, right? She said them are going to deal with some public education so the people them can differentiate the truth from the false.
From the lies. Yes.
Right. So what I'm
what's wrong
saying
with that, Imhotep?
Well, I know. How do you even tell the people them now? You know, tell me that now. You know, I go on like say, as me say, anyhow she did say, we will be tackling them as they come along. So you deal with them when them jump.
No. Keep push by it. Stay with it, bro.
You want condition people now. In a way, is a mental condition in this because
no, Dread.
How can you tell someone now
overthinking Imhotep?
through some lies? Well, on a man foresight. More you are Subi, tell me now. Right here and now, how you advise the public how to
You know
defend
where his truth and his lie?
life? Yeah.
All right. May I advise the public? Yeah. You say if you want if a fake news that, look if certain media outlet are carried. Look if it's on. No, you laugh. You laugh. But remember, say, even in our circle, you know, if we see something pop up in a Imhotep, we check the main outlets to say if it was reported there. So why we check the main outlets to say if it's reported there? Because we know so the main outlets, if they carry something that is false or some form of disinformation, them can be open themselves to legal ramifications. So that is one aspect where you can explain to somebody, say, if you want to know if it's fake news, check if it's been if it's aired or reported on more
All right,
established
a quick thing, a quick
outlets.
question.
No, cut me up. If you
Right.
ask me
No,
to tell you something, I'm going to tell you.
Mic, man. May I give back the mic? Can you say main outlets? Not the same main outlets they tell we say the media man there. I dirt them dirty.
Yeah, but that's a report that came from the police.
No, but
But
hold on.
Imhotep, come on,
Yeah.
man. I'm not get away with this because you
What?
enough time with the pan this attack and a man said something and you say, yo, me nah repeat that and I come, me no see it in no major outlet, me no see no clean out with it.
No, yeah, that's
Exactly,
fine.
bro.
No, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, hold on. I agree with you. But what I'm saying, me I show you say the main outlets where Subi I said about main outlets.
No, but Imhotep, one of the ways how we like if something should happen, like case in point, when the other day when they have the cartel the EPOS corpus, right?
Right.
When RFM reported that he got bailed,
right,
everybody started running with it.
Well,
but why did
yeah?
Well, I know. Why did Imhotep, me, maybe James Bond, them and certain people never did? Cause remember you were live, you know.
Yeah, I was live same time when it happened. Yeah.
But you never run with it. Why you never run with it?
Everybody that said that's whatever. Because
Why you never run with it?
Me, I go
why you never run with it?
Check. Me, I go double check and verify.
All right. You know why you never run with it, Imhotep? Because you were waiting for the major outlets, them not just IRFM one alone.
But IRFM a major outlet still.
Yeah, but other.
They're not a major news outlet.
Let me answer something. First of all,
let me just finish. What you do? You're not gonna just depend on IRFM alone. It's like in America, if something should happen, you check if it's on CNN, you check if it's on MSNBC, blah blah blah. You get confirmation from major outlets before you start run with it. Exactly. So that's one way how you can educate the public how to identify fake news different from legit news.
Exactly. And I'm
so this thing will make it sound like the government is going into some form of dictatorship. And that is misleading.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but let me just say something to you, Imhotep.
No, hold on for a side. Me soon get the mic, man. But it's not a dictatorship. It'll be more like yeah, man, trying to lead the people down a road where them want, them think. Oh, them want them think.
No, but you're wrong, bro. You're wrong, bro.
They control the source of information.
It gives those.
No, but we're not look too far past what the lady said.
Subi,
not look that far enough.
When a government go up on a campaign to protect the truth and educate the people about the truth, yeah, man, that can.
Yeah, but before you touch back to that, Imhotep, let me just address something. Because what we think we are go off too much on a tangent with this here, because even the point about major outlets wrong sometime, brother, being a credible radio station doesn't mean that you are perfect. Mm-hmm. Being a credible media outlet doesn't mean that you always have to be perfect. You can make mistakes and still be credible. The Gleaner make mistake. Cliff Hughes make mistake what they are. It doesn't take from the fact that he's credible, right? RJR make mistake. All of them make mistake. You remember the Richie B situation? Where Richie B as announced Tiger was unalive, brother?
Notice me never say
Oh, no, know that? No, you
Then
remember that.
Yeah,
What
and
I'm
that is the
saying,
reason why. That's the reason why
what
reputable
makes it
reputable
and
outlets.
what makes the station not credible is what you do after you make the mistake.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
don't retract your statement.
You don't retract it.
me nah use the word credible. Me say they are not
No,
infallible.
but you pointed out that sometimes because they make mistake, it's like you say because they make mistake. Oh, you
That
can't
is the
rely
reason
upon
why.
the major,
That's the reason why it's
major station
cleaner.
Hold on,
It,
hold on,
or the
it's
hold
major
on.
not it's not
major
always a
outlet.
mistake though. It's not
Remember, no.
always a mistake though.
Remember, no. She said that was one way. You know, like she said, that's the way we're gonna deal with it. So there are
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there are other ways that them plan to do the to help us
Yeah,
to,
yeah, 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 yeah.
to
That's why I mean I said the
analyze the
argument
truth.
kind of, you know.
Hold on the foresight, man.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
she's
go
saying
ahead.
she's saying that is one way. So I don't think we should be hooked up on this just saying whatever because every single news media in the world make mistakes
Exactly.
and this and that and whatever. And there's no media that's 100% bulletproof. Or there's no plan that's 100% bulletproof, a matter of fact. So the
Exactly.
mere fact that you say that is
All right.
one way. I think we
So
should give them some
you're
leeway. I think it'd be safe for us to reserve our judgment and see what the campaign is about before we make a judgment on it, whether it's a good or a bad thing.
I
so
remember when she spoke about that
here's another
campaign, she was
point.
referring to the broadcasting commission, really.
No, foresight. All
Here's
right,
another point.
make reading palace, make starting there.
Yeah, another point is that not all news that is newsworthy makes it to the traditional media. And everything that's happening around you that might be important to you is going to make it on the news. So other sources may still be disseminating valid and factual information, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm
I'm gonna go
curious to
run the
see
hill,
what that education campaign is going to look like, and
Well,
how do you combat information that the traditional media cannot corroborate because they're not, they don't have that information, they did not receive that information, so I'd like to see how that campaign works.
I think we're jumping ahead of the
Putting the
gun.
horse before the carriage.
well,
Yeah, man.
me not put the ass before the cat. What me I say is that yeah, man,
You're against
I
a
am against.
campaign.
No,
What I know?
I am against people telling me what to think. Are they rebelling?
No,
Yeah.
but there's nothing said that, brother.
What you
Nothing
mean?
said that, bro.
Exactly.
And if somebody
Because
want,
at the end of the day,
hold on, man. If you
No,
want,
man, she never said that, bro.
hold on, brother, man. If you come to educate me as to what the truth is and what lies are,
No.
then what you have to
Imhotep, listen again, no, man. Listen
guidelines,
again, no,
brother.
man.
eh?
Yeah, miss it, man.
Guidelines. Yeah, guide me so me stay in line. But what I'm saying is, if you come to educate me about what the truth is and what the lies is, then what are you doing? You're telling me
And what the valid source of information is.
you're telling me how to think. You are.
All right.
You
Let me
are.
just put a simple thing, let me just give a simple example. All right. A man come and say, say Imhotep, all right, you're there at Jamaica, right? And you're flying. A man say, say Imhotep left today. You understand me? I say? Imhotep left the island today, I'm not there now. Right? And me I say, a man say, me not believe that, brother, yeah. A man say, then if you not believe what you argue with the man, just go check Imhotep on the island and see if him there. And me point that to you as a way where you can figure out whether or not, where you can verify whether or not Imhotep leave the island or whether Imhotep still there at Jamaica. It is as simple as that. They just say, yo, go check Imhotep and see if him still there. If me point you to that, it not mean to say me I force you to accept my truth.
It's a different.
No, that's not different. If me can tell you a way or you can verify to know whether or not it is true, brother. It doesn't mean that I'm forcing you and telling you how to think.
Imhotep.
Hold on, Scooby, I give you the mic, man. Know yourself. I'm just saying right now, I understand that individual thing, the foresight. That's an individual thing. But you see, when government tell us them are going to educate about the truth, it will raise eyebrows. So
no, bro, you're wrong again.
We can't.
You're wrong, man.
You mean?
You're wrong, bro.
Because that is a way of telling you how to think.
So, or that individual example making different.
Of course.
If let me say you're there and I say you disbelieve the man, I mean I say just go check over Imhotep yard if him still there.
Make it simple.
Can I
sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Vegas. The new information coming, the trucks were paid for by public funds, so no loans. Anyway, Jamaica YouTube, can I hear your point of view on this since as you're in that space, please? Take my time. I want you to hear your point of view on it, because you're in this space.
Yeah, and one guru there too, so after YouTube, you can say a thing after. A long time they are wait.
But I waiting early. I think that the issue for me is our choice of words. Again, as I tell you, my background, I am very, 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 I'm very skeptical of organizations that provide information. All right, let me give you an example. You guys were talking. You remember that story on ISAT read the fire, right?
Right. Yeah.
You remember when we went through the article and I showed you where in the article it just didn't make any sense, and what the reporter was trying to do. The reporter used some amount of truth, as you would say, to substantiate a fact that didn't exist, because they were using the fact that ISAT was in this office 3 months before the fire to almost say that he was on the scene and his stuff got burnt up, which didn't make any kind of sense. There's no correlation in the story.
Right. And then everybody said Vibes Cartel.
All right.
Exactly.
All right. So watch this now. So watch this now. Hold on. No different. I'm going to show you now how them substantiate our argument. Even with the example you just give. What you just pointed out, inconsistencies in a story and lies in a story, fake, whatever we can call it, in a story, right? Errors in a story. What you just did in a bro, you called Imhotep, or you showed Imhotep, and you say, me know so that story is false. Look pan yaso.
The same thing the minister said.
Is what the minister is doing.
No, but
she's showing you how to identify
lies.
Just like how you were able to identify the lie, I would learn from you, bro, and I would say, wow, how many never did see it?
And you can share it with somebody how to identify the lie.
Yes.
You can educate somebody
about you're not telling me how to think YouTube TV.
Hold on. I'm just saying that the problem is that using the word, is it truth?
Me understand what you're saying, but me never hang up on it. Me never hang up on it, but what I'm saying is, where you just...
No, man, I understand what you're saying, you know.
What you just point out to me, brother,
yeah.
I would love for somebody to be able to explain to the world and to the public, and in a time where we're in a social media where so much fake information is spread around. Of course, just the same way how you as a good person with the ability to spot these things.
Exactly.
You said to me, you say, Imhotep, me know say this a lie because the man had this and the man had that. I could look at other examples as well. Me and Imhotep go through this all the time too. Me send him things and him say Subi. You know, he say that. And me say, right, me take it down quick, boop, and delete it fast. Imhotep not tell me what to think. Him assisted me in identifying that the news was fake. I remember, me see a video with Weekend, right? And the thing is, Weekend bleached face is now looking like Michael Jackson. Me see the picture, everything, Ray, grab it, put on my Facebook. Yo, why the youth do this to himself? Boom, me start get some, because I say, God, me just grab the information and post it to a singer, I'm a rating, not even fact check on other outlets if the information is true. So what she's saying is, these are ways that you can identify when something is fake. Just like how you say, the bank said to you, say, if you see an email that says XYZ, it is somebody trying to hack your account. So look for these signs so you can be able to protect yourself.
Exactly.
So what she's saying is, in order for you to know if something is true or a lie, these are the methods, the signs, the ways,
gentlemen,
how you can identify.
Gentlemen, this is the last thing I'm going to say. The fact that we have to be here trying to argue and try to figure out what she's saying is a problem. She needs to be clear.
That's on us. That's not on her. That's on us.
No.
General man. Come on, for a second.
Clear. You're the Minister of Information. Words, this is your job. Words are your job, you know. That's how you get paid to do. Words are your job. Use the correct words so that there is no ambiguity.
Right.
All right, YouTube,
Because
tell me
we are
which way
trying.
she
Hold
could
on,
have said it.
our
Is
job.
there a way that she could have said it that
Hold
would
on, no, hold on a
guarantee that
second,
there is
man.
no controversy?
Hold on a second. But there's a way that she could say that to make it clearer. There's always going to be controversy. There's always going to be the partisans. Forget about the partisans. But when I say that people that are not partisans are also confused.
Gentlemen, I've listened to you guys long enough. Let me say
George,
this.
hold on there, please, George, hold on there.
No, no, George, go on, man.
No,
Long time away,
one
man, for
guru
real.
they are wait long time too, you know. About probably 20 odd minutes in a real
One
life.
moderator.
Yeah, hold on, man. Me make one guru say a thing and then George after, man. Cause you know a thing go. Go to one guru.
Yeah, man. Blessed to the panel. Now you were clear.
Yeah, man, you're good.
Yeah, man. So remember, right before you played the video, right, Imhotep, the question was, the arguments were that based on the misinformation and disinformation out there, the government needed to do more on their platforms, right? And then you played this video. So my question would have been then, since as you guys were saying that the government needs to do this and do that, I agree that her words of choice kind of shaky in a sense, yes. But you guys are just asking a question or stating that, the government needs to do something in regards to this. And I would take it in the context that this is the government following up with what the Prime Minister did recently in his speeches. This is also a follow-up in regards to their attempts now in regards to what's happening out there. This is the context I take it in regards to misinformation and disinformation. I understand where you stated, Imhotep, when governments decide to, give people their so-called truths, it's somewhat detrimental based on how people take it and not knowing how to fact-check information that is true. But then remember, you guys are just asking the questions, are stating that the government needs to do something. So this is me now seeing this that you played.
Mm-hmm.
Their way of saying that they are doing something, you know what I mean? The words might be wrong, but I think this is their attempt. And
But
then go ahead.
all right, but me that says that what them need to do, I just man, warn them and then take action. Take action against them because you know why? It's just a little handful of people doing it too. I understand say you want to set a general precedence, right? But the reality is you just have a little bit handful of people on social media who them just deal with the whole political thing, tribal now way, and them sling the mud. But the point is, the public education about truth are really right there. So it's going to raise eyebrows, well, for me. And that's why I say it's a subjective argument. Because for me, still, me personally, yeah, me not to make the government tell me what is truth and what is not, or how to think. That's just me personally.
I don't think that campaign is for none of us on this platform, man. Honestly.
No. That's why I'm holding this stance about them wanting to educate the people about the truth.
But she's not teaching you. She's not teaching you how to think, though, bro.
Of course,
She didn't
I
say
don't know.
that.
I don't know how Imhotep get that from it.
We don't know that yet.
No, Imhotep, man.
Well,
Imhotep.
any government that is trying to tell you the truth from the lies, it is a way from of
No, she's not. No, she's not telling you the truth from the lies that they see. I miss it.
Shall I tell you how to identify it?
She's
Imhotep,
saying
it's different.
She's saying she's gonna educate the public how to just like how to identify a pickpocket.
How to identify the truth. The truth. No. The truth, which is
no. How to identify what is
to
fake news, what is truth from what is
It's
lies.
like I tell somebody how to identify danger.
Hold on there. So
we're go over the same thing on the over. Can I say something?
Hold on, Jad, 1 second.
Get him, Jad.
Imhotep, when Rattigan put up the zinc fence behind him, right? And you say, I saw you know him out of touch because zinc fence are the other place there again. Because that's where you come from. Don't you make somebody know the truth from the lie?
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
So why you trying to tell me how to think about the zinc fence?
I'm not a government where
come on, Imhotep.
Come on.
Come on, Imhotep, man. Imhotep, shame on you.
No, man. When me I say that, man. As me I say, still me.
I can't the big goal Imhotep this,
you
man.
Imhotep, you have an influential platform. You have thousands of people that listen to you, bro.
What I'm saying is, this thing about educating the public about the truth.
He must tell the man just caught it with a yaka virgin.
No man, with me
It's
that does
accept it,
not
man.
right.
But
Let me
Imhotep, you know,
John.
after you said that, me I said to all me start saying, you know, say, I'm gonna lie for real, because Imhotep come from Waterhouse.
Imhotep, if I
exactly.
never host, you know,
You never
tell us to come down, you know. I
you
look
never tell me how to think.
I can't hear host, you can't come down.
Imhotep, the man born with a yaka, man. Just take
No
it,
man,
man.
I'm
Take
the
the L,
boy with a
man.
yaka. Hold on, man. I'm the boy with a yaka, bro. The reality is, as me I say, man, right? Government, I say them are gonna educate people about the truth. Is gonna raise eyebrows.
No,
And we are
no,
saying
you're
that them
wrong.
are say.
You're wrong.
We are saying you
You're
interpret it that
You're
way, you know,
wrong. You're
you
wrong.
hear that, but we are saying that them are
You're
say.
wrong.
But
All
anyway,
right,
The
cool. I
government
take
is
the L.
doing up. The
let
government
George
is going
make
to
him
do a
start.
literacy campaign.
I'll
A
take the L.
literacy campaign
I
to,
take the
for
L on
you
this
to
one.
be able, for you, Imhotep, to be
To
able to identify
the truth,
fake news
the
from
truth,
truth.
right? The
Yes.
truth, right?
So
All right.
why wouldn't I want my government? Why would I reject my government putting in getting us educated and knowing, say, okay, so if you see it a come from such and such source and such and such, and so the way how they present it and the wording and the we call it sitting when they put the caption them where then you trick people, we call them again, Imhotep?
What
When they put the thing, the fake something when they put on it, the grab off, it catch your attention.
the thumbnail.
Yeah, we call it a mental block.
Clickbait, yeah, that?
Clickbait.
Right.
So those are the things.
Yo,
Look, for example, Imhotep.
talking about that. What's this now?
No, we have to take the L. You have to take the L. What I know, what is happening, you know? She said like enough time, me see things and I clickbait, boom, jump on it. Boom. When we go and I check the information, nothing about the clickbait. So what is the message here?
Hey,
what is the message here? What's the message here?
I know people run with the clickbait alone.
General, number one message when me sure say them are gonna tell the people in this. Do not just settle for the clickbaits. What is wrong with that, Imhotep?
What is wrong with saying that?
Watch the video. More views, more give. Watch the video. Don't search the clickbait. Watch the video.
Watch the video.
Thank you.
And the headline of the newspaper too. Read the article.
You know say somebody sent me a picture. One vlogger, the vlogger said Sean Storm was dirted by police and put up Sean Storm photo. I say, the man are dangerous in a man in a real life in a man. That's how
Even put up something down for the question mark. Some people don't look for the. How about saying even to people, look at the question mark? Like because sometimes people don't see the question mark. You have to remember,
Imhotep, for you to be rejecting
you know,
this.
say, I read your thing about the DPP tonight. I never see the question mark. I'm gonna go back to him and say, oh, it's a question.
Well, him a king of that. Him a king of that. You know what time
exactly.
I see put up a sit there and I say, me never say rated. By the time I look, I go double read and say, Mr. Rated, my question mark. Me I call him already and say, Imhotep. I say, no man should be no see question mark. So these are literacy program we need.
All right.
Gen to people, George, remember George. That's not.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. George. Yeah, man.
George, I go try go against agree with Imhotep and he might take a L with Imhotep and we have to try to see him. But go on, George.
Make me and George.
All right.
Go to George.
All right, gentlemen. To say a very, very important thing, I say it seems like it get over most on the head, but Subi just touch on it after I'm go around in a lot of circle. She said this: social media literacy, and that is very important because social media have been unleashed on us, and people don't get, very little people get training in social media literacy. It is actually a college studies that they do in college. Social media literacy. Where to look for information, peer review information, scholarly articles, you can double check. So that is the most important thing to say. Social media literacy, that means training people how to gather information, where to get information, and how you can check them to see if they are credible.
Well, you can fact check stuff.
Right. Yeah. So that is the most important thing.
George, you need to George. I'm happy. I'm going to leave it right here. Me and George agree on something.
Frank George agree me done.
Me and George agree for
Yeah.
something.
No, but he can't see. He can't see him
Imhotep
down a
alone take
slippery
a
slope
L.
there.
Imhotep
Just
alone take a
He
L
allow
man
me
go
to
down
tonight.
there with
allow
him.
me, sir. That is why I wasn't interjecting. I just
George, we're
allow me
sorry.
to
I
allow me, sir.
apologize. I honestly was judging you wrongfully because I thought you were going to agree with Imhotep. I cannot believe you threw Imhotep under the bus.
Yeah, man, but remember say, hold
No,
on, man,
no,
remember
he must
say,
have did done under the bus already, Mr. Vegas.
hold on, man, me don't tell you already say no, me take that
It
L
don't say
in.
much at the L, man.
I take the L because me I say, the way how things are word, yeah man, when government want
No,
to
but
educate
she's
people
right though. And
about
George
truth and
nailed it on the
quality
head.
and
George nailed it on the head. Imhotep, take the L. Take the L and post it up
Well,
over your bed tonight when you're asleep.
well, I assume, Mr.
Yeah,
Something, and I know the whole of
Watch him, I jump
the
off
garage.
now here.
Hold on,
Big up
yeah man,
everybody.
hold
big up
hold on.
Imperialist.
What I was about to say is, in my opinion, one Adisha Palmer has destroyed the moral fabric of Jamaica. In my opinion, and I hold that opinion up until about 5-6 nights ago. I was going to my bed. And then I don't know how I reached on TikTok, but I just scrolling, and I think the thing went over to TikTok live, and the amount of things and what I see and hear, it brought me to the conclusion that Adisha Palmer did not. Them take it from cartel. Social media has destroyed the moral fabric of Jamaica
Of
society.
society. Yeah,
It's
man. Facts.
gone, done. Them have a push broom now. Actually, I
True.
push at the same gully where
Facts, brother, man.
Georgia talk
Facts.
about. Me
But
say I've never been ashamed of my
at the
country
worst
so
place
much
again
when I
still no.
me say Imhotep, I have never
Yeah, me
to the
never was
point where me
alive
say,
over there
to
yet.
the point where my heart starts saying, I hope Jamaica ban TikTok.
Yeah man, TikTok terrible man,
Yo,
terrible.
When
I went over there. I went over there
man must
a few
vomit.
times, Virgin. And trust me, man. Over the terrible, man.
You
Terrible.
don't you have to listen to nothing. Just go up on the live and stroll up and you hear the this and the that and the rate. I just stroll up
And
and
you know the wickedest thing?
Beer
You
nice
have
and
people on it
garbage.
from morning till night.
it has destroyed the moral
Yeah,
fabric of
man.
Jamaica.
Yeah, man.
Done. Done,
So
done,
so
done.
so even with that, because Imhotep, me and you live this, bro. We live this and see how people use fake news to try destroy people.
True,
We live this, Imhotep. We
true.
don't just come, bro.
No,
When
at
you hear
facts
the
that
when you
You
hear
know
the
the worst part of
vulgarity
it?
over there and the cussing and
They
the name
don't know.
calling and the this and the that, you can never believe it's you'll be
No.
shame. If you turn it on in the public, you're shame to say you're Jamaican.
And you know the worst thing about it? They are supporting things, right, that are going to hurt them without them knowing the damage what it do to them, you know.
Brother,
That's the
all it is
worst thing,
over
you know.
there, you know. Listen
You
me.
have
Let me
people
tell you
who are
something.
prepared to vote against them best interests, you know.
Listen, the wickedest thing, brother. The wickedest thing that happened to we, to Jamaicans right now. Andrew Wilness can't save we. And Mark Gold, if they put him in, it'll get worse. We can't tell that because we're gonna go backward. See, in my opinion. No. What's happening over TikTok? In my one time they said they find some minerals that Jamaica were valuable.
Yeah, man.
And everybody start
They run go
say
over
them
there.
a go dig and go find over TikTok is a mineral ground. And people are be them worse self. Them all are be even worse now where they can be over TikTok. Just to earn some rose, some lion, and some monkey. You remember that because them realize say them can get a $20, $30, $100, $200 a week time or a month time. A big mean that for some people. All you have to do is go up and they go make up things. All you have to do go up and they go cuss. All you have to do go up and they go tell lie. What? And me
And
can
let
make
me tell
money
you, so
off
they
of
don't
that.
know the damage. They must support things that hurt them. We love the things them we hurt with
I scroll
and
and see a
destroy with.
you're wrong with some of the figures though. It's not the 20 and 30 and $200 a
What
week.
about money? When me just put it
Some people,
mildly.
you know that there are persons there who are earning like 3,000-4,000 US dollars in a one
Yeah, man.
match, right?
All right.
So it's big money over there.
I've gotten to the point where me not believe nothing when me see on social media in terms of people that tell them story or people that in a them relationship and them something there. Me not believe no night no more.
But hold on, we
Zero.
talk about that. Then you know, see RT Boss say him pass away, and everybody has say, hey, people from Vice know RT Boss has passed away, and whatever, and then 3
Listen,
hours then say after him alive and then sitting there. You think them people are easy?
Imhotep,
But
He
but
was arrested before.
you know, so the lady come, you know, so the woman come on with a brother come say the man this and said that and said that. The woman
hear the
all like
wickedest thing.
fight
Hear
all
the,
like
hear the,
cry.
hear the wicked one. Hear the wicked one, right? A man dep on TikTok and him a make up say him and him woman a war. Make him a make it up, you know. So like him put out the video like him a cuss the girl. One girl must name Munchi. What's she name? Megs. What girl name? The nurse girl name again? Monique or Monique. Me see this girl here, right? And the girl I say, move your what's it, what you mean? I mean, just take your money. Huh? Yeah, how when the man drive and yes, and you give me this regard. I'm say, yo, me said so and believe the girl, you know, the girl that him a quint or nothing, you know, straight in the camera, you know. So when I go down at the when I do the angiogram, I see them some girl and her and them a laugh about it and we realize that the girl I see on the internet, them I say no she a act. I was like, it's not real. Nothing is real. So when somebody said them are gonna do a social media literacy campaign, so we can identify fake news, false news, people actually this come like social media now, people are out there and I tell story, I say, them cousin. You know me see how somebody do? Take one person who have mental illness and a parade on the internet. Forget money. Me see people, some boy, so they go there with candy where one of them are go married. And start TikTok page just to get money.
But you know, see,
It's a,
but you know, see the man over there collect. Why I'm saying he must take 150,000 if he starts to
it's a crazy world we're
anybody
in,
who
brethren.
contribute we get part of the winnings.
But them say, no, but them say, people, he reached 80,000 now. I want to say yesterday was 20,000 now, whatever.
Listen,
Hey, me say them people are
No,
the
saying,
no,
world
but gentlemen,
crazy.
we're laughing over this side here. But you do know that a lot of those people actually believe it and take it seriously.
Yes,
yeah,
You know that
yes,
though, right?
yeah, man.
Exactly,
yes,
exactly. And that is
yes.
why all the more reason why we need the social media literacy
Campaign.
initiatives,
And
the
that's why
campaign, yeah, because
foresight. And I know you don't like to hear this. That's why I have an issue with the word truth. Facts is what we need to. That's all. And the thing is that it needs to become a part of our comprehension in
Right,
schools.
right.
Those things need to be put together with because we have a comprehension problem in Jamaica. You know?
Big time.
People cannot comprehend a lot of things. That is one of our biggest problems.
And people think that literacy is comprehension. A lot of people read very well, but they don't comprehend at
No,
all.
that is true, too. That is
They
true.
Yeah,
read
yeah, some
very
people read
well,
very well and can't
very well,
info what them read.
and can't comprehend
That is true.
exactly.
And yeah, man, run noble, man. I tell you, say me hold like Ella, man. I tell you, say me now make nobody tell me how to think still. But this is
But
what the
no
government
one is telling
do.
you how to, bro. But
Well,
me and
man.
you know Imhotep.
Well, I'm
Me and
so
you and George nail it on the head again. Big up to George. Because George correct set everybody straight. Same old George way with the a tangle up with a night time. Because we like the challenge and then push you to go do research. What George said the real thing. We need a social media literacy campaign in a Jamaica, especially in a Jamaica, brother.
Right now, I would a campaign for them ban TikTok in
this now
Jamaica.
where
If the
this
government say
now
go and
where
ban TikTok a morning, me da contribute to that campaign.
this
Me,
is
Ban
what the
TikTok.
government, the 1 second, this is what the government needs to do because the government know who the culprits are and the government know what their agendas are, right? The decides well. Same way how Juliet Cuthbert I deal with Ian Ailes right now with them legal thing, yeah? Right? Right, that's right there.
bro,
Defamation.
remember saying no, Ian Yates come say the people them get jumped down at the car wash according to the girl, you know.
But this
And the
a
girl say
Juliet
people are
Cuthbert
threatening
soon.
her.
I'll give him letter now for the defamation. You get what I say?
Bro, imagine Mark Golding sat and looked in the camera and said 21 billion already spent for the Cornwall Regional Hospital. Them thing they have to teach people how to identify them misinformation there. And disinformation, brethren.
All right.
Is
Well,
not how,
hey.
is not how to think. Is to say to me, say, if I hear Andrew Holness say something, go and do my own research on it. Don't just take his word.
Right. As Jamaica YouTube say, you see facts now. Facts is absolute. You know, truth is subjective. Them say because I say my truth and your truth
I
and
think truth may rubble, but
Let me
in
yeah.
tell me
order
a
to
new
the
something,
level,
man.
you see
But
when you use the word facts, Imhotep,
Yes.
it too scholarly.
No,
It
but,
have a fly over people's head.
the right word. That's still. But
Yes, it
anyways,
may be Imhotep. It may be the right word for me and you, James Bond and
Yeah,
George
but the little man I go
and
say talk, me could
Foresight.
understand. The little man I go say talk, me could understand.
Thank you, bro. Me I go to a little man. Yeah, we need to do a fact checking campaign. No. What is that? The man think a fax machine you're talking about,
what
man.
really
What you,
happening
man?
right now is that what happening in our virtual space now become more important to people than what they are experiencing in the real world. No, the appearance of being an high achiever and life and the internet, right, or on social media is more important to people than actually being a high achiever in a real life. People are now into that. The impression way what we can get you to believe is more important than what is actually my experience in life. And that is where dangerous is because everybody know, right? It's a fake, there's a big attention and big fake is trending. Fake life, you know.
Yeah, man.
Fake
But
say you own house, fake say you have that girl, you fake say you get married.
what you must
That
understand enough.
is trending now, and the world is crazy over what's trending.
Yo,
But
the
the
whole
things that are
world
trending,
fake.
Vegas, I must,
yes,
Mr. Vegas, I must understand. One of my really good friends' dad was PJ, best friend. So we used to have whole heap of conversation and whatever. And Sunday evening, I would talk and whatever. I used to tell you whatever. And Mr. Mac look power one day. Them time the social media are not no come out yet, And Mr. Mac look power and tell us one day. Say, you know what? Because we talking Google, we are talking about them. Time. Say, you can Google the facts where it is. You have some Mac look power and say, Google kill a good conversation. Because after you get the facts, argument no. Argument done. So we like a Sunday even reason mash up it done. So that's what the facts do for social media now. When you tell a man the facts now, it done, there's no more reason to go on with it. So you
right.
see when them
Let me give
when them come
Imhotep.
with the propaganda and attack,
But
no,
one
them
Let me
not
give
release it
Imhotep
all
one more.
night
I
for
give
live.
Imhotep
one
one
second,
more.
Scooby. 1 second before you give me one more there. All right, and the last arguments, them final arguments, them. We see somebody Poseidon asks, "What is your perspective on Jam World being a 24/7 entertainment venue?" You know.
Before you answer that, Imhotep, let me just give quickly one
No, but
more
are you
scenario.
answer that one, you know?
Well, I know some are going to support that, but let me just give one more scenario before we even move. Remember, seeing when Robot Man put out the thing about bright light, and everybody I run with it, and I say, yeah man, blah 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 blah. Remember saying no. Where we the stance we take, we say we're not privy to the whatever. So we will a neutral stance. However, when we there reason, I think it was James Bond or Jamaica YouTube TV, one of them, come with a piece of information, we say, we show we the man a skit. Yeah?
Yeah, it
With
was
a
Jamaica
piece of
YouTube. Yeah, Jamaica YouTube.
with a
Yeah.
piece of information where Robot Man use to implicate him.
Yeah, piece of the video, right?
Now, that is where you can't pay somebody if it teach you. The mere fact said Jamaican YouTube was so in his way of being a scholar. To know say him fi fact check, double check where that source they come from, whether they had came back and shared it with us. So he changed the whole perspective of the argument, where we now see that, oh, we did really neutral a while ago, but now we kind of look and say, we can't really stay neutral. We don't know if I choose still, but where your evidence there? Because the evidence we present is foolishness. The man was acting some drama, sitting some act, some reality show. That is what the lady, that is what we need. We need people to show us or to help us or to teach us how to identify when them fake news upon the internet attack president and people are run with it, bro, because that destroy people's lives.
Right. 1 second there. State Stars Media. Yeah, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, you know. We are close off an hour, over 5 hours with
So
the
that is my burn. Have a great night, gentlemen. Big up yourself,
Yeah,
Jam.
man, but the Jam World thing, them, man.
Yeah, man, big up, big up.
Personal
Jam World, bro.
for Jam World, man.
Me
Yeah,
think
man.
I will put Jam World in the next program.
Yeah. Next reason. Yeah, next
Big up
reason.
yourself, Subi. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Bless up, Subi. All right.
Yeah,
So,
big up. James, man. Everybody, big
closing
up.
argument
Yeah,
there.
man. Another good reason as usual. Very educated. George, we finally agree upon something tonight. and I'll take the schooling. We were really overlooking all of it, and you brought out you lit the nail right on the head. Respect for that. Big
Bless
up.
up, James Bond.
Yeah, man.
All right. One more.
Well, so
No, it's all right. It's all right. Go to YouTube. Go to.
no, man, I just as a big up and respect to everybody. We may not be the quote unquote brightest, but the fact is that once we stick with the facts, with our arguments, it's hard for anybody to challenge us, because if you see, there are a lot of things that we have discussed that is, you see, it's working out exactly the way that we had discussed many months ago. So, just big up to everybody. That's why the discussion is important. It's important that we speak with each other, not to shut out each other, boss man. Speak, have our different views and see where we can meet. Even if we can't meet, we still have the discussion. So it's important. Some of us say big up to everybody. Every day we learn. All right,
No, man,
respect.
definitely. Jamaica YouTube, case in point. When people were saying that, oh, Andrew Owners are going to create new laws now for ban free speech. From we come out and a reason where say people, the Cyber Crimes Act is out there already. The laws are out there already. The legal framework is out there already. So, and it's the same thing where the Minister of Information I tell people them. So no new laws because the framework done that already. So I read that, man. People just don't say reasoning go on over here some more time, man. We're not perfect, but always know say, yeah, man, they can get some solid reasoning. So big up to YouTube as always. The thing, you see it.
Yeah.
All right. So I make foresight say a thing.
Yeah, me just want people just a lot of times you realize that people just really think what they want to think and say what they want to say. It's not sometimes it's not everybody that is genuinely misled, right? You have persons who just, deduce from a story the most negative thing and them just start to spread it because that's what them want. Them on a tear down mission. And I want to put Jamaica first. I just want to encourage people them to put Jamaica first. I think this people being partisan is causing a lot of, it is hindering the progress of the country. Because if I support a particular party, it's because of what is going on, why I support that party. It's not because I support that party why I support what is going on. It's because I support what is going on, right, under that government, why I will support that government. If everybody take that approach, brother, and be honest with themselves, then we will have a better Jamaica. You can't like something where destroy you, but still support it because you like. You understand me, I say? And we just want people to just think about that and be true to what them see and not only what them hear. Because if you see something unfold in front of your face and you see something that is happening and positive things are happening, right? Don't make a man just come with a story and tell you otherwise, contrary to what you see, right? And make up a story and you believe that just because of that you want to believe and that you want to run with. You understand? That's all I have to say. Good night.
Yeah, man, bless up foresight, some manners and respect, you see it. One guru.
Yeah, man. So my closing argument is that from time to time, Jamaica has always had ways and mediums, especially in media, with the information being put out there factually to curtail misinformation and disinformation, right? And if you always remember, you always see the Gleaner guys, them on the stoplight, them, Star, all the Observer, all of them places, stoplights, corner, marketplace, all both in front of supermarket. And you really see certain people are ones that buy a newspaper article to say go read and get the facts that are out there, right? And then now the media platforms them are those mediums put their platform on social media where it's even more accessible to people, and yet still you see people still fail to follow them up. So this is where now when you see misinformation and disinformation are run rampant, it really is a struggle to curtail it. But then the people they don't take interest in, you know what I mean, fact checking information. So until ones can really look into themselves and to learn and decipher what is factual from what is fiction, I think we'll really always gonna have this problem here where disinformation and misinformation are gonna take the lead, you know what I mean? That's why it goes. Ones just need to really go out there and fact check before they run it certain information that is presented. And I mean, especially in today's social media world.
Hey man, you know anything, man. Bless up. You see it, my general. Yeah, man, respect as always, one guru. All right, George Smith, in closing.
Yes, gentlemen. Good reasoning again. You know, we go to our next night and I will just end with this quote. In the abundance of information, the ignorant suffer. All right. So bless up again.
Yeah, man, bless up. You know the thing, go. And big up to all the ones, man. State Star Media. Yeah, man, Andrew, unless you can see people do what me, you know. Yeah, man, you can do it. You understand me, I say? Because, you know, say politicians make promises. So, yeah, that was a promise. Was that a lie? I would say more than it's an unfulfilled promise, or it's a political, you know, promise. So I just saw that go more time still. So, you know, big up on yourself, people. I think I need 8 more subscribers to 3,800. So for those who have not yet subscribed and who not check out the platform still, just drop a subscription, drop a like on your way out. The poll that was there, right? I had a poll there. Let me see now. 290, 300 persons participated. He's against free speech, 46%. And you know, yeah, man, he has taken the right approach, 54%. So, you know, that's a close one as well, out of 300 people. So respect to everyone who participated in the poll. You know, just drop a like on your way out. Maybe what? Friday. Yeah, but Friday again, we want an extra reason and things. So big up on yourself, people. Great reasoning. Big up to all the mods, them, you know, big up to everyone in the chat. You know, all the panelists, bless up on yourself, you know, the thing go. Manners and respect everybody. As me say again, remember to drop a like on your way out. And if you have not yet subscribed, just help me get to 3,800 so we can build the platform and say on to 4,000. You get what me I say? So I saw the thing go. Big up on yourself.